They're gonna throw in a throwaway party member, most likely the hero, to just identify what pattern he's on for the first turn, and then go from there. Show me flames. It was Purge or Heal? That looks like Purge, which doesn't make sense, but... Okay, we got Sap to hit. That's good. He used Marizoma, so he's either on easy or medium. So it's not the worst pattern, which is good. Yeah, he's in the medium pattern because he used Rukanon, and he just attacked. So this pattern gives him a little bit more freedom to get some more attacks in. He doesn't have to spend as much time healing. This guy really only have 4,500 HP. It feels like not a lot. Okay, Freezing Wave. Gotta get up. Get up buff spells again. Sage of Stone. Nice. Pierre chunking him, 240. And Slalin is no slouch too. He's doing like 98 damage, so it's not bad. Definitely getting his money's worth. And by monies, I mean the 4 encounters it took to recruit him. Nice. GG. Nicely done. That was a great run. Really, both of these guys getting through this without a huge setback, I gotta say. It's impressive. And helpful that Moko got the medium pattern from Miru form 2, so only a little scary. Yep, and Diener is making his way to the Bjorn fight, and then he is he'll be joining Moko in the Dark World. It's a great run. I'm curious what his time is. A 521 Miru kill. It's pretty good. I think the credits are like 14 minutes or so. $521. Wow. Yeah, that's really good, man. So pretty much anything under 6 hours to me is impressive. Even though the record is 445, the amount of good luck required to get 445 is insane. Oh, we got a hype train on Moko's stream. Alright, Bjorn fight from Diener. Let's see. Show me your stuff, bud. Oh, hero goes down. Okay, not a big deal. He's gonna have to just truck it with Sancho and Pierre. Not a good... Yeah, I was gonna say. Also, I feel like he should have Staff of Benediction here. Interesting. I figured you would have wanted it on Sancho as like a backup, but I guess there's not really a point to it. Since they're both attacking and you just stop attacking with Pierre to heal. He's getting low on MP though. Nice, okay. It's over. Good fight. Meanwhile, Moko doing the credit sequence, flying around on a dragon. It is Dragon Quest after all. What is the rough time difference? I'm not really sure. I want to say like 30 minutes. Yeah, okay, 25, that sounds about right. Not too far off from the difference that they inherited from DQ4, so I gotta say really good stuff to both runners. They've played really consistently well. Yeah, and of course, good luck, Error and Tonic. The fellas. Crushing DQ6. First try Mudo across the board. It's going to be great. All right, it is SUMDeaner's turn to receive the Sage's Stone and guide, what's his name, to Johanna in the evil world. Sancho. That's his name. Uh-oh. Diener putting the meat shield in front. Did exactly 74 damage. That's so messed up, dude. Dealt the sun's exact max HP. That's so mean. Luckily, the killer machines are weak to expel Iframu, so make short work of them. It's just, you don't want to have to swap people in. You'd rather just get the first try run away. Yeah, nice, like that. Exactly like that, Diener. Keep it up. SUMD. Bringing it home for DQ5. Yeah, Johanna is a weird place. Just a quick rundown of what our runners did in the one random town in the Nether world. There was a elven medicine that they picked up, and then sold some equipment to buy a blizzard sword for Pierre. And now they're on the way. Well, now Diener's on the way. And Moko is relaxing.
Hello there. How's it going, Countdown?
Hello. It's going. Just getting ready to watch SUMD rock the last dungeon, and Error is gonna take off in a sprint.
Yep, so Zatoriak and I have joined. We'll be here for DQ6.
Nice. I think really the only commentary I have left to give is how SUMD gets through the Miri-Dras fight and what pattern he gets.
Yeah,
so I'm
for
gonna
sure.
be on the lookout for that.
Let's go weak pattern. Yeah, the start of DQ6 is pretty chill anyway, so there'll be plenty of time to keep talking about DQ5.
Yeah, lots of spots flyings and dance veg, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What a cool game, man. I love DQ6.
I'm not the biggest fan of the game casually, but it is an awesome speedrun.
The speedrun is very cool. I don't know a whole lot about the second half of the speedrun, admittedly.
Nothing past Mudo, you mean?
Yeah, pretty much anything after Mudo.
The spot where everybody tries to start learning DQ6 and then gives up.
Yeah.
I mean, can you really blame them, though?
No, not at all. Not in the slightest. The end. All right, that'll be go for Error and Team Healie. And GG to Moko.
GG, Moko.
GG.
So 521 final boss kill. It's really good. It's like a 540 or high 5-3x.
Yeah, great race time. Sure.
Absolutely.
Waiting to get Error on the screen here before I introduce DQ6 a little bit. There we go.
Sure.
Oh, looks like we got a little propping going on, but yeah. So on the left, Error is starting up with Dragon Quest 6. So the run starts off like most Dragon Quest games. You kind of name the hero, give it just a short single character name, and then you're starting off at this little campfire scene where this party is going to attack Mudo, and we'll talk more about that a little bit later. But just remember this scene because it'll be a little relevant later. It kind of starts off, forget the phrase, but like in the middle of like something that's already happening. So there's not like this big like intro explaining the story or anything. You're meant to be a little bit confused when jumping into DQ6 into the start of this, right? You're seeing this this party attacking Mudo, and you'll have actually like a little bit of movement control once they get to the castle and all that, but there's nothing that's really within your control during the start of this intro. But it's meant to be a little bit vague and confusing, and then it'll catch up with itself later. Yeah, that's it, Poexel. Thank you.
You're gonna hear that musical idea come back multiple times during this run too. Da, 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 da.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. You get to repeat the sad scene, DQ5 on the right in the meantime,
Mm-hmm.
with the wagon hanging out over the edge of the cliff.
I worry about that horse, man.
I know.
It could go over.
He's probably fine.
No, I see what you mean now. Yeah, the lightning bolt does come down and hit her right in the head.
Yeah, she's gone.
She's dead, Jim.
So yeah, just Error's just slowly walking through the castle. Again, it's kind of slow movement, RP walking through the castle. No encounters or anything like that. They're gonna go into this this swirly mist and be ambushed by Mudo.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. You don't get to shed the Dragon Quest V walk speed until after this cutscene.
Mm-hmm.
Then you move real fast.
Yeah, the Dragon Quest VI engine is like significantly more advanced from a technical standpoint than the DQ5 one. The DQ5 engine's great, but you can definitely tell that they had a couple years to work with the SNES and get used to what works and what doesn't work by the time DQ6 came out. And then DQ3 SFC uses the DQ6 engine, but is even more refined.
Yeah, it's improved upon even more, specifically with regards to like buying more than one item at a time.
Mm-hmm. And the way the bag works and all that. We'll talk more about that when
Yeah.
we get there, but Dina running into my boys, the turtles.
I was wondering why you have that random turtle enemy as an emote. Is there something special about it I don't know?
Not from this game. So I think it's my current Dragon Quest 3 PB. I'm like behind on experience going through the Necrogon, and I run into a group of turtles that are usually really bad to fight because they buff themselves. They're really slow, but I really felt like I needed the XP, so I spent like a minute taking this one turtle fight in the Necrogon, and then I end up PBing by like 4 seconds because I YOLO'd a King Sword cut.
Yes.
And so I PB'd despite the turtle, which kind of became a running joke in my channel.
I see.
And I needed the turtle emote to go with that.
Of course. Classic.
All right, so Error got into Mudo's room, and Mudo kind of just did some magical wizardry, and suddenly you wake up back home, and so you're not really sure what was going on with the whole Mudo thing, but you're back home in LifeCod. So what's happening here in LifeCod is that there is a festival that's going to be going on, and you need a crown or something like that, a MacGuffin from the nearby town, a craftsman in the nearby town, in order to perform the annual festival. So they give you some items from the town that you can trade for some money, and they tell you to go pay the craftsman and come back with the crown so that we can have the festival. So you kind of just you leave town, you kind of got to climb down this mountain. Not really fighting anything at this point in time. I have seen runners take a couple of fights in this section before, maybe get level 2, but it's pretty rare. Usually you just kind of run from fights to this early area. It is a little bit annoying if you wipe out at any point in the early game. You're not fighting any enemies, you don't really have any control of what's happening. You've got a couple of healing items. But money in the early DQ6 route is very specific. So they want to save up to be able to get a boomerang, which is 420 gold, and the normal item routing ends up with 421 gold. So you don't really have any room for wiping out. So hopefully all these runs just kind of go smoothly.
Would you say there's no room for error?
Oh man.
Oh man. Nice.
I got Diener doing the tile puzzle.
Yeah, my favorite. This definitely didn't tilt me to the end of the earth when I did it casually.
Everybody makes fun of me because when I did this puzzle casually, I didn't for some reason just didn't realize that you could walk on the brown ground tiles between the sliding pieces.
Oh.
So I thought you had to go from sliding piece to sliding piece, and that's not that doesn't work. So what Error is doing right now is you've got the items from town that you're selling here, and there's these two brothers that are that are bartering back and forth, offering you higher and higher prices. So you just have to go back and forth between them until you get 480 gold, which is the most you can get from it. And then you're just going to use that money to buy a thief key. So anyone familiar with the Dragon Quest series knows that you always get a bunch of keys. You usually get like the thief key, the magic key, the final key, or jail key, or whatever. In this game, you just buy the thief key. It's not like a required point. It's not like a story progression item. You buy it at the shop. And then you're going to use that thief key to pick up a few items in town. Scale shield, agility seed, some money, chimera wing. And then he's actually just going to immediately sell that thief key back for like 3/4, I think, of its value. 2/3, 3/4, something like that of its value. Store the agility seed for later. Or some attack loud. How we handle that. And then gonna buy some chimera wings and some scale armor here. The early route for the early part of the route for DQ6, it's a mix of like cutscenes and shopping. So
That's awesome.
But there is something important on DQ6 that's about to happen here. So you leave town and you head off to the west here, and there's this big hole in the ground. And there's this dude that's just kind of like hanging off the edge, so you're going to save him. But in the process of saving him, this is this guy here, Bilte. It's the guy that that's making the crown that you need to get, so you can't buy it yet. He's the craftsman who is preparing the crown for the festival. In the process of saving him, you fall through this hole in the world and kind of fall into this other world as this ghostly appearance. This will be kind of a recurring thing that will get explained a little bit later. But in the meantime, you managed to pick up a couple items here, life seed, wooden hat, a little bit more money. And then we're gonna go back and we're gonna find this mysterious well in a cavern north of town, or a cabin north of town, and then that'll bring us back to the real world where we can finish getting the crown that we need. But in the meantime, I'll let Countdown take it away for this DQ5 fight.
I mean, you can't let the guy fall in the hole. He has to make you the crown, right? Like,
Yeah, exactly.
This is a moral quandary here, or practical even. All right. Just some quick housekeeping, like I mentioned earlier before. Final boss. Just getting Pierre's equipment settled, and restoring MP with prayer rings, distributing fighter hairs, and all of that. The first phase of Miradras has 1600 HP, so even though he hits hard, it doesn't take very long, thankfully. And the good news is that the speedrun also has ways to deal with the summons, so this phase should be a cakewalk if he does everything right.
Pray for clowns.
Yeah, we want clowns, right? Because they'll attack him, won't they?
The clowns you can use Metapane to confuse so that they'll either attack themselves or preferably attack him.
Right.
But if they're
I
killer
see
machines, you can't confuse them. You have to just expel them, and then they can be a little bit scary. That's the main way to die on phase 1 here, is if you just repeatedly summons killer machines and eventually you struggle to keep up with increases and getting rid of them and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Diener had made a mistake during one of his recent practice runs where he, I think, forgot to equip the echoing hat on Slalan for this fight and was not successful. So
Mhm.
I noticed he took a little bit of extra care to make sure his inventory was perfect
Yes.
going into this fight.
Nice, double clowns. And who knows confuse in the panic in this? Is it the daughter?
It's Slalin.
Slalin, okay.
Hmm. It's actually a difference if you... There's a route for this game where you cut out the Zenithian sword,
Right.
and
yeah.
you also end up decently lower on XP. There's some fights you can't take, some metal slimes that you can't really grind for. And Slalin, I don't think learns Metapani in that route. I don't think he gets enough experience.
Oh man, that's tough.
Or maybe he just barely does. Maybe it's something else he doesn't learn. I know he doesn't get Expel for a big part of the run. Maybe he gets Metapani by now, but there are some pretty significant changes of that route due to it.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, the metal slimes in Santa Rosa Cave, they're huge.
There's phase 1.
Nice, nicely done. All right.
On the DQ6 side, we just see some the celebration going on, and there's going to be an interesting scene that'll happen here where the goddess will show up and speak to people, which is not something that normally happens, but it's what the festival's for, so everyone just kind of rolls with it. We get a little more festivaling on that side, though.
But doesn't she appear and talk to the hero, and then he's like, he like looks
Yeah.
around and nobody else noticed?
Yeah.
All right. So hard pattern, he'll start with an attack into flames. Medium pattern, he'll heal into flames. Easy pattern, flames attack. I don't believe it's heal though. I think I have that wrong in my notes.
I think this is medium.
Yeah.
Medium does start with heal into flames.
Is that what it is? Is that what that rainbow effect is? He's healing himself?
Yeah, this is definitely medium pattern.
Yeah. Okay. 2 medium patterns, not terrible. Definitely survivable.
Yeah, that's what the rainbow effect is him healing himself.
Just hope he doesn't end up taking too much damage from Rukanon into attack.
Yeah, in my brief time with this run, medium pattern was the one I always felt the least comfortable with. I'd rather see it than strong pattern in a run because it's faster, but that Rukanon attack just always felt too unpredictable to me.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and you're not like course correcting if he hits it, right? You're just continuing and with lower defense.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Waves clears it or not.
Because Zenith Shield, well, no, Zenith Shield's only an enemy, right?
Yeah.
Alright, well, no huge surprises yet. We're gonna, like last time, we're gonna have Sancho Sage Stone every turn. Pierre is going to be attacking, and the daughter is going to be supporting with By Kill of some nature, or Staff of Benediction if we need additional healing.
And also be using the never mind, that's actually not. Never mind.
Another piece of this though is also just for the Merizoma, the Explodet turn. He's going to be just Pierre, or maybe Pierre and Sancho only, but he'll pull the daughter for that turn.
And to comment on something in chat, it is not the same in the PS2 and DS version. The PS2 and DS version of DQ5, the Mirror Just 2 is like you kind of go through sort of 3 different patterns of the fight in one fight. So there's no coin flip or 1/3 roll at the beginning of the fight. You have to work through 3 different sets of actions.
I see. It just randomly chooses between them instead of taking
No,
one
they're in a fixed order.
Oh, they're in a fixed order. Okay.
Yeah, so Mirror Dress 2 technically has like 3 phases, even though you don't get like a phase transition.
Cool. Okay. Well, we are approaching the end here for young SUMDeaner. I think we're getting close to that 4,500 damage. And I'm excited because he's 22 minutes ahead.
What is he comparing against?
I don't know. I imagine his PB is better than 620.
Oh yeah. His
Okay.
PB is I think it's like a 550 or something along those lines.
Oh, okay. So not far off. That's good.
This is probably like average, or maybe he's got a separate set of like no reset splits or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah. This is the expletive turn, I think.
No exploit in medium pattern.
What is Merizoma again? I can't remember.
Blaze most.
Blaze most. Okay, thank you. I've been out of DQ RTA for a little bit. The Japanese to English translations are slowly slipping away.
Yeah, I know the feeling. You've had your own runs to focus on. Excited for SD3. At limit break.
Gosh, yeah. Me too, man. Me too. I'm not stressed out at all. Speaking of not stressed out, Diener is not stressing either. Everybody's max HP. He's feeling himself.
Once you get into the rhythm in this fight with the character swaps and all that, it feels so good to execute.
Yep.
So, in the meantime, I'll explain what's going on the DQ6 side real quick. So, the hero left town and went down to Rydok, and there's some funny stuff going on down in Rydok. So, it's going down, and they're looking to gather soldiers to go after Mudo, who's causing a lot of trouble in the world. The same Mudo that we saw in the intro, and so you run into this guy Hassan, and you just kind of like walk around town a little bit, and then they're hosting this. They all call you to the castle, and they're hosting this trial where you can come over here to this Tower of Trials here, and if you complete the ordeal, then you'll be accepted into the army. And it looks like GG to Diener.
GG,
yeah. 536 Miru kill. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's great. This guy Hassan, yeah. We'll talk plenty more about Hassan. So Hassan is also trying to become a soldier. And so anyway, you come over to this Tower of Ordeals, you grind out a couple levels before going into the tower, and Error just walked in the tower and then immediately jumped out of the tower, which fails the trial. Failing the trial actually allows you to skip a fight later on in this tower, but doesn't change the outcome of like the story of what happens. So he's just going to work his way through the tower. There's going to be the first boss fight will be here of the tower guard, and because it's just the hero, it's a pretty simple Dragon Quest 1 style attack heal type fight. So this tower guard has a couple of things he can do. He can either do a normal attack or he can build up power. And you just have to pay attention to the heal lines if he builds up power versus not, and make sure you're using an herb on time. He bought a ton of herbs before going into the tower. And what you want to see is this tower guard here can actually build up power multiple turns in a row, which is a wasted turn. So you kind of hope to see that. And as long as you're honoring the heal lines, this fight is like almost unlosable unless he just like has really bad turn order where he herbs before the attack and then like herbs late. if you're alternating, because you want to preemptively herb for the damage you're about to take when you hit that heal line. So if your herbs go off consistently before he attacks, then you can run out of healing at the end. But it looks like it's going okay for Error so far.
The classic DQ turn order crank.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man. Well, GG's to the DQ5 players. SUMD apparently PB'd by 4 minutes. Sounds like that's huge.
Awesome.
That was a really good run. Just the fact that both of those runs ended with no like major disasters, really cool. Good stuff.
Just
Yeah, for
talked
sure.
the other day how much SUMDeaner seems to shine, or when he's either A, under pressure, or B, in the spotlight.
Alright, I am starving. I'm gonna wither away and die if I don't go eat something, so I'm gonna bail, but good luck to DQ6. Thanks for having me on, guys. I love talking about DQ5, and good luck to everyone in the future.
Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for taking the early shift on commentary.
Yeah, no problem, man. Countess is about to collapse. I had to. Alright, have a good one, guys.
Yeah, you too. Catch you later. All right, so now that Error's cleared the tower guard here, he's picking up some items. One thing that you'll may notice that Error grabbed in the tower is he's starting to collect mini medals, and mini medals will be a very important part of this route. So, like a lot of DQ games, there's a medal king, and different tiers of mini medal collection. You'll get various rewards. So, I won't talk about them all the time. Picking up about 70 of them, I think, is the number throughout the run. It's quite a lot, but it starts here. It starts in this tower. And you just want to make sure you don't miss any, because good luck remembering which ones you miss if you're short.
The worst
but you
number
get
you can see is 69.
Yeah. But you get to the top, and you find that Hassan has already won the trial. Yeah, jumping out of the tower early at the beginning fails the trial, and it lets you skip the fight at the top of the tower. So Error's stocking up here on Chimera Wings. So Chimera Wings, like every DQ game, pretty much, they allow you to warp to a town of your choosing that you've already been to, and they are the fastest way of moving around the world map. This game is a little bit interesting because, as we noticed earlier with the hole in the world and everything, this game actually has 2 world maps. And so you can only warp within whatever world you're currently in, and you need to find either the hole in the ground or one of the mystical wells, or some method of transferring between worlds. But Chimera Wings, regardless, are extremely useful for quick travel, skipping encounters, stuff like that. So this guy that Error's running by right now, in that castle courtyard, he's got a wagon, and we like wagons in Dragon Quest, but there's no horse to go with that wagon. And so there's rumors of a wild horse hanging out to the west, so I'm going to see if we can track down that horse, and Hassan is going to join us. He's got some experience wrangling horses.
He's not a monster wrangler, he's a horse wrangler.
Yep. And a carpenter, and just an all-around big, strong dude.
Yeah.
All right, so Error was able to buy the boomerang before the Tower of Ordeals. And so he was using that in the Tower of Ordeals, and he'll be using it here to clear some more fights, get a little bit more XP for the hero and a little bit for Hassan also. Don't need a ton of XP here, but getting Hassan up to about level 4 is sort of a general goal for these next couple sections of the game. These shield guys are kind of the worst. Sometimes just defend and be really slow. Yo, hey Diener, GG. Congrats on the PB, the marathon PB. That's awesome. The one and only SUMDeaner in RPG Limit Break chat. There's the Hassan level 4, so Error is going to be perfectly fine in XP now. So Hero and Hassan are chasing down this horse, and not to be outsmarted, are going to split up and corner this horse. Horse is named Falchion.
Okay, I was just about to ask what the horse's name was.
Yep. And that is the only name for this horse. There is no alternative modern name for this horse.
It was never renamed.
Nope. For since I mentioned it, yeah, the modern name for this horse is Peggy Sue. Which definitely doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
So we're gonna bring this horse back to the wagon dude. And
Well, if I just scrolled down half a page, I would have saw the horse's name.
yeah. All right, so since we found the horse, they're gonna bring us up to a little scene here in the throne room. Give us a mission as royal soldiers. Funny we never wear the uniform of the royal soldiers, though.
Yeah, but Ragnar never did either.
It's true. So yeah, my memory of the story gets like real fuzzy around this part because it's a little bit complicated.
Is this where the king like charges us to find Mudo?
I don't know, because there's two worlds, and the gist behind things is that there's like a real world and a dream world, and remembering what's going on in the real world versus what's going on. Oh, Dina's singing awesome. I'll let Dina sing.
Dance, 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 gaku no ne niyoi. Dance, 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 itsu no mani ka. Toi kanata no yume no kuni wo koko ni mitsuke. 二人は夢中で踊るときめく心愛の微笑みあの日の巡り合い長い物語のほんの始まり爽やかに色とりどりの
Sadly, because Dina's singing, we're not going to get to hear the Hassan's song.
せが未来
Not
か
that I was
ら
gonna sing it, but
届く世界
there are some runners that sing a
一つ
little
の宝
jingle while
石
Hassan is building this house over on the
開い
left
た
like a champ.
ような輝きにあなたの顔私の顔照らされている
I don't actually know the DQ5 credit song, so I don't know if there's any left or if he might be done. I always forget that DQ5, some runners sing the credit song. It's pretty traditional. There's a traditional song for DQ2 and DQ3 SFC to sing during those credits that the Japanese runners all do. But I always forget about the DQ5 one because not nearly as many runners will sing it. I always feel like the DQ5 credits are like a little out of place, kind of just like a wedding song, which feels weird as a credit song to me, but that's cool. But yeah, anyway, DQ6, I was explaining how there's like a real world and a dream world, and
The end. Thank you.
I think in one of the worlds, maybe in the real world, the king and queen are like permanently asleep. They won't wake up, or one of the two is asleep and won't wake up. And then in the other world, the king is missing or the queen is missing. Maybe that's what it is. The queen is missing.
Yeah, that's all starting to ring a bell.
Because I only saw the king there in that scene, so I think right now the queen is missing. So I don't know if you're explicitly told to go after Mudo or if you're just supposed to be looking for the queen. Don't 100% remember all the plot beats. Again, it's a little bit hard to keep track of. Because you're kind of flipping back and forth between worlds, and there's mirrors of all the characters in each world. So,
Mhm.
yeah, so it's just a little bit confusing.
So right now we're on the tunnel to San Marino, trying to get up to level 4 along the way. Or we are already level 4, so
Yep, yeah, Hassan got level 4 already, so you can take a couple easy fights if you need to at this point still, but you really don't want to fight these babbles. You don't want to get poisoned if possible. Of course, he did get poisoned, but it's not a huge deal. It'll just... You've got somewhat limited healing resources, and you kind of have two choices for how you approach this next short section. It's a very minor difference, but we're going to encounter another hole in the world here. And when you fall through, which is what we're going to do, there's going to be a town a little bit to the west, and there's kind of two options where you can either walk to the town, or if you're like poisoned and hurt already, you can actually just force a wipe in the poison and take a death and death warp back to that town. So you don't really care about your money at this point. You're not really walking around with a whole lot. And so when you get poisoned really early in that grind, it's always just like, or not in that grind, in that walk, it's always just a question of like, do you stay poisoned? Do you death warp rather than curing the poison? Those sorts of things. But Error stayed healed up, and he's taken the normal walk over here to San Marino. He did walk into the ruins of that castle area when he fell through the world. That'll become a return point. That'll be kind of the main return point for this world.
So, how good is the Iron Claw that he just found in this game? Is it like Dragon Warrior 4 good or not quite as good?
I don't know.
Oh.
could not give you numbers on it or anything like that. It's better than whatever else Hassan had.
Yeah.
But it's certainly not like a the value of the Iron Claw in DQ4 is mostly that you get it at a time when Alina needs to solo the arena and you need every little bit of strength you can get, right? And there's not really that sort of situation in DQ6. So numerically, the claw is probably pretty similar, but I would say its overall impact is less than it is in DQ4 because DQ4 just has that Chapter 2 segment that this game doesn't really have. So in San Marino here, there's a little bit of gossip going on, and you've got Sandy and Joseph, and there's this little love story thing going on with the maid, and maid's poisoning the dog here. Try to drive a wedge between people.
What a
Honestly-
heartless monster.
Yeah. Or like, I guess not the maid, but the person's imitating the maid. Yeah, this scene is pretty messed up.
Yeah.
I agree.
It is important to note that no dogs were injured in the making of this video game.
I don't 100% remember like what the point of this whole scene is. Sure, we'll come back to it. But anyway, yeah, the dog ate the bad food. Kind of collapses on the ground here.
So Tonic made it through the beginning, like, in medias res scene, and is now going through his LifeCod.
Yeah, we didn't really talk about it a whole lot because there's some DQ5 going on, but it's still pretty much the same deal of you get the mission to go get the crown for the festival. But there's a couple items that Tonic picked up there in town. We didn't really talk about everything that's being picked up, but there was a couple defense seeds, some armor, picking up a couple more items in this cave down here, and again, there's so much stuff that you collect early on. I just picked up an urban club there. There's so much stuff going on like that you're picking up early in this run, and it's all kind of just designed to get you to that exact gold amount for the boomerang. So hopefully Tonic has good luck. As a reminder, not really fighting anything at this point in the run, and you don't really have a whole lot in the way of healing resources. So you're kind of just running from fights and hoping to not wipe out and script your gold routing. So hopefully Tonic just gets a nice chill walk to Shanna.
This thing, so Air's doing like a little safety save here, and I always thought this was funny because your spirit's in the dream world, so the priest doesn't know you're actually there, but he says, "I kind of feel the presence," so then he just starts talking and going through the motions that he would to save your game.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So, Zatoriak was just mentioning how the priest can't see you, but we did run into one person in town, Maleu here, who can see us. And so, she's like, "Hey, you should come to this witch's house. Grandma's here, and she might be able to help you out." So yeah, there's a safety save because there's going to be a little dungeon past this, and that can go wrong. And just for the sake of like recovery time and money routing and stuff like that, the safety save it's questionable here because you would have to redo this scene that Error's watching right now if you reload that safety save, but it can still be worth it. Yeah. So anyway, we Grandma says, spend the night and we'll talk in the morning. So gonna pick up a couple more items here. An MP seed, but also importantly, Error just picked up the Lucida shard. And the Lucida shard is it's an item that exists in a lot of Dragon Quest games, and it does something different in a lot of them. In some games, it causes confusion. In some games, it cures confusion. In some games, it's like an accessory that resists confusion. In this case, it's an item that you can use in battle to try to confuse an enemy. Which...
It's reusable.
Yeah. So that'll get used very shortly. It'll get used a couple times in the run, but it'll get used in particular very shortly here. In this upcoming grotto. So unfortunately, in this version of the game, if anyone's played like the DS version, so in this version, Maleu is following us around here to this grotto, but she's not actually part of our party. In the DS version, I believe she's an AI-controlled party member in this section, so she does actually participate in combat, but you can't control her. In this game, she just doesn't exist, so you can't utilize her damage or her healing or anything like that, even though she's following us around, which is kind of unfortunate.
And for anybody, and I know Cowie mentioned this during his run yesterday, but that's Malay. That's the same gal that gets kidnapped at the beginning of the Monsters 1 game.
Yep. So there's nothing worth fighting at the moment in this cave, except this is the first possible appearance of our friend the Metal Slime. So
hey, it's Pierre.
We'll see if we happens to get a Metal Slime showing up. The big thing that he's going to be watching out for is, I believe on the bottom floor of this place, the baby goyles can show up, the little gargoyle dudes that know fireball, and they're very scary. So that's the main thing to watch out for. That actually might be the next... That might be the next dungeon I'm thinking of. No, I think it's this one.
I think you're right. I think it's this one, yeah.
But so far these encounters have all been pretty much fine. Meanwhile, Tonic is collecting his stuff. So the scene actually that's happening on Tonic's screen right now, where he's going in this house and this dog is barking at the spirits that no one can see. That's actually setting up a quest for later. Didn't talk about that when Error was in there, but there will be a quest, a kidnapping quest here in this world. And that was the intro to that quest. So we'll be back in this world later to get to the next point, but he walked into the town and triggered that scene with the dog in order to set up that quest for later.
Alright, so Air's at the Bloody Paw fight now.
Yep, so Bloody Paw can do a few things.
Ooh, you can up her like that.
Yeah, you can up her like that, which isn't great. The main strategy here is going to be to try to confuse Bloody Paw, which he's done, using the Lucida Shard. And when you do that, Bloody Paw has a chance to just run away from battle and just immediately end the fight. You don't get any experience if that happens, but the fight's just over with. It's really fast. And that's sort of the ideal outcome. He has a chance of breaking the confusion when he gets hit, which is not happening at all. This is wild. He's hit himself like 10 times without breaking confusion.
Yeah, isn't it like a 1 in 4 chance to like break the confusion too?
I think that's right, yeah. There he goes. He ran away. Perfect. It was a really good fight. What you don't want to see there is Bloody Paw on his physical attack can also paralyze. So what he can end up doing is he can end up hitting himself. He can end up spamming upper to reduce it, or to up his defense, and then hitting himself and paralyzing himself. So then the only way you can beat him is by hitting him for like 1 damage at a time if he's buffed up his defense. If he does it before buffing his defense, it's not a big deal. You can just power through it, but it's really very slow if he does that early on in the fight and you're trying to whittle it down. Honestly, it's like faster to reset to the safety save and redo all of that scene and the walk down than it is to whittle him down 1 damage at a time. That's how bad it is.
370 HP, so if you're only doing 1 to 2 damage, you're talking at least,
Yeah.
almost 200 turns.
Yep. So Error is taking a death warp out of here. He did go grab the fur mantle from the chest that he had passed earlier real quick, but getting out of the cave is kind of slow, so just take a death warp and wing back to Grandma's house. So we were going down there in order to get the dew drop, or dream drop. And Grandma's here is going to be able to make a little potion that we can use with those dream drops, which will make us visible within this world. So then everybody can see and interact with us, not only the priest. And she'll give us a little bit of extra of this dream drop, just in case we run into anybody else in a similar situation.
That's very forward thinking.
Yeah. On the right side here, Tonic is going through the festival cutscene. The laurel crown on Tanya. I think it's placed on the statue of the goddess. This was going on at the start of the Mirror Just fight when Error was there, so you can actually get to watch the festival section this time. In the meantime, on Error's screen, Malayu joins us now that we're fully visible. Kind of the next step there is Error's going to try to get on a boat to Rydok. But yeah, here's the scene of the goddess talking to the hero.
Using his sister Tanya, who's in a trance.
Mm-hmm. Cool that Tonic named his hero Tonaku, the one character, but the fastest input, the name that people use in serious RTA is like, if you care about the 2-second time loss for naming your character, which you probably really shouldn't, but Na is the common hero name for runs of this game. Cool that Tonic put his own name in there. Not his own name, but the representation of it.
Is that just because of where it is on the keyboard that Na is usually chosen? Or
Yeah.
versus Ah?
Yeah, exactly. It's like I'm pretty sure that's right. I think you press up and then it goes to Na, and then you press left and it goes to end.
Oh, sure.
I don't think there's another reason for it, but I don't know. Nothing I cared about too closely. There are some games where the name has more of an impact on your stat growth, or
right.
DQ2 where it affects the naming of the other party members or things like that. But in
Right,
this game,
yeah.
in this game, you can kind of just name yourself whatever you want. It doesn't really matter. All right, so we grabbed a boat pass, which is pretty expensive. Had to sell a little bit of money, but 50 gold per character to ride the boat, so 150 gold. But we're going to ride this boat over to the west, and this is going to get us back towards Rydok, which is the town where we became soldiers earlier. Tonic was talking to the mayor and watching the scene between Tanya and Lando, where not really a whole lot happens there, but Lando basically asks her out and she's like, nah.
He's kind of a pushy jerk about it too.
Yeah.
So Air's basically selling a bunch of stuff, and he's going to buy some royal clothes because he's planning on impersonating the prince, isn't he?
Yeah, basically. Well, I don't know if impersonating the prince is necessarily the plan, but it's certainly what you get accused of here.
Oh yeah, he doesn't. He's not like he's trying to impersonate him. They just mistake him for it, and he never corrects them.
Yeah. Next genuine risky point in the run, the main risk of this entire run. There's two main spots in this run that are extremely wild swings. Mudo 3, and Mudo 3 is really back-to-back Mudo 2 and Mudo 3 fights. That is the biggest, like, you have minimal control over what happens. And yeah, you have minimal control over what happens, and it's kind of just like a big RNG and kind of a big time loss if you fail it. And then the final boss, Deathmore, is a very long, very, very challenging fight. And you have a lot of control over what happens, but not full control. And
Right.
these are kind of like the two main swing points throughout the whole run.
Yeah, they're definitely the most volatile. There can be some mini ones like, you know, I think sometimes Gracchos can be unforgiving, like, but generally you're gonna get through it. Or the Metal King grind, you could lose some time depending on how the grind goes. But
yeah. So generally speaking, most of the fights in this run like kind of hinge on the first like 2 turns of the fight. You're really at risk turn 1 before you've done a lot of your setup for a lot of bosses. But once you have a couple turns of setting up increase or bounce or whatever it is that you're doing, reducing the enemy stats. Once you've had a couple turns of setup, then most fights are pretty stable. Yeah, so anyway, this is the real world version on the left here of Rydok, and we go up and we see that the king and the queen are in like a permanent sleep. All right, so in the meantime, Tonic on the right here is getting set up for the trial to become a soldier, buying that boomerang, that 421 gold. And Error's just doing a bunch of shopping, so Error's going to sell some stuff. He's going to rebuy that thief key. Remember earlier I talked about how the thief key in this game is just, it's purchased from a vendor. But in the first town, you buy one and then you pick up a few things with it and then you sell it back because you need the money early. Now we'll buy a thief key that we'll keep for quite a while. So Error bought a thief key, and then he's also bought 3 gold bracelets, which are an accessory which increases your defense power. They're really strong and actually will be used throughout the entire run pretty much. One thing that you'll find that'll happen in this run as it goes on is you'll find characters will have multiple accessories in their inventory, and they'll swap them back and forth based on what they want to happen. We'll talk about that more when it gets there, but accessories have a lot of flexibility in this run because of being able to swap them in combat, so just keep that in mind for the gold bracelet.
that's actually a really good point in terms of talking about the engine earlier, like the improvement from like DQ5. And like, I know DW4, I'm not sure about 5, but like you can equip a new weapon like mid-fight, but now you can like re-equip your entire inventory.
Mm-hmm. And we'll actually talk about some techniques you can do with that too once we get to a spot where it's a little relevant. So yeah, Tonic's doing his grind to level 3 here before going to the tower. Meanwhile, Error on the left is in the town of Amore. So I don't remember exactly what like leads you to Amore. I think it's just kind of the only place that you can go at this point. But picking up a few items, some more tiny metals, stuff like that, and talk to people throughout the town. And something weird's going to happen here shortly. But yeah, trying to find some more info on the king and the queen who are locked in their permanent sleep.
I don't know, technique, but thing that I know Error loves to do in this game, that he loves about it, is if there's an NPC you need to talk to that's like at the end of a long table, you don't have to walk up to him, you can talk to him from across the table.
Yep. Yeah, there's a few spots where it actually looks like really funny. So talking to Gina down here in the bottom of this church, we're gonna take a quick nap. Shoutouts to naps.
They're great.
But when we wake up, there's this dude down here, and it's not Gina, and nobody really seems to remember us. So, yeah, we're back in the dream world. And we walk outside. How do you know you're in the dream world? The rivers run red. So clearly there's something weird going on from that. So we're gonna pick up some more stuff in town, and then we're gonna head from the cave where that water comes from. In the meantime, Tonic on the right here is fighting the tower guard. Sort of a reminder. He basically just attacks or builds up power. Just built up power 2 turns in a row there, which is really nice because the buff doesn't stack, so it's just basically a lost turn. But it's kind of just a fight where you just know your heal lines, and you basically predict what happens if I get hit twice in a row and build your heal lines from there. I was mentioning it earlier, but the main thing that can go wrong in this tower guard fight is if you're sort of borderline on your heal line and he decides to build power, which bumps your heal line up, and then you heal. Say you're at like 25 HP and your max is like 40, right? If you heal and then you outspeed him, you're only getting 15 healing off of that herb, and then he still hits you with his built-up power. Whereas normally you'd want him to attack, and then your heal to go off, and then you get more value out of that healing. And if that happens too many times in a row, then you can potentially run out of healing resources. But that fight is... You really don't think anything of that fight. You just honor the heal lines. And if you track damage... So one big thing that we haven't talked about yet, but counting damage is really a thing in certain parts of this run that some runners do and some don't. Some will use a calculator even to keep track of exact damage values. And that's one of those fights where you can kind of do it in your head, the tower guard, but if you track damage exactly, you can kind of skip your final heal and just power through at the end. So, on the left-hand side, Error is in this Amore Cave and trying to find this is where all the blood was coming from and running into the river. And gonna do a little grinding here, and you're hoping to see these metal slimes.
Metru-chan.
Yeah, this cave is kind of interesting. The screen that Error was just on a minute ago had like these floating logs that like flow through the river onto these other little islands and some treasure chests you can pick up, and it's kind of like an interesting layout. But yeah, the idea is that you get the blade boomerang, so an upgraded boomerang for the hero, and then you want to grind on this floor until hero gets level 7. You want to keep a little bit of MP on the hero, and you want him to get level 7 to learn the sap spell, which decreases enemy defense. And in the meantime, you're just kind of taking anything you fight, but you're really hoping for a metal slime. You can switch out the boomerang for a bamboo spear in order to target the metal slime. The boomerang hits left to right, and if the metal slime isn't on the far left, it won't damage the metal slime, so you can swap out your weapon. Also gives you a chance to crit. The boomerang can't crit. There's some advantages to swapping that out, but hopefully Error grabs one. One thing you will want to be a little careful of, and it's not relevant. Ooh, the double metal. It's not really relevant yet, but you want to be a little careful in general in the early part of this run not to over-level. I'll talk about that more once we get to where it's relevant, but just know that he doesn't want infinite number of metal slimes right now. 6 HP metal, but he got him. Very nice.
Wow.
And metal slimes in this game have a little bit more HP than in some other DQ games. But hero's up to level 8, so that's the grind he needs.
Error's celebrating in chat a little bit.
Meanwhile, Tonic's got Hassan joined him, and now he's going to wrangle up a horse. Yeah, I think metals have 5 to 6 HP in this game. I don't 100% know the range. Maybe it's 4 to 6, maybe it's 5 to 6, but it's definitely more than the 3 to 4 that they are in most games.
Is everything else the same, like 1 and 3 to hit, and they have very obviously high chance to run?
I mean, not exactly the same. I couldn't tell you exact numbers though. I think hitting might be more like 50-50. And running is probably more like maybe 1/3 or something. But I don't know for certain.
I mean, it makes sense, especially if you're going to give it more HP.
Yeah. So at the bottom of this dungeon here that Error is in, he's now fighting the Horror Beast. Horror Beast has a couple things he can do. He can do the Metapani dance, which can confuse a character. He's got strong attacks, he's got regular attacks, he's got a bright light, which kind of blinds the character. One thing to note here with the Metapani dance is that Malayu in the back, she is immune to confusion, which is kind of nice. So she'll always have that available. The general strategy here is to sap the Horror Beast, which he did on turn 1, buff up your defense a little bit, and then start spamming uppers on different characters to get their defense increased. That way, if a character like Hassan right now gets confused and starts attacking you, Hassan doesn't just kill everybody.
Because he has the strength to.
Yeah, exactly. And I believe, I don't know if it's his strong attack or if it's only his regular attack. This boss, like some of the bosses in this game, will have an AI feature where they'll actually concentrate their attack on the lowest HP party member. So you actually kind of also want to manage your HP a little bit, where if somebody's confused, you want to keep them, if possible, at the lowest HP. So that way the boss will hit them to try to knock them out of confused. It's not a huge deal. It's just, there's a lot of like little technicalities like that in this game. This game has a lot of rotations on like boss AI patterns rather than just being random action selects. There's a lot of little nuance to HP lines, and like on that fight, it's relative HP lines, right? It's keeping the confused person at the low end of the HP stack. So there are a lot of little nuances you can do to make fights a little bit more reliable or a little bit faster. So that boss had a 3-turn rotation, and every turn of the rotation had one of 2 actions he could select. And again, the details aren't important, but just know that that's like a common AI structure for bosses in this game. It's the lowest HP number.
Air's got brought this buddy back to, I think that's his lover or girlfriend, right? She thought that she killed him, and that's why she was like trying to wash the blood off of the sword.
I think that's right, yeah. So Iria is the guy, and then the girl is Gina. And if you remember, the lady in the church before he fell asleep was also named Gina. Thinking face. But this girl's obviously much younger, and it can't be the same person. But yeah, so Iria was downstairs fighting the Horror Beast, and so now that we've defeated the beast, we can... he comes back up, and he and Gina run off together. Error did keep enough MP on Malayu to cast outside there. Also, one little quirk there when Error cast that outside spell. If you go to the top of those stairs and you cast outside immediately after that scene, it'll fail and just take your MP away. You have to take at least a step before it lets you cast outside. Also, hopefully Error like doesn't make a mistake here, but this game has a memory cursor for your out of combat spells, so it's very much worth remembering that Malaya's cursor is currently on outside, and the next time that you cast spells with her, which will be a few minutes from now, will be to try to heal, and it's not uncommon to turbo into that spell menu and accidentally forget that you're on outside.
Oh man.
So we'll look for that in about 10 minutes. Oh,
Just,
error healed after outside just in case. All right, never mind.
Man, I was getting flashbacks to Final Cave and Dragon Warrior 4 when I'm just thinking with the hero having outside right next to heal all.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we wake back up, and it turns out that those are the same people in the dream world, Gina and Iria, just a much younger version of themselves. And because we were able to rescue Iria in the dream world, he comes back and finds Gina in the real world. So we're able to kind of solve that quandary. And what we were hoping for out of there was the Mirror of Ra. Or not the Mirror of Ra, the tower, sorry, the mirror key. Because we're trying to get the Mirror of Ra. So kind of what's happening here is Mudo is known for his powers of illusion. And there's this legendary item called the Mirror of Ra that's known for being able to dispel illusions. It's kind of a recurring item in the Dragon Quest series. And so the Mirror of Ra is being held in this mirror tower. So we just went to Amore in order to get the key to get into this tower to get the mirror. And then we'll be using that to go fight Mudo. That's sort of the general plot arc right now. Good. Error remembered. So Error just picked up a set of iron armor for Malayu, and in his practice yesterday or 2 days ago, he forgot to equip it for like multiple fights, and he remembered this time, so that's cool. Yeah, so there's this poison zombie boss now that he's fighting, which is a really interesting fight. So they're on a 6-turn rotation. I was mentioning rotations being like a common AI tactic, but it's shared between all of them, which is kind of just like, I don't know, a little bit unusual or maybe unexpected. So once you start taking out zombies, the rotation will kind of slow down a little bit. But they can do attack, they can do a poison breath, strong attack, etc. And what you're hoping to do is you're hoping to spam some saps on them to reduce defense. And once a sap hits one twice, you want to start attacking them. And you can do a little bit of upper on Malayu, especially in the front, for some extra defense. But in general, you'll start using the fight wisely tactic, which is really strong in this game. The use of tactics for certain fights will be very common. And what you're kind of hoping happens, so they've got 2 types of poison based on whether it's the breath or whether it's the poison hit attack. And there's an envenom poison where you'll take damage in combat, and then there's just like the regular poison where you'll take damage walking out of combat. And you're actually kind of hoping characters get the regular poison on them because it makes them immune to the envenom version, and it doesn't do anything while you're in combat. And the AI is smart enough to, so like in this case, the hero just got hit with the envenom. So then that needs to be cured. And the AI is smart enough that it will cure the envenom one, but it won't cure the regular poison. And otherwise it'll attack if it needs to, it'll heal HP if it needs to. The Fight Wisely AI in particular in this game is known for being very strong. The AI kind of has full knowledge of what the enemies can do and what numbers look like and what resistances are like. So it's very, very powerful compared to both earlier and later Dragon Quest games. The poison zombie fight's kind of just, it's slow. You have 350 HP each, but it's mostly a nothing fight. Not really one that you worry about.
Yeah. I know that in Era's practice, he got some bad luck where sometimes like the tactic or the AI just kind of didn't do what you wanted it to do, or Malayu didn't cure the strong poison on someone and let the person die.
Yeah, if you're like really borderline on like damage, physical like plus poison damage combinations, like You can run into corner cases where the AI doesn't do what you want it to do, but there's sometimes where you want to play around it, and there are other times where just don't let it get in your head too much.
Right.
Just kind of do the strat. Down to the last zombie here, so it'll be over very shortly. There it is. Meantime, Tonic on the right here is going to go poison a dog. Not literally Tonic poisoning the dog, but, you know.
He's just gonna bear witness to a poison dog.
Yeah. So yeah, he's in the section where after he's going to watch his dog scene, and then he's going to go find Maleu, and she'll bring him to Mars' grandma's house, and, you know, it's kind of what we saw just a little while ago on Error's side. Error, meanwhile, is going up and down this mirror tower. So mirror tower has kind of two towers to it, and the first side of the tower, the right side here, is pretty weak. Enemies, the encounter rate's pretty low. It's not really very scary. And the left side will have a lot more enemies, and they'll be a lot stronger. And basically at the top of each side of the tower, there are these magical balls which are suspending a center portion that's hovering over the air that you can't get to. And that's what has the Mirror of Ra that we're looking for. So Error needs to climb both sides of the mirror tower in order to lower that center portion to grab the mirror.
What are the run chances in this game? Is it the 25, 50, 75, 87, 50?
I believe they are 50, 50, 75, 87.5.
Okay.
Do I have that noted down anywhere? I don't have that noted down anywhere. I believe it's something like that. Maybe even 50, 50, 75, 100. There are some... I've looked it up a couple times and I just never remember. There are some quirks with the run chance if you have like certain classes in your party and stuff like that can cause things to have like extra rolls or whatever.
Makes sense. Yeah.
But I think the base run chance is 50, 50, 75, and then I think 87.5 for the fourth one.
Oh,
yeah, Error's confirming. Yeah.
And when Error was running through there too, we saw another ghost, or not necessarily ghost, but another person in spiritual form, like we were earlier before the dewdrops.
Mm-hmm. And you can actually talk to her there, and I think you can actually use the dewdrops on her there, but it doesn't do anything, and it takes longer. She doesn't get to join you at that point or anything, I don't think. So we just kind of run by her and ignore her for now.
So with the first tower jumping off, and because it's an RPG, there's no fall damage.
Yeah, and so these towers here, this is where I was talking earlier about sometimes you can accidentally end up with a case of cursor memory into outside. You get up to, like, the top of one of these towers and accidentally poof your way out of the dungeon. Obviously didn't happen to Error, he accounted for it, but this is where that becomes relevant. I'm going to talk about encounter rate for a minute. So it's a little bit different than DQ4 and DQ5. So encounter rate in this game uses a depletion system. It's similar to like the Dragon Warrior Monsters run if you saw that yesterday. But basically what happens is whenever you leave an area, leave a combat, go upstairs, leave a town, whatever, the game will generate a depletion value. And every time you take a step, it'll deplete that value. And when it reaches 0, you get an encounter. So different dungeons or different map tiles like grass or forest versus mountains will have different depletion values as you take those steps. And so what that means is when you're in a dungeon, you can go up and down some stairs. We've seen the runners do it this whole time. You can kind of run up and down some stairs in order to reset that depletion value and possibly skip encounters. So it looks here like Tonic went to Grandma's house first, did that scene, got the mission to get the drops, and actually went back and did his safety save after that scene. So that way, if he ends up having trouble with Bloody Paw down here, he can reset without doing the whole cutscene. It's takes a little bit more time to safety save this way, and you have to burn a couple Chimera Wings for the movement, but it is quite a bit faster if you do end up needing to use that save, so a little bit of a trade-off there. And so for a comparison on the encounter rates, right, so talked about the depletion system in this game. DQ5 before this kind of uses a sort of a threat-based system, if I remember correctly, where the more steps you take on the world, the more threat you get, and then you have a chance of getting an encounter that raises the higher your threat gets, and that's modified by the type of tile you're on. And then Dragon Warrior 4 before that is just a random chance every time you take a step, and that random chance is defined by what type of tile you're on. So they were definitely iterating a lot with random encounter mechanisms to make it so it's, kind of fun, somewhat consistent, somewhat random. The NES games are kind of just known for like, oh, you take a step and you get an encounter, you take a step and you get an encounter. And they thought that was too much, but also, trying to find a way to make the encounters kind of balanced. And this is what they landed on for a few of the games. This depletion system is used in a bunch of some of the GBA games, like the Monsters games. It's used in DQ6, the DQ3 remake, the SFC DQ3 remake, DQ7, the DQ4 PlayStation remake. It's used in a bunch of games.
Yeah, it definitely gets rid of the problem of like those 0-step encounters, but
Usually.
you can still definitely get those last tile encounters.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see how Tonic does on the Bloody Paw fight. So reminder, he's going to try to confuse Bloody Paw, which he just did. And now he's waiting for Bloody Paw to run away, hopefully.
Broke his confusion first try.
Yep. Oh, there we go. That was very, very quick. Excellent Bloody Paw fight.
Yeah. Making up some of that time. He's catching up to Error.
Yep. So in the meantime, speaking of Error, he's unsealed the middle platform, and there's this ghost that's looking at the Mirror of Ra, who is here, hoping that the Mirror of Ra would help, right? The mirror is known to dispel illusions, so she was kind of hoping that it would help cure her condition, that no one could see her. And we were able to use the dream drops in order to restore Barbara to her full self. And now, very important, after the scene where Barbara joins you, make sure to pick up the mirror, because that's a thing that we've all forgotten to do at least once. Just cast outside and bail, and the mirror is still sitting there. But Error got the mirror, so he's good.
There was lucky that Grandma's gave us those extra dewdrops.
Sure was. For completeness, I guess I'll talk about the DS a little bit, just because, like, I know there are people out there who've probably played the DS version who haven't played aren't familiar with the Japanese name. So Hassan in the DS version is Carver, and Barbara in the DS version is Ashlyn. I think Malayu is still like Millie, or like a very similar name, which is actually like pretty good.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of the names just get completely changed. There'll be a character that we'll get a little bit shortly here on the SFC version. That's Chamorro, who is Nevin in the DS version. All right, so we brought the Error's bringing the raw mirror here back to King of Rydok. Getting a little scene. While Tonic is restoring himself with those dream drops.
I don't know if that tracks. I don't know if Android 16. Like, I know the character, but I'm not seeing it.
I don't know the character, so. All right, so we're using the Mirror of Ra here on King Rydok. Not necessarily intentionally, but it's causing a reaction when shown to the king. And what's going to happen? King Rydok was actually Queen Rydok. But in an illusion. So, again, Mudo's known for his illusions, so this is a little bit trolliness by Mudo here, turning the queen into the king. But then, where's the king? Huh. So, take the knight for the queen to recover, and then we're going to be sent to go take this mirror and use it to fight Mudo. We can combat the power of his illusions with it and see if he's holding the king hostage or something. Kind of our next best guess.
It's like, I think in the episodes, like, the king has led plenty of, like, charges against Mudo, but then at the last second, Mudo always, like, casts a portal and escapes. So they're thinking that now that we have the Mirror of Ra, that maybe we can stop him from doing that.
So Tonic is now going to play dress up, get the royal clothes. Tonic's cruising right along. Honestly, both runners are doing well. I don't know if the gap is closed or widened at all, but it feels pretty similar. Tonic maybe made up a little bit of time on that Bloody Paw, but we'll see how the grind goes in Amore Cave, where Error got that metal slime.
True. Yep. And of course, none of this could even matter when it comes to Mudo 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm. All right, so thankfully there's a little priest here at this little gateway. You get a free in, and then you can use the priest to do a little safety save. This next part of the run isn't really very dangerous, but it can go wrong, so having the safety save so easily available is nice, but Error's going to walk east to this cave, and this cave will lead to Mudo's castle. The evil cave. Or maybe it doesn't even lead to his castle, it's just he's down here somewhere. Hiding out. This cave will have the first appearance of the random Stone Beast Gargoyle style enemy. I remember when I played the DS version casually for the first time, those Stone Beasts were really scary, and they show up for like what feels like forever on this run. They're just recurring enemies over and over and over. I think in the DS it's the Argyle enemy. or Argoyle, whatever they called it, something along those lines, some kind of pun. But they show up just like for such a large portion of the game, and they're the scariest thing to run into in here. But Error hasn't seen one yet. He's just seeing the Skull Ruse.
And the big angry
There's
cow.
Yeah, this game has some really good monster sprite work, and also kind of, really, really starts with like having detailed, or the series starts really having like the detailed monster animations and all of that in combat, and it's a huge step up, and it looks really good. The sprites, the animations. And they get better over time. Like DQ3, I think, does a lot better job with having more animation frames and things like that. The spell effects look better, the animations look better, but the ones in this game also just look really good. I'm also a little biased towards preferring DQ3 as a game, so
Yeah, it begs the question why they dropped it for the Switch port.
yeah, I don't know. Alright, Error's most of the way through this cave now. Yeah, I agree with what Palexo said, that like DQ5 and then the DQ1 and 2 remake, which was based off the DQ5 engine, feel like a, like the next iteration of what the NES games were like, versus this feeling like they're actually taking advantage of the power of the SNES. So Error just did a little skip. He was in a dark floor, and the center of that floor has like a pit that has like a narrow pathway through it, and you're meant to like get a torch or light up the room or something like that. And but if you know the way, you can just sort of skip the whole thing. All right, Mudo 1. So Mudo 1 has a 3-turn pattern. Turn 1 is Flame Breath or Attack. Turn 2 is Upper or Attack. And turn 3 is Blazemore, or he changes your tactics to a random tactic. You got to remember if he does that to switch your tactics back. But you should be fighting this fight on manual. And the general strategy is to lower his defense with Sap, buff up Malayu a little bit with Upper, and Malayu is just going to do some healing. And Barbara may also have to do healing after she's got a bunch of herbs, so she'll help healing with those herbs after the Blazemore actions. And this fight is generally pretty stable. If he uppers himself, you also have to resap him. But this fight's generally pretty stable. If he does a lot of Flame Breath, you can end up kind of cruising through your herbs and your healing resources a little bit more than you'd like. But it's not usually too much of a concern. Looks like Mudo's just doing kind of regular attacks right now, which is very nice. No Blazemore yet. Strategy change again, very nice.
I think, doesn't Barbara have a resistance to fire magic too?
That might be right. Looks like yes, she's got resistance to Blazemore specifically, but not the Flame Breath attack.
Okay.
Hero and Hassan have items that give them -4 to the Flame Breath, but Malayo and Barbara do not, but Barbara has some Blazemore resistance, which kind of stops her from being able to get one shot from full health. Yeah, Flame Breath, everybody's got to kind of heal after a Flame Breath turn. Hero's healing, Hassan's healing, everyone's healing. those are the ones that you really gotta watch out for, because those are the ones that really start chewing up your resources, and they chew up your resources, and like nobody gets to attack after that turn, because you got to spend a full turn healing. No Blazemore is still really good though. This fight's getting pretty close to being over.
Yeah.
There it is.
And Mudo 1 doesn't have any regen, right? That's only
Correct,
Mudo
yeah.
2.
It's 900 HP. In classic DQ fashion, you get that sixth sense for like when the fight's about to end. All right, so now that Mudo's been defeated, before he can escape, we're going to use the Mirror of Ra. Ra no Kagami. Spell his powers of illusion. And what will we find behind the Mudo mask?
It was King Rhydok all along.
Yep. He was turned into Mudo, and because of the illusion, he started to like gain instincts that he was Mudo and needed to pillage and destroy and Tonic running into the 4 baby Goyle fight. That's not ideal.
Oof.
Yep. It's like he reset. I guess he did a safety save in Amore before the cave.
Yeah, he did.
There's one thing that Tonic is always really good about in these situations. It's having like safeties and backups planned out. All right, so now that the king is back, we're gonna go back to Rhydok and see what's going on here. How we doing? We're doing pretty well. Error just got through Mudo 1. He got a Metal Slime in the Amore Cave grind, so that went very fast. Tonic is at that Amore Cave section right now, and just got wiped out by run failures to 4 baby Goyles. But he had a safety save, so he's just only lost a couple minutes off that. But very fast Bloody Paw for Tonic, pretty fast Bloody Paw for Error, so yeah, it's going well so far. Meanwhile, Error is going to drop back down into the real world, back down through that hole in the ground. And this is where I mentioned that there's a little kidnapping side quest thing. And now that we're restored and visible in this world, can actually initiate that quest. It's the one where we walked into earlier and had the dog barking at them as spirits. And this is the dog, and he remembers us from seeing us earlier. I think. I don't know. Or he just barks at us.
He's just saying hi.
But yeah, we're gonna talk to this mayor dude. And he's gonna say that his daughter was kidnapped with a ransom, 5,000 gold ransom. Tonic again struggling with these baby goyles. Fighting them this time, but seems he'll survive this one. Yeah, so despite getting the kidnapping quest now, we are not actually going to be completing that quest yet. Still just moving things forward. We wanted to go down there to pick up some other stuff anyway, and we wanted to get into the real world anyway. So now we're going to go back to the Rydok real world here. So this is the world where the king and queen were both permanently asleep. And this is where we're going to be accused of impersonating the prince, is in the real world. They're going to throw us in jail for it. Talked about that earlier when buying the royal clothes, and I couldn't remember exactly how the plot beat went out. We used the royal clothes to get into the castle, but here we look a lot like the prince, so we're going to be accused of it and thrown into jail for a moment. But then they realize that we're not actually impersonating the prince, and bring us up to see the king and queen, who are now magically awake because we've restored their true selves in the dream world. It's obviously a recurring theme of this game, right? Is that you do something in the dream world. There's something bad happening in the real world, and you go into the dream world, and you complete some sort of... you affect some sort of change in the world there, and then that change kind of propagates back into the real world. King's kind of describing what happened on the last assault on Mudo. Again, like, this part gets really confusing with which world is the real world and which world is the dream world. It's easy to keep track of when you're in sort of your spirit form. And you can also tell by the music. So in the overworld, the dream world, and the real world have different music. I always kind of forget which music is which. It's not something I like consciously recognize. One is kind of like the same song, but one is kind of like a slower paced, a little bit different orchestration. So the King of Rydok here sends us off to the town of Ghent, where there's supposed to be a sage, wise man dude, who I don't know, maybe they can help us come up with something to deal with Mudo. And they also have a boat, which we can hopefully use to assault Mudo's castle. So Mudo's castle is on an island in the middle of the water. I think the plan is to use a boat to get there. Or to get close to there. Tonic's got level 6, still needs one more level. It's looking for, again, Tonic's looking for level 7 here, hoping for sap. So Error was able to skip this grind by getting a metal slime really quickly, but Tonic has seen a couple, but not been lucky enough to take one out, so just grinding on whatever trash comes up. So what Tonic is actually doing here, I mentioned that there was a technique relating to equipping and unequipping stuff in battle. In DQ6, it's similar in DQ3, but when you go into the equip menu in combat, it like forgets about status effects. So Tonic got hit by defense by a few of those birds, which lowered his defense power, obviously. And he was able to just go into his equip menu, and he only did it on the hero. You can do it on other characters if you were on manual control, and you will on certain fights. But you just kind of go into the equip menu and then back out, and it just cancels that defense. It would also cancel buffed defense, so you got to be a little bit careful about it. But yeah, you can kind of negate some of your negative status effects that way. While we're being introduced to Chamorro over here on Error's side. Chamorro will be the next party member. Again, Nevin in the DS remakes. Chamorro is not really anybody's favorite character.
The good thing he knows Vivify, though.
He's crucial, but he'll also just let you down. He's going to join the party, and we're going to be sailing off on a boat. Healie's ancestor. That's pretty good. Looks like we're having a little bit of a technical difficulty on Tonic's side with the stream, but still grinding away. I wouldn't be surprised if he's actually a little bit behind and if he's done with the grind by now, but maybe it's up to date. He's got to be getting close if it's not. All right, there we go. So yeah, the boat here kind of just auto sails you over to Mudo's island. See the king's boat down there, where King Rydok assaulted the island before. Kind of hanging out. So we're gonna give Chamorro some equipment, and unfortunately, we don't have direct access to Mudo's castle, so we're gonna have to go through this cave. It's got kind of like a fire and water theme to it. So it starts off with this lava section, destroys stream bit rates. Kind of just walk through it. The lava doesn't do very much damage. You do want to heal once you're done with it, but
Monica's gonna do his horror beast fight.
yeah, so reminder, Horror Beast can do some confusion. He can do this blinding light attack, and he can do physical attacks, some of which will concentrate on the lowest HP characters. So it's going to be a little bit of buffing up defense to prevent dying to your confused character, and a little bit of managing which character is. If you have a confused character, trying to encourage them to be the lowest HP, so that way they get hit out of it. You can see right there in the brief clip we got, the hero was confused at 60 HP, but Malayu was 1 HP behind, so 59, so she got targeted. But it's not all of his attacks concentrate, it's only some of them. So he's also rearranging the hero to the front to try to have the hero more likely to get targeted from the non-concentrated attacks. Meantime, Error's making his way through the cave still. He's now in the water part of the cave. As evidenced by, the water. A couple scary enemies, though, in this in this section of the cave. The Mudrons in particular know the beat spell, which is just instant death. So the goal really is just to make it through this cave, though. You don't really care if, like, people are allowed to die. You will get a revival before you continue on. So, yeah, just need to make it through. Cropping's a little... I think the Kelly must have refreshed Error's stream, and cropping's a little off, but looks like Error's having decent luck running from these fights, so pretty close. That's better.
Did you talk about the giant, the most important piece of equipment that Chamorro came with?
I did not.
So Chamorro comes with a item known as the Gent Staff, and that's going to be huge for the next upcoming fights because that's a free heal more every time you use it in battle.
Yeah, items in this game in general are very powerful. Items that you can use as items in combat, that is, are very powerful. And the Gent Staff is the first main example of it. It will be useful throughout the entire run. I mean, its usefulness fades a little bit at the end of the game, but it will be useful through literally the entire game, all the way up through the final boss. You can trade it between characters, so you can have Hassan be your healer, not just an actual heal character. You can trade it to somebody who's fast, somebody who's slow. Just all around a really powerful item for just a mana-free, pretty significant heal item. Heal for like 80 HP. 60 to 80, something along those lines. And
on Error screen, you should recognize this this little cutscene.
yep, same scene as from the beginning of the game, only with Chamorro in it this time. He wasn't there at the in the opening scene. I think it was Chamorro that wasn't there, or Barbara. There's some character that
Barbara was there, but yeah, I don't think Chamorro was.
yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. But yeah, same scene, same assault on Mudo's castle.
That just must mean that there's Barbara.
Yep. Actually going to stand up for a quick moment. I'll be right back.
Now Tonic's making his way to the mirror tower, so he's going to be taking on the poison zombies in a few seconds here. So you got to pick up a free Eric got to pick up a free iron mask in Mudo's castle there. So nice upgrade for his Hassan's helmet. And it's also important to note, now that he's in Mudo's castle, he cannot leave. The only way he can leave Mudo's castle is if he death warps.
I'm back. I need to grab a cough drop. My voice has been pretty scratchy this morning for some reason, so throat's been pretty dry.
All right, now Error's going to be fighting the Hell Beast.
Yeah, there are a few of these Hell Beast statues throughout Mudo's castle. They're not really too scary. They do have sleep more, which can be really annoying when they start putting people to sleep. Like right now, Malayu and Chamorro are asleep.
I mean, is Sleep more an AoE spell in this game?
I don't know. I don't remember. I've only completed one speedrun of this game, and it was... That must be an AoE, because it looks like 3 people were asleep there, or 2 people.
Yeah. Yep.
San Hero and Malayu were all asleep. I only completed one run of this game, and it was probably like 2.5 years, 2 to 3 years ago, somewhere in that range. And these were not a fight that I ever like practiced.
Right.
They're kind of nothing. So they're not scary or anything.
Be more accurate to call them like a force encounter more than a boss.
Yeah, for sure. They're definitely not a boss. Did you talk about what Error's going for down here?
Not yet. I didn't mention that he's stuck in Mudo's castle unless he death warps.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, you can return back to this castle, but you can't leave Hotel Mudo's castle. So yeah, Error's diving into this basement here for an item called the Fire Claw. So it's a good item. It's a good weapon. You can equip it as, a weapon, do some decent damage, but really why he wants it is it has the property of, it's going to be the second major combat item use, which is it casts the Blazemore spell when used as an item in combat, which will do about 80 damage for no mana. So it's just anybody can use it from inventory, can target it. Here's a free 80 damage, so we're going to have both a damage and a healing item from inventory, which are extremely strong tools. And again, the Fire Claw will be used throughout pretty much the entire game. It doesn't really get much use in the final Dark World section of the game, but every now and then it'll sneak into a fight. But it's useful throughout a good portion of the run, and will be absolutely critical for the next couple upcoming bosses.
Yeah. It's pretty much going to be... It's definitely your primary source of damage, if not your only source of damage.
Mm-hmm. So, this is the first DQ game that has a bag, right? So, throughout this run, extra items that you can't hold have been going into the bag. Error's been storing some items that he doesn't want to use right away in the bag to use later. Kind of can just hold like as much stuff as you want. And this is the first iteration of the bag in DQ. So it has a few quirks compared to some other DQ games. So first of all, the bag just kind of automatically sorts into whatever order it's going to be. I think you can change the sorting, but I'm pretty sure items are automatically sorted as they get added versus just ending up on the bottom. I'm not 100% confident of that, but I remember there being something different about the bag sorting. Whereas in other games, items usually just end up at the end of the bag, and you have to like kind of manually sort it if you want to rearrange things. You get a little less control over that in this game. Additionally, in this game, you cannot use an item from the bag. So in later DQ games, you can't use items from the bag in combat, but you can outside of combat. So if you store some agility seeds in the bag, you can just use it from the bag and target your character. But Error just had to do some menuing where he gave a bunch of agility seeds from the bag to Chamorro, and then used them from Chamorro to buff up Chamorro's agility, right? So there's a lot of clunkiness with some of the menus in this game, because you're really having to trade stuff around. Again, between having less sorting, between not being able to use things from the bag, not being able to buy multiple items at once. So if you want to buy 5 Chimera Wings, you have to buy 1 Chimera Wing 5 times, which is how all the older games were, but something that gets improved after this game where you can just buy a stack at once. So anyway, this game's got a lot of quirks regarding that. But he's going to Air's taking that Fire Claw now, and he's going to go kill Big and Smock over here. And these are the kidnappers that took the mayor's daughter from Takura, I think is the name of the town. Taruka, something like that.
Yeah.
And basically they wanted 5,000 gold as a ransom. And we're gonna show up and we're gonna beat them up. And basically we're gonna keep the 5,000 gold. Rather than giving them the 5,000 gold for the daughter back, we're fighting them, and then we're going to keep the 5,000 gold as a reward. And we're going to use that money to buy some important armor. Keep saying we, but Error is going to do this. And Tonic will do the same thing a little bit later. Tonic's currently in Mirror Tower. He's past the poison zombies, but he's still climbing up the tower. Hasn't gotten Barbara yet. He's, again, just to kind of reiterate what the story beat was leading up to where Tonic is, since the runners are, a little bit apart. I'll kind of refresh things, but Mudo is kind of messing with the world, and Mudo is known for the power of illusions, and there's this legendary item, the Mirror of Ra, which can dispel illusions. So Tonic is trying to get the Mirror of Ra in order to kind of cancel out what Mudo's doing and maybe use it to assault Mudo. And so he went to Amore Cave he went to Amore to get the key to this tower, the mirror key. And then in this tower, Mirror Tower has the Mirror of Ra in it. So sort of the plot that's going on. One random little tidbit that I find really interesting. So obviously both runners are playing in Japanese, right? And I was confused by this for a long time because I'm not fluent in Japanese or anything. I mean, I can read basic hiragana and katakana, and I know some Dragon Quest words, but I'm certainly not fluent in Japanese. But I was used to playing, my first DQ speedrun was Dragon Quest 3. And if I look at like the magic key, right? In Dragon Quest 3, it's Maho no Kagi, so magic no key. But Kagi is written out with hiragana, but the Japanese word for key. In this game, Kagami for key, so like mirror key, for example, Mira no Kagami, or no Kagi, sorry. Like the key and like the mirror, I guess Kagami would be the mirror for Ra no Kagami. The key item portion, so key or mirror or whatever, is written out in katakana instead of hiragana, which is usually used for like a loan word, which you would use to like represent an English word in Japanese, and it would sound like the word. So I was really confused as to why the same word was written two different ways, but I'm pretty sure it's to indicate katakana can be used as like sort of like an all caps way of typing for emphasis or something, and I'm pretty sure it's a way of differentiating that it's like a key item, not literally a key. I mean, in some cases, but like just a key item, and so it's calling attention to itself by labeling it in a different type of writing. So I always find that really interesting. The Mirror of Ra, the magic key, like things like that. Like they're all just named a little bit differently because of that, or written out differently.
That statue looks like Hassan.
Sure does. So yeah, Error's back into Mudo's castle. We're all set up to go towards Mudo now. And yeah, there's this statue of Hassan blocking the way. And when Hassan is reunited with his statue, it kind of merges his spirit form back into his physical form that was left in the real world. So the sequence we saw at the beginning of the game was like a real world sequence of attacking Mudo's castle, which sent the party back into the dream world as if it had never happened. And their physical forms were kind of left in the real world as these stone statues. So Hassan is now reunited with his physical form and has learned his signature move, Spirit Punch. And now Error will engage Mudo. So this is going to be doing a lot of explaining here. Try not to get super technical, but no promises. We're going to be having 2 back-to-back fights, Mudo 2 and Mudo 3. So Mudo 2 here starts off with 2 Pierrot clowns in the fight with him. Well, first he's going to send us back to this dream. He's going to try to do the same thing again as the start of the game. But this time the mirror is here and we can just escape the dream world and get back to Mudo. So Mudo has, every enemy in the game has 6 actions they can choose from. Sometimes they're in a rotation, sometimes they're random. For Mudo, it's random. So he has 2 slots, which are Flame Breath, so a 33% chance of Flame Breath. 1/6 chance of attack, 1/6 chance to call another clown, unless the screen is full. 1/6 chance to call a Devil Armor, unless the screen is full. Or a 1/6 chance to lower your defense. It's just a random action choice. There's kind of 2 different ways you can approach this fight. So the way Error chooses to do it, which is not my preferred way of doing it, is to use the Fire Claw and focus down Mudo first. So Mudo has 500 HP, and he regenerates 20 HP per turn. And so Error chooses to leave the clowns alive, kind of doing whatever they're doing. He buffs up a little bit of defense, and just kind of tries to heal through things, and focuses down Mudo. This has the advantage of killing Mudo a little bit quicker because he's not regenerating as often. You're focusing him down. But it does mean that he is more likely to use Flame Breath because the screen is full, so he cannot choose the actions to call allies. And it means that you have to watch these Pierrot animations every single time. He'll be using the Equip technique in order to reset his defense on characters that don't have uppers. So it's not going to be all the time because he is using upper to increase defense on some characters. So he's going to be a little bit particular about when he does and doesn't use that technique. But he's going to be focusing down Mudo first. And as long as he doesn't get trolled by too much Flame Breath, he shouldn't have too bad of a time about it. The other strategy that can be done, and I think Tonic will use the other strategy, will be to kill the ads first and then whittle down Mudo. The downside to that is he'll call more ads, so you'll need to interrupt your actions in order to kill the ads as they show up. One thing that is very important is you want, even if you're doing the strategy where you fight the ads first, you want to leave one up when Mudo dies, because you'll be immediately thrown into Mudo 3 at the end of this fight. So Error's strategy at least guarantees that will happen. It makes it a little bit easier to set your party up for Mudo 3. Error's getting pretty lucky with Flame Breath. There's one, but overall he's getting pretty good luck with Flame Breath. Doing the strategy turns Flame Breath from a 1/3 to about a 50-50. But it feels like he's getting it a little less than 50-50, which is good. There's another one. And yeah, it can be a problem if Mudo casts defense on you to lower your increases and then starts spamming Flame Breath. Like, you have to do a lot of healing. You can't really get your uppers back up, and then the clowns are doing a little bit more damage, and it can spiral out a little bit if you get unlucky with this pattern. But it's going well so far. He's keeping uppers on the important characters. Nice basic physical from Mudo there. Mudo's got to be getting pretty close maybe 2 more turns, 3 more turns.
I think you said on average it usually takes about 12 turns to knock out Mudo this way.
Yeah, I just haven't been counting. Yeah, again, Mudo's got 500 HP, but regens 20 per turn, so keeping track of fire claws and ice bolts and stuff, you can definitely count it. Yep, there it was. It was 2 more turns. So Mudo's down. So now Error's going to focus on getting set up, killing one of the clowns, and then getting set up for Mudo 3. You want to try to go into Mudo 3 with everybody at max HP, if possible. Pretty common to sort of rearrange your party now, or during this setup section, in order to make sure Hero and Hassan in particular have full HP. Error handles party order a little bit differently than I do, so I'm not 100% sure what he's going to do here. But yeah, as soon as this Piero dies, it's going to go right into Mudo 3. So Mudo 3 is the big RNG wall. I'll start explaining Mudo 3 now. Mudo 3 has 900 HP. He does not regenerate. He does 1 to 2 actions per turn, so there's variance there. And he has a 3-turn rotation. Turn 1 is either Ice Breath, which is really scary, or a physical attack. Turn 2 is an AoE Lightning, which is pretty scary, or a physical attack. Turn 3 is either Bright Lights or Sleep, a guaranteed sleep on a random character. Unavoidable. So, Air's rearranging Malayo and Chamorro to be at the front, so they'll take a few more hits. They both have a lot of MP going into this fight, which is really nice. You can use some uppers, you can use some healing on them to try to buffer, but the main people for this fight are going to be Hassan and Hero. You expect Malayo and Chamorro to die during this fight.
Yeah,
Hero's going to be using the fight. Go ahead.
Any actions they get off before they die are basically bonus.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So, got a Bright Lights on action 3 there rather than a Sleep. That's good. Yeah, the gist is that Hero's going to be using the Fire Claw every turn, pretty much. Hero can use, if he's got any, he does have a couple. He can use some Love Water for healing if needed. Amore Water. There's an Ice Breath Lightning combo. That's really scary. That's the worst possible outcome here. He's going to defend with Hassan and try to use a Love Water from Hero. Hero got put to sleep before he got the Love Water off. Another Ice Breath comes out, and Hassan is taken out, so this fight's a wipe. That's how quickly this fight can go bad. That random sleep on a heal turn or a heal character or going to sleep and not waking up is just often unrecoverable.
And that's exactly why they call Mudo 3 the Great Equalizer.
Yeah, and it's nice if you can keep Chamorro and Malayo alive a little bit longer. Unfortunately, Error got a lot of AoEs there. There's no ability to keep them up. But if they stay alive a little longer, then it spreads out the chance of the sleep, the guaranteed sleep action hitting Hassan or Hero. It's usually the worst when it hits Hassan because he's got the Gent staff. It just happened that because of the double AoE, Hero needed to do some healing, and then it hit Hero. You know, you can't account for every single situation. Thankfully, you're brought back to Gent Village. The Wise Man in Gent Village will give you a full revive and a full heal for free. And what Error's doing now is he's doing a safety save. So even though you get this free heal and revival, you get XP for beating Mudo 2 every time. And you don't want to overlevel. So even though you might think like, oh, I'll just keep getting Mudo 2 XP and gain a little bit more levels and a little bit more hit points. As soon as the Mudo section is done with, this Mudo 3 section is done with, it'll unlock access to the job system. And the way the job system in this game works, and DQ7, is that you choose a job, and as you clear encounters, particularly non-boss encounters, as you clear encounters, every encounter you clear, you gain a job point, basically. And it's not variant based on enemy type, it's just how many encounters you've cleared as that job. And after so many encounters, you gain a job level, which gives you new abilities for that job. But the encounters that you clear have to be within a level range of your party. So if you gain, or of the specific characters, so if you gain too much XP early, then you have to fight harder enemies in order to grind job levels. So the way this run is going to work out is Mudo 3 is going to go down. You're going to set jobs on all your characters, and then you're going to do a big job grind to get them the initial abilities they need to continue the game. And if you get too much XP during the section, then it messes up that job grind. So that's why Error safety saved after the one Mudo 3 loss is because you can take the one Mudo 2 worth of XP, but you don't want to keep getting Mudo 2 XPs. Additionally, if you use any items like Love Water and things like that, you might want to be able to reset to get them back, but the main reason is for XP management. So Error's going back to Mudo 2 and Mudo 3. Tonic is starting Mudo 1 on the right. So give a quick reminder of how Mudo 1 works. Mudo 1 has a 3-turn rotation, 900 HP, and he can do Flame Breaths or attack. He can then do Upper or attack. Then he can do Blazemore or change your strategies. If he does Flame Breath, then every character needs to heal up the damage from that Flame Breath. If he does Upper, then you need to resap his defense, which you should be doing throughout the fight anyway. And if he does a Blazemore on action 3, then you need to double heal it with a heal spell plus an herb. And there's a Blazemore right there. So, yeah, the main risk of this fight is either bad turn order, like if Hassan had gotten hit there, that could have been a bad time. Or alternatively, if he just does his worst attacks, if he does Flame Breath and Blazemore as much as he can, then you can run out of herbs for your healing consumables. So as long as that doesn't happen, it'll be all right. Mudo 1's usually pretty stable, but there was a tactics change. While Error on the left, back in Mudo 2. We'll focus on that because, again, Mudo 2 into Mudo 3 is sort of the biggest RNG point of the run. You know, you can get through here first time, or you can wipe to this fight 3-4 times. I would say getting through Mudo 3 is a little less than 50-50 maybe. But
The only silver lining is it's fairly quick to get back there.
it's quick to get back there, but Mudo 2 is a pretty slow fight, so you lose a lot of time refighting Mudo 2 over and over.
Right.
You know, it's somewhat comparable to like Dragon Warrior 4 Chapter 1, right? Where you've got a relatively similar chance, probably a little less in this game, but of like getting through Sorrow's Shadow at the end of the tower, and then you gotta like walk back down and do the fight again, and you can just get walled in Chapter 1 for quite a while. This fight is sort of this game's version of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
so-
Tomorrow took an early sleep there. Well, sleep death.
Yeah, Chamorro got knocked out, unfortunately.
He decided that floor wasn't going to take itself.
Yeah, again, Chamorro's not needed for Mudo 3, so, you know, this is still very winnable. You're not going to reset over Chamorro death or whatever. But it does make Mudo 2 a little bit more difficult and potentially a little bit slower. Not having Chamorro to help heal.
Malay is more critical with the Sakara spell.
But that's sort of the reason why I lean towards the other strategy this fight, is that I feel like with Error's strategy, you're more likely to have character deaths, and that can spiral a little bit because of defense, and then potentially not being able to get that back up, and the clowns can start knocking people out. But again, Chamorro's death isn't a big deal. So as long as you're aware of what you need to prioritize, it's not too bad. All right, Tonic took out Mudo 1 successfully. It's great. Error's about to go back into Mudo 3. 1 kill. It's about 44 minutes behind. That's about right. I think it was around 30 going into it, and then Tonic lost a bit of time in the Amore Cave relative to Error because of the Error getting the metal slime versus Tonic wiping out once. All right, Mudo 3. Error not reordering this time. It's fine. Error sometimes puts Malayu in the front a little sooner. Choosing to protect her a little bit this time.
Yeah, I think he just wants to get a couple uppers off before totally putting her in harm's way.
Yeah, that's what I do for this phase. Is I start off with Malayu and Chamorro in the back, then I'll move them forward once they're out of mana or, near death. They're low on usefulness, but I like protecting them for the first couple turns a little bit more.
Hassan woke back up, so we got lucky.
Yep. Getting some lightning, but no frost breath, so that's good. It's potentially at a little bit of a risk here. Okay, thankfully no breath attacks on that turn, so a double breath could have been no bad. Okay. Widow 3 sticking with the physicals for now. That's good.
Especially since he got those uppers off.
Yeah, upper isn't usually the difference maker in this fight because his physicals aren't that scary, but it definitely can be. And I've seen it happen with Error where upper has saved him. So getting them off is definitely valuable.
Basically, his main strategy right now is just Hassan is using the Gant staff on himself, then the hero, then himself, and the hero, and the hero is just using the fire claw every time.
Yep. And he's getting lucky so far with he's getting a lot of lightning, but not really getting breath, and perfect timing. I think that was a sleep onto Hassan, but on the last turn.
The second try Mudo 3 is still really good.
Yeah, for a race, you take that. Very nice. Yeah, the people in chat talking about Mudo being a rude awakening, and it's definitely the hardest part of... It's like the most unfair part of this game, both from a speedrun standpoint, but even casually, because you don't have access to the job system. You've got a pretty limited amount of equipment you have access to. And you can grind a little bit more HP, but that doesn't really help you that much. It's not a lot of HP, and without access to jobs, you don't get better spells, you don't get better abilities. And they kind of lock those core mechanics of the game behind that fight. And so it's pretty unfair.
Yeah.
The only thing you can really do is there's a casino in San Marino that you can get a dragon shield. Thing from some kind of you can get some breath resistant the casino, but I think it does casino minute. So yeah, the my audio is bugging.
I think it's Discord.
Okay. Oh yeah, it's me.
Hey now, Ash, I only curse DQ6 stuff.
Okay, I think the Discord connection should be better now.
Yeah,
Hopefully,
mine looks like it
says it's
recovered
better.
too.
Discord just having a little bit of latency on their end.
Yeah.
All right, so
I only curse
Kind of
audio
part of the-
setups for DQ6 runs.
yeah. So yeah, kind of the general gist of like this is where the game kind of opens up. So after beating Mudo 3, right, Hassan's been reunited with his statue. Malaya was never really separated in the same way. Or maybe she had a statue too, I don't know. But the hero doesn't have a statue. And so the hero is still like separated in his spirit from his main body. Maybe also Malayu. I don't really remember the details specifically. But anyway, your objective now is just sort of wander around and try to recombine yourself with your original form, which is going to take quite a while. It's not going to be anytime soon, but it's really the only thing you've got to go on, right? Like, Mudo's been defeated, but there's clearly still something else going on because of that. So the first thing that Error is going to do here before getting into the class grind and before all that is there's an optional character that can be recruited, and there's this town, Monstora, where some weird stuff is happening, and no one goes out at night, and they tell you all not to go out at night, and if you go out at night, you find there's kind of a beast that's sort of rampaging throughout the town, but it's all only at night, and you can have the ability to defeat that beast, but if so, you find out it's Amos, who's another potential party member, and he doesn't realize he's doing it, but he's turning into the beast at nighttime and rampaging through the town. And you can kind of tell him that, oh yeah, you're the one doing it, and then he gets all mopey and runs off and doesn't join you. But you can also get this herb from this nearby mountain, which is where Error's going now, in order to, or this seed, I guess, to kind of cure his ailment and then get him to join your party, and Amos will be a valuable member of the party. So Error's getting him before going through the class grind. Meanwhile, Tonic is getting Chamorro, so similar to what happened with the hero being talked to by the goddess at the start of the game during the festival. Chamorro's kind of being a jerk when you show up here, and then gets a message from the goddess to him like, hey, help these guys, don't be a jerk. And that's when he joins us and decides to help out. You're picking up an antidote herb there that will be saved for the very end of the game. This gulp beast here is the Amos beast. You don't need to beat it. You don't want to beat it.
My back. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Apparently laptop decided that the internet didn't exist for 5 minutes.
Oh, great. So Error is giving Amos the seed here, and Amos will now have control and not be forced to turn into the beast. Now he can join our party.
Interesting enough, he is the same sprite as Iria from earlier.
All right, and now Error is going off to Dharma, which is so if you remember earlier on, Error fell down this hole in the world into the swamp with the broken castle. Defeating Mudo has kind of restored that hole in the world, the hole in reality, to being what it originally was, which was Dharma or All Trades Abbey or whatever you want to call it. And this is where all the class mechanics occur. So throughout the world, there have been a couple of these holes in the ground. I think there's 4 of them in the world. And completing major plot points, like beating Mudo, for example, will restore some of these various holes in the world. And then there will be something there. Like, I think the Metal King is in one of them, for example. I think that's where Zenithian Tower will be later. And I think there's a 4th one. I forget what the 4th one is. But yeah, they're kind of important things that will be restored into the world when at major plot points. So this provides access to the class system. So for this initial class change, Barbara is going to be turned into a jester, and the goal for that will be to get the whistle ability, which will allow you to just generate call for a random encounter on the overworld without having to take steps. Hero and Hassan are going to go for the cleric class. They both want certain spells. Malayu is going to be a fighter. Chamorro is going to be a thief, and Amos is going to be a warrior. And there'll be a couple class changes, and characters will get varying amounts of XP, so kind of talk about the goals for each character as we get there. Chamorro being a thief is a pretty big one. Chamorro will stay a thief for a long time, and the goal behind that is going to be to get the tiptoe ability, Shinobiashi, and that will decrease encounter depletion and greatly decrease the amount of random encounters we get. It's going to be a while before he fully gets all the XP needed for that, but it's kind of one of the main ones to keep track of. Third or a quarter of the way through when they get the job system.
Third-ish, I think.
Yeah, somewhere around there sounds about right. Maybe like 30%, yeah. Meanwhile,
according to Error's live split, it's closer to like 1/4.
yeah. Kind of depends a little bit on how you track things, right? Like, the ending credits is a solid 20 plus minutes.
True.
And then, like, whether or not you die to Mudo 3 or not can pad the early time, and there's some variance in there, but between a quarter and a third is like generally anywhere in that range is reasonable. Tonic running into the 4 Mudrons and failing to run. That's unfortunate. Again, those have the beat spell. It's instant death. He's almost through this cave. He's going through the fire and ice section leading up to the flight to Mudo's castle. Almost through. Again, character deaths here don't matter, but you wiping out is a big problem. It looks like he's made it through, so No problem there. Wasn't even worried.
You get a free revive with this cutscene.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on the left side, so Error's done his class changing, and I mentioned earlier about how the class system works, right? Where for every encounter you clear, you need to clear a certain number of encounters in order to rank up in a class. And there's like 6 or 7 ranks of most classes, and at every rank you get some kind of new ability. And there's a level range, right? You have to clear encounters that are within every zone in the game is a level associated to it, and it has to be within a certain range of your character's level in order for the encounter clears to count. So basically, you find the lowest level area possible with the easiest encounters, and you just fight enemies there over and over and over to get your job level up. So he's got Hassan and Amos out here with some boomerangs, boomerang and a fire claw, and every fight should basically just die in one turn. And at this point, he is, after 11 battles, Barber will learn Whistle. And then he can start using Whistle instead of walking around. And then at 36 battles, Hassan will learn Upper. And it'll be the end of the first part of this grind. This grind is going to be in a few different sections.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because there's a section where you're like walking from a town to your ship, and you're taking an encounter every step of the way.
Yeah, but there's also 2 parts to like the cave grind section and stuff. So yeah, hopefully these runs should end hopefully between 8 and 8.5 hours, somewhere in that range. But there's definitely inconsistencies in the run, and 9 hours is probably about what they were estimating as like. I don't want to say worst case scenario, but
yeah.
Hey, Barber got Whistle. Yeah, I would guess that Error would be happy around 8:30 or under 8:30, and I'm guessing that Tonic is hoping for closer to 8. But obviously, DQ6 is going to DQ6, right? So.
Yeah, I already failed the commentator curse. Error for Mudo 3.
Oh, he wiped 2 at once, so. Tonic gets through first time. That'll sort of equalize the RNG differences they had earlier. Yeah, so there's kind of 2 ways you can approach this grind section that Error is doing. You can either choose to count encounters, or you can just wait and look for learning the abilities you need at the end. I like counting and keeping it kind of close. I never trust myself to count perfectly. So when I get close, I start fixating on, do I learn the skill that I need? Because like a bunch of people are getting class levels and getting skills, and it all goes by pretty quickly when you're turboing through things. So you always sort of second guess, did I miss the message? Did I not see that I learned a certain skill? Like that right there, right? There were 2 pages of skills, and I caught maybe 2 or 3 of them. I caught a boggy in there. I caught, honestly, really just that. I caught somebody just getting a warrior level right there.
So you know that was Amos, but he's really a warrior.
Yep. So yeah, it's kind of hard to read all those messages in real time as they're flying by, especially as somebody who doesn't speak Japanese. Like it takes me a real effort to recognize some of that stuff, and really have to focus on like a word or 2 at a time.
Yeah. Especially when you're trying to read Error screen, who believes that stopping to read during a speedrun is time loss.
I mean,
he's not wrong.
Yeah, exactly. But like the stuff like presents itself slow enough that like if you know where to look, you can read it as it's coming up most of the time,
Mhm.
but not always. In the meantime, on the right, Tonic is diving into Mudo's castle, fighting the Hell Beasts, and going for the Fire Claw. Looks like Malayu got knocked out, which isn't a huge deal. You take a Death Warp at the end of the section anyway. She's not the most critical one for getting through these Hell Beast fights, so... And they're pretty easy. The real issue in this castle is the random encounters. There's some like wizard type enemies that have buy kill and can just buff themselves up and really start walloping on you. So there's some really scary random encounters in this castle. We didn't really talk about it when Error was in here, but I'm guessing Tonic got bopped by one of them. Yeah, there is a fan translation of this game, this version of the game. And as mentioned, yeah, these wizards here, they're the ones that buy kill. He just did it. I forget if it's like the in combat equip, or I think it's the out of combat equip. Like if you go into like the main menu and then you go into equip and you
it's
try to
auto.
back out of it, it just like it freezes. It never like completes.
Yep.
I've never played the fan translation version of this game. I've played the DS version and I've speedrun the Super Famicom version, but I've never played the fan patch. I don't want to deal with that. The DS version of this game honestly is pretty good. They make some changes to some classes. Like the Monster Master in particular works pretty differently. It's probably the best of the three games in terms of translation and localization from the DS games. The monsters still have really punny names and things like that, but it doesn't have quite the over-the-top accents or goofiness that some of the DQ4 and 5 DS do. So it's the most playable from that standpoint, in my opinion. And yeah, if I were going to recommend somebody play it in English, I'd recommend the DS version. That is the version where the horse is called Peggy Sue. Sadly, yes. Yeah, the Japanese version of this game is also pretty interesting in that even the like the controls are a little bit different. Sort of easy to take for granted because I don't know, like I've speedrun every mainline DQ game except DQ8. And so I'm kind of just used to like buttons being a certain way. Right? So if you look at like an SNES controller, the A button usually opens the menu and it's a confirm. B is usually cancel. X is confirm or like an interact button if you're talking to somebody or using a door or something like that. And Y typically serves no major purpose. In DQ3 and DQ6, Y there's like a memory mechanic where you can remember dialogue that's happening that you can recall later, so you don't have to have like a notepad. Sometimes also if you're in a menu, Y will completely close the menu. But Y is generally not like a super important button. But in DQ6 specifically, and so what I described, that layout works for DQ5, DQ1 and 2, DQ3 Super Famicom, DQ7 PlayStation, although confirm and cancel are swapped on English, but on Japanese, DQ4 PlayStation, I think also DQ5 PlayStation 2, pretty similar in DQ8 PS2. Like this button layout applies for all of them, except this game. For some reason, this game, Y is the confirm/interact button. So you have to like rewrite your muscle memory when playing this game just to sort of interact with everything, and it's really tough to get over. And if you play both DQ3 and this game, they look really similar in terms of the menus and the layouts and all that. But the menus are also a lot slower in this game, so rewriting your muscle memory between DQ3 and DQ6 is also pretty challenging. Does shoulder button interact? I honestly, Diener, I'm not 100% sure. I think the answer is no. I think one of them is a map button, but I'm not sure what the other one does, so maybe one of the two does. Elhex says yes, it does. Okay. I use Y for it. I always interact, R is map. Okay. I always used Y as the interact / confirm button. There might be certain things that require using Y. I'm not 100% sure, but it's weird. So wanted to point it out. Yeah, so in the meantime, Error's gone back and got his next class change. So Hassan and Hero changed from clerics into warriors. Barbara changed from her jester into a cleric. And Malayu changed from her fighter into a mage. You start off by just taking one fight, which I think he's already done, with Malayu to learn Blazemore. Basically, you get mage level 1 and you just get the Blazemore spell, and then you immediately change her into something else, which is no class. You take away her class. So classes in this game all have stat adjustments. So you might have let's say you have 100 hit points, right? If you change into a mage, you might lose 15%, and now you only have 85 hit points. But if you're a warrior, you might gain 20%, and you might have 120 hit points. And the numbers that display on screen will be adjusted based on what class you are at a given time. But in the back end, level ups are just consistent. You're always leveling up at the same rate. You have the same back end numbers. Every level's the same. But what you see on screen will be adjusted based on your class. So taking away Malayu's class just to balance out her stats. She doesn't need to grind towards any additional skills. It balances out her stats. It prevents getting extra class levels that she doesn't need. And yeah, so Error's now whistling his way to the boat. He'll need to take a few extra encounters at the end, but this is sort of setting up the last of the class grind section.
The timing was kind of neat there too. Right after that last class change, he finished the quest that Tonic's in the middle of, where he got the $5,000 from her dad.
Huh?
The 5,000 gold.
Error did that a while ago, right?
I thought I just saw it happen, unless I saw Tonic do it and I just confused the screens. That could totally have happened.
I think you just confused the screen. So that 5,000 gold is you get it before Big and Smock to give it to them. The intent is that you give it to them as a ransom, but then you don't. You instead beat them up and you keep the 5,000 gold. And then you go where Tonic is going now to LifeCod, which presumably Error did before the Mudo fight. You sell a couple things and you buy the armor that's here for 7,000, which gives you some pretty good resistances. The spirit armor, I think it's called. Do my notes say what it does? No, but I think it gives some resistances, good defense and some resistances. But there's nothing to finish at this point. You've gotten the 5,000 gold.
Okay. I probably just got him looking at the wrong screen.
Yeah, it's easy to do. And Error was going kind of in and out of the you go into the cave, you get some stuff, you grind some fights.
Yeah.
You go back, then you go get some. It's like a tiny medal. You take a fight, you go back in. You're kind of in and out a few times. So. Whoa. the two screens both got an encounter at the same time, and the spinny animation was synced up.
Yeah.
All right, so Tonic has his armor. He's going down into Mudo's castle. He's getting ready to fight Mudo 2 and Mudo 3. Let's see what Tonic can do here.
It'd be
Error
interesting,
is,
especially if he employs the other strat.
Yeah. So I'll talk a little bit about what Error is doing real quick. After this grind, he's going to be sailing up to the town of Arcbolt. There's something going on in this cave nearby, and we don't have permission to enter the cave, but there's like a monster rampaging around a cave near Arcbolt. And so in order to prove our strength that we can go take out this monster in the cave, we have to beat up a bunch of guards in Arcbolt. So there's going to be a series of guard fights that Error will be doing. They might overlap with the Mudo 2 and 3. I'm going to focus on the Mudo fight because that's way more important. The guards, the first couple were pretty easy. It's kind of just like you'll sap, you'll buff up defense, those sorts of things. And it'll introduce kind of the main strategy of building up power on your physical characters, Hassan and Amos in particular, and then using abilities like Lunge, which is a recoil attack, or Hassan's Spirit Punch to do buffed up damage. So you buff yourself up while lowering their defense, and you buff attack. That'll be introduced when we get to that point. But in the meantime, let's talk about Mudo 2 and Mudo 3 again. Gonna kind of refresh this fight if you weren't here for it before. They're back-to-back fights. Mudo 2 here has 500 HP, he regenerates 20 per turn, and he starts off with 2 clown enemies. He's got 5 attacks he can do. Flame Breath at a 1/3 chance, attack at a 1/6, call a clown at a 1/6, call a devil armor at a 1/6. You'll skip both of those if the map is full, or cast defense to lower your defense power at a 1/6. The devil armors can also summon, I didn't talk about this because Error doesn't see any of them. The devil armors can also summon heal slimes if they show up. But yeah, so Error focused on Mudo first and then took out the clowns afterwards. I think what we expect to see here, yes, is Tonic is going to focus down the clowns first and then go for Mudo. So the advantage to this is that you don't get to see as many clown attack animations and text and all of that per se. It also means that Mudo will have actions available to summon friends, which means you'll see less flame breath overall. But it does mean that when he summons friends, you're going to have to keep killing them, and Mudo will be regenerating during those turns. So there are some pros and cons to this. Tonic's getting a pretty rough start to the fight. Getting a defense on turn 1 to lower his defense before any kind of setup and before the clowns are dead is rough. And then a flame breath on turn 2 is equally rough. Tonic's, you can see he's kind of waffling on who does he want to kill the clown versus who does he want casting heal spells. Another defense. Heal, okay. Yeah, he's fine now. Tonic's going to make sure to reset his defense using the equip menu. And now he's going to get under control. He's going to have Maleu start using upper. Or no, I guess he's going right into Ice Bolt. So a common strategy here is to have Maleu upper herself a couple times and then stick Maleu in the front. She's got pretty good armor. And so she can tank some physical hits with a couple uppers pretty well. But instead, Tonic's going right into Ice Bolt, which helps get through this phase without dealing with as much regeneration. On the left, Error is starting off with the first of the guard fights, Garcia. Nothing really to see on Garcia, so don't worry about it too much. Focus on the Mudo. Tonic is likely using... I don't know if he uses a calculator for Mudo 2 or not. I know he usually does for Mudo 3. Usually you want to be cognizant of when you're getting near the end of Mudo himself, and you want to leave one of the ads up. I don't know if Tonic's at the point now where he wants to do that, but often you leave the last ad up in order to guarantee that you've got a little bit of time to set up for Mudo 3. The Devil Armors typically die to just a Fire Claw plus an Ice Bolt, unless you very low roll both of them. If a Clown shows up, Chamorro will need to throw in Infernos to guarantee that you're doing it in one turn. If the Devil Armor summons a little heal slime, that's actually a pretty good enemy to leave up. For your setup phase. Using the strategy here leans a little bit heavier on Chamorro's Boggy, which means that you go through maybe a little bit more MP. During phase 2. Tonic's in a pretty good spot right now. Okay, Tonic choosing to focus down Mudo here and leave the Devil Armors up. He knows he must be getting close. Error, meanwhile, onto the second of the bosses in Arc Bolt, Scott and Holiday. These guys buff each other up with By-Kill, and they've got like a rotation that they're on. There's just sort of a set order that you do things in. It's not an overly complicated fight. Mudo 2 should be almost dead here. Not. Tonic has been getting a little bit of rough RNG, but I kind of wonder if he decided to leave the ads up a little too soon.
Another flame breath.
I'm getting a lot of flame. But right now, with the ads up, it's a higher chance of getting that flame breath.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing that can be really difficult with this fight, too, is sometimes ads will come in like different spots on another flame breath. On the cursor order. So, like, where things end up targeting.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, Mudo right now is at the top. Well, not anymore, but Mudo was at the top. But sometimes, like, if a clown gets summoned in... If a clown gets summoned into the left of Mudo, it'll, like, put the clown back at the top. That's where one started off the fight with.
Oh, yep.
I guess Tonic decided not to do the upper strategy with putting Malayu in front. So he did a little differently than I did. He's gonna clear the fight here. That's
a bad turn order.
Yeah. It's still okay, but it puts Hero at risk turn 1 going into Mudo 3, which is what we don't want to see. So Mudo 3 has 900 HP, no regeneration, 1 to 2 attacks per turn, and has turn 1 is either Ice Breath, which is scary, or a physical attack, which is not, a Lightning Breath, which is AoE, which is a little scary, or a physical, which is not. And then turn 3 is either like a Bright Light spell or a guaranteed sleep attack on one random character. And the scary things in this fight are, like, in particular, an Ice Breath into Lightning combo is very scary. And having a healer, really either of Hero or Hassan, but especially Hassan, get put to sleep by the Eyes attack is potentially just deadly.
Yeah. You might
Really
get
good
away
start
with
so
it
far.
if Chamorro and Malay were still alive because they can both heal, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're both alive right now. Lots of physicals, and lots of one-action turns.
That's what you love to see.
Mm-hmm. But it can...
All it takes is one. All
Yeah.
it takes is one turn.
Lightning attack, that's fine. Tonic choosing to focus his Hassan healing onto the hero and using his supplementary characters to heal up Hassan. Rather than normally Hassan is alternated against staff on himself versus on the hero, he's focused right now on using the Gent staff on the hero and topping up Hassan.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Like that could have been deadly.
All you need is 1 HP.
Yep. I was worried when he was 2 turns in a row just used a regular heal on Hassan that Hassan's HP was slowly slipping into the danger zone, but he's getting pretty close now. I think maybe like 2 turns away.
He's getting lucky with no sleep too.
Yeah, I think if hero doesn't get put to sleep, I think he's got this.
Yeah.
Okay. Defend, good play. There it is. Yep. Perfect.
Nice. First try.
Yeah, very nice.
Proving that is the superior. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Tonic had really bad luck with Mudo too, honestly.
Yeah.
He was getting a lot of flame breath. He got a lot of, like, just really nasty turn patterns at the start of the fight. I would bet that Error probably had a faster Mudo too.
Yeah.
Just because Tonic was just getting kind of brutal RNG.
I think he still made up some time by doing a first try though.
I agree. In the meantime, Error on the left here is fighting Blast, which is the third of these guard fights. Looked like he had to do maybe a little bit of reviving in between Scott and Holiday and Blast. I think I saw him running back down with some dead characters. But
yeah,
you don't get too surprised if Malayu or even Hero die on this fight.
Oh, there goes Malayu.
Yeah. So Blast is the strongest of the 3 guards. He can do quite a bit of damage. He's got, again, it's another 3-action pattern. It's like a lot of enemies in this game, a lot of bosses in this game. So he can do Range Slash or Vacuum Wave. He can do Defense or Spirit Punch. And then he can do Falcon Slash or Roundhouse Kick. And so it's a lot of physical damage, primarily. So you buff up with uppers onto Amos and Hassan in particular. And Amos is pretty much always just doing... I mentioned earlier the kind of the core strategy we're going to be using for a while is to use build-up power and then either lunge or spirit punch. But Amos is always just doing build-up lunge. And then Hassan has the Gent staff for this fight and is primarily acting in the healer role. And he can use... Hassan can attack if he gets some opportunities to, but in general, Hassan's just kind of alternating who he's using the Gent staff on. This might be a good turn for Hassan to attack if he wanted. He didn't, but... Oh yeah, it wouldn't have been because he wanted to heal the lunge. Right.
Looks like, I'm assuming from that animation, he's equipped with like a big hammer or something like that.
Who, Amos?
No, Hassan.
Hassan has a battle axe?
Okay.
Let me just double check. Yep, Hassan has a battle axe. Amos has... What does Amos have? Sword of Malice.
Yep. This is the weapon animation that for Hassan looked like the big hammer from like Dragon Warrior 2.
Well, Hassan, depending on what attack he was doing, also like Hassan often does like Spirit Punch,
yeah,
which has its own animation regardless of the weapon. But the axe is probably similar to the big hammer. I don't know. Mudo 3 kill, 40 minutes behind. That saved a little bit of time. It was what, 44 minutes, I think, at Mudo 1.
Yeah, it was like 42 or 44.
So, yeah, pretty good. Man, my voice is struggling a bit today. As a preemptive heads up, I do have some other commitments in about 3 hours and 40 minutes from now, like a little before, like 7:30, 7:45 Eastern. So I'm gonna miss the end of this run, and you'll be left with Zatoriak. But I don't know if I'm gonna make it that far with my voice as it is right now. Holy moly! Hear any more cough drops in a minute?
Yeah, and playing that through. I'm surprised mine's as good as it is with playing being in a loud show last night.
Yeah. So at this point, Tonic on the right is going through the mountain to get the seed in order to restore Amos to join the party before Tonic begins his class grind. Meanwhile, Error is going back to the Arcbolt Cave that we kind of proved that we could handle being blocked by this. Is that horror walker and fighting panther is what my notes call them.
Yep.
Yeah, horror walker. I guess fighting panther is harder to read, but Tonic has infographics for the final boss. Nice. Yeah, so this fight here at the entrance isn't too bad. The fighting panther can do a lot of damage if it doesn't die quickly. This fight should teach Chamorro. Oh, Error took a couple extra fights, I guess. That fight usually is supposed to teach Chamorro tiptoe, but Error had some metal slime fights, so I guess he got it a fight or two early. Yeah, so again, there's a monster. There's a monster at the bottom of this cave, and they've tasked you to go take it out. That's kind of what Error's heading towards right now.
Bone slaves. He's getting boned.
Yep. I love their like Bone Club animation.
Yeah.
Starting to see some eggs, including some broken eggs as we get farther down this cave. And then here we find the one, the only Terry. Now, also the one, the only Northrex.
Northrex.
Yeah, this is the Battle Rex. And we came down here to stop it. But Terry has gotten here first.
Canadian monster.
And whomever stops this Battle Rex is supposed to be given a powerful Arcbolt sword, if I remember right. But Thunderbolt sword. But Terry beat us to it, so Terry has captured the Battle Rex and is now dragging it back to Arcbolt Town. But like a lot of dungeons, we haven't really talked about it, but there are quite a few dungeons, including this one, that once you clear the boss of it, clear the main encounter, encounters disappear. So encounters no longer show up in this dungeon, which kind of gives you free reign to go grab some extra treasure chests without getting extra encounters like that battle axe you just picked up. So any dungeon where that's the case, you typically want to blitz your way down to the boss fight and then collect all of the extra stuff while backtracking, unless you need the items for a grind or for the boss itself. But this is kind of a pretty common order of operations. Tonic is now getting to Dharma and will do his first class setup. And so clearing out that cave and helping out the people of Arkbolt here is needed to sort of progress through that path to get to their side. So now that the monster's done rampaging, we'll be able to go back and get through and make some progress.
You should be picking up tiny metal number 13.
Should have been. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. 13. You don't really check that until you get to the Metal King, and you just hope you have enough. So.
Right. The only reason I saw it was it said 13 in the notes.
Yeah.
Your notes I'm using.
My notes, yeah. Like everything else, like everybody has their own little flavor of how they play these games and party orders and menus and things like that. So, my notes explain what I like to do in this run, but doesn't mean that watching somebody's going to be exactly the same.
Right.
But the medal order should be consistent. There are a couple of reasonably quick backups if you do end up forgetting any, but. There's tiny metal number 14.
Yep. So I know you explained that you wanted Tiptoe and that Chamorro gets it. Did you explain what Tiptoe does?
I think I mentioned it earlier, but the idea behind Tiptoe is it has the depletion rate of. So I talked to it a little bit earlier about, and I guess I'll re-explain it. How encounters work in this game. So whenever you enter or leave an area, so a cave, a staircase, leaving a battle, leaving a town, the game will generate a random depletion value, and every step you take will deplete that value until it hits 0, and that's when you get an encounter. And that's how like different dungeons or different tile sets like grass, forest, mountains differentiate themselves, is they'll all deplete that by different amounts, and Tiptoe will have that depletion rate. So if something would normally deplete 4, then instead it depletes 2. For example. And while you would normally think that would have the encounter rate, that actually makes it like even more likely you end up getting to a staircase or something with 0 encounters, and it's more like a 30% encounter rate rather than half, because of being able to take advantage of those resets.
Yeah. And that's also why you'll see certain points where you'll just hit a staircase and go right back up because you're just resetting that depletion rate.
Yeah, Tiptoe in DQ6 also does wear off very quickly, so you have to reapply it a lot. It's way fewer steps than it is in DQ3, and if you don't reapply it before it wears off, you get like a little pop-up saying, your Tiptoe is worn off, so you can end up with a lot of those messages throughout the run. In the DS version, and I think a couple of the later games, Tiptoe is sort of like double-edged, where while it decreases your encounter rate, Tiptoe in some games will actually increase your rate of getting ambushed by enemies. I think that's true in the DS version, so it's not as safe to use, but I'm pretty sure that does not apply in this version. Pretty sure it's just a depletion reduction here.
What's like a That's an interesting risk reward thing to use or to add to it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really remember what's going on in this town, besides the fact that like at night, people kind of this weird floating island shows up, which is where Error's going to now. I don't remember what the gist is of like what's happening to the people on the island, but on that town, I mean. But
Yeah.
we're gonna go over to this weird floating island, and it's gonna float away, and I think people were like mysteriously disappearing or something. And this is gonna bring us over to Jamirus's island. So Jamirus will be the next boss we fight. It's not really too bad most of the time. Life sucks. The floating island takes them to paradise. There you go.
That
See,
tracks.
Callie knows more about this game than I do.
Yeah.
So Jamirus, the next boss, he's got 1500 HP. So pretty reasonable step up from, like the 900 Mudo 3 had. But no regeneration or anything. 1 to 2 actions per turn. You can do a heavy attack, flame breath, a regular attack, or fire claw. And they've got sort of like a weighted distribution. And yeah, I mean the general strategy is kind of just you buff up your defense, you lower his defense, and then you're doing the build up spirit punch on Hassan. And for this fight, Amos has the Gent staff and is acting as your healer. And yeah, Hero's trying to get some saps and maybe some uppers before he dies. You want him to get 2 saps before he dies, hopefully. And then Maleu can, if she's alive, she can toss out some heals or some basic attacks or something. And if she's healing, you can maybe get an attack or 2 off with Amos. But in general, this is another fight that kind of just comes down to your two tanky guys in front alternating damage and healing. It's not a super scary fight, but when it goes wrong, it can go very wrong, which is, again, sort of sums up DQ6. And again, a lot of it is based on the setup, right? Like, you get your uppers off and you get the saps off before important characters die, then usually you're pretty clear. But if the hero dies before you get double sap or something like that, then it gives more time for things to go wrong. Or if he takes lots of double actions. There was a sap fail there. Okay, 1 sap. There's the second sap. Going to use Amos to do a little bit of attacking, it looks like, since Malay is still alive. It's actually going pretty aggressive here on this turn.
Unbridled.
In typical Error fashion. Not that that's a bad thing. Just good opportunity to get in some extra damage.
Obviously, Jamirus has no resistance to blaze more.
He has some. I don't think he's taking full damage, but he's taking... Yeah, like that Blazemore's doing 30. It's definitely reduced damage.
Yeah.
But it hits, so it's better than nothing.
Yep.
My notes say Malaya should be doing Wind Slash and not Blazemore, but I don't know the damage. I don't know the damage difference or the animation speed difference. Either way, it's chipping in some damage, so that's really all that matters, Doing some good damage. Here's the Wind Slash. There we go. There's the 57. Error's listening. Correcting him in real time.
You should listen to you during Mudo too.
No. I'm sure he muted for Mudo too. Not get distracted. All right, we're down to just Hasana and Amos, but he should be dead. Yep.
Like it was all planned out.
Yep.
Oh yeah, he did it because he remembered it, not because we reminded him.
You remember right before I said it, okay. A likely story. That's funny. Yeah, I don't really remember exactly what defeating I guess defeating Jamiris is what gives you access to being able to control the floating island as a boat. So, kind of a recurring theme through DQ6. Like, every DQ game has its vehicles, right? Like, oh, you might get a boat, you might get an airship, those sorts of things. Airship might be like a flying bird or a flying rock or a balloon or whatever. But, you get some kind of water, you get some kind of air transport. DQ5 introduces the magic carpet, which is sort of an in-between where you can go over some things like shoals and stuff like that, but not over mountains. So DQ6 has all those. It has a boat, it has a carpet, it has an airship. But it's really got 2 of each. So we're clearly in the dream world right now because we're riding around on a floating island.
Yep.
Like, we're just controlling it, sailing through the world. There will be like an actual boat. So this is the first of the of the vehicles, and we'll be getting the methods of transportation in both worlds. And I find that a little bit tedious. It's honestly one of my complaints about the game casually is like, oh, man, I've got a boat, but I don't have a boat in this world, or the flying carpet, but I don't have a carpet in this other world, or whatever. And it's just like, it's a little bit tough to keep track of what transportation you have in each world and like where you left things. And Jamiris unlocks the Metal King. Okay, that's what I was thinking. I thought he unlocked one of the holes in the ground, but like we don't go there yet. So I was like second guessing whether it was actually the Metal King, and then I just settled on we get the floating island.
And there's just random stairs in the middle of the worlds that lead to each other.
Yeah, the stairs, just like the wells, will lead from one world to another. So Tonic is almost done with this class grind. I didn't see if he's already done the one. Okay, he's changing Malaya to a mage now, so he'll do one fight as a mage and then do his last class change. So he's nearing the end of the class changes. I need to go grab another couple cough drops. I'll be right back.
Looks like Tonic just did the one fight for Malayu to learn Blaze more, so I think she is now going to be classless. Oh no, that'd be terrible if they could hijack your ride. So, wait, two. So basically kind of playing hide and seek on Air screen with this prince. You get to keep finding him in different spots. And now, but basically you're supposed to be going through this cave of trials and he's just cowardly. He's basically like Prince Charmels from like DQ8. And he just doesn't want to come down here, and you're basically dragging him, kicking and screaming.
All right,
And he ran. Oh, welcome back. So Prince ran away again, so now we're finding him in Halkata.
Sorry, I've had some sinus stuff going on. So I'm taking like nasal spray and eardrops and stuff, and I think that's been drying out my throat the last day or two,
Oh, definitely.
making it kind of scratchy with like post nasal drip and stuff.
Yeah. And up here too, like our spring is literally like kind of just starting now, so like allergy season is just rampant.
Hmm.
So Tonic doing his 24 battles between Dharma and the ship. We're dragging the prince back to kicking and screaming back to the Cave of Trials again.
For real this time, though.
Yeah.
Although after every trial, he will have disappeared and found a place to hide.
Yep.
So trial 1 here is pretty easy. We're fighting it with solo Maleu. The main thing this guy does is a confuse dance, and as mentioned earlier, Maleu is immune to confusion. So most of his abilities just do nothing, and his actual attacks are very weak. The only risk on this fight is there is a 0.4% chance that he will do Intense Flame, which can do like 80 damage. If you're familiar with like DQ3 or whatever, it's Baramos Breath. Right? This one random dude can do absolutely nothing. He can cast Blaze, he can cast Infernos, he can cast Fireball, stuff we were seeing 2 hours ago, or he can use Baramos Breath 0.4% of the time.
Great.
Just DQ things.
So you know that there was that one person that like got that like first round on the first attempt and was like, am I supposed to be here? Like,
yeah. Error was playing very unbridled there. He was not respecting that 0.4% chance. He was just using tactics to use Wind Slash. I typically would opt, if you get down to like 80-ish hit points, low 80s, to switch to manual and just top yourself back up to cover the Intense Flame, but Error didn't respect the 1 in 250.
he's probably looking at it like a duck's bill. You just can't let them smell your fear.
Yeah. All right, so bouncing out of the cave real quick to get the wagon to reorder your party, change around a little bit of equipment. You'll notice that after the first trial was dead, Prince Horus was hanging out behind a rock somewhere. But
Now that confusion part is over, we're going to take a full party down.
yeah, so there are 3 trials here. Second trial is this it's like beast guy. and it's not too bad. He's got 1500 HP, and notably, he starts with bounce active. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, thinks he's
Um,
Necrotharo.
I know, right? He concentrates again some of his attacks on low HP targets. I don't know if he does it every time, but most of the time. So you kind of want to manage who has the lowest HP in the fight, similar to what the Horror Beast did earlier. But otherwise, it's pretty much, pretty normal strategy of doing some uppers, doing your build up and lunge with Amos, doing your build up and Spirit Punch with Hassan. Hero will be the one using the Gent Staff to heal, or you can use the Fire Claw to do some damage. And what you kind of hope for is Malayu using her fighter skill that she got during that class grind, her foot sweep attack, which can cause him to lose a turn. And then you can just kind of pile on the damage. So you kind of hope she gets to do that quite a bit. We'll see how this goes. Second trial isn't usually too big of a deal. While Tonic has reached Arc Bolt, doing a little bit of shopping, and then he'll be starting the Garcia fight here momentarily. Again, the Garcia fight. So we skipped over this because Tonic was fighting Mudo 2 at the time. But Garcia kind of just has like some basic attacks. He's got a brutal attack that can do quite a bit of damage, but this is where the strategy kind of starts for the build-up lunge and build-up Spirit Punch, combined with reducing his defense with Sap, and Malayu doing some heals. And you can see he's not hitting very hard, and he's only got 1300 HP, so these attacks are doing 250 to him. He just falls over.
Yeah. Yeah, like the only really big progression you kind of see there is like he's the bigger health pool than Mudo, so he's a damage sponge, but yeah, low risk damage sponge.
But you have so much more offensive power now between better equipment and your class skills and everything that
Yeah,
it doesn't even really matter. Probably dead this turn. Or next turn. Let's see if this is a build-up turn or a... Yeah, there it is. While Error is still fighting his sponge of this beast dude. Trial 2. We're getting close the way through that.
there it goes.
So, Tonic's heading up to kill Scott and Holiday, which again we didn't really talk about earlier. They both have their own like 6 pattern rotation, which includes Scott will buy kill both of them in a certain order. Holiday's a little bit generally stronger and has a couple of protect actions. So the strategy is to take down Holiday first, and then Scott. But you do want to pay a little bit of attention to which character gets buy killed. On Scott's second turn, he'll cast buy kill on one of the two. So you want to pay a little bit of attention to which one that hits first, and you might change which one you prioritize based on that. But otherwise, this is usually you're focusing down Holiday first, and you might be chipping away on Scott a little bit with magic. Holiday being the one on the right, Scott being the one on the left. So you might chip away
Eric's
magic.
got a metal climb.
Another one, yeah. But otherwise, this fight's pretty easy. And then Tonic will be moving on to Blast that we already talked about. In the meantime, Error's going down to the third trial. The third trial is a unicorn fight. And this is the hardest of the 3 trials. He takes 2 actions every turn. And the first action will always be defense. The one that lowers your entire party's defense. And then his second action, he can either do a strong attack, a regular attack, a lightning attack, or bounce. And so every turn, Amos and Hassan are going to need to use the equip glitch to reset their defense. You can do it with the other characters also, but it's critical to do it for Amos and Hassan, and it's kind of just to slow down on the other characters. So standard strategies. Amos is going to be doing build up and lunge. Hassan's going to be doing the Gent staff or attacks if he can. If the unicorn uses bounce, if Hero is alive, which hopefully he will be, Hero can use expel, which won't do anything, but it's just a useless way of clearing out the bounce status, because basically if he's already got bounce up, it'll be removed from his action pool. You won't continue to use it, so you want him to keep casting it since it's a wasted turn. So you'll have the hero use expel to clear that bounce status. And then Malayu can either win slash or toss out some heals if she's alive. But it's definitely possible for the back two characters to die during this fight. There's a bounce. It's a very tedious fight because you're repeatedly menuing into the equip and then having to back out of it.
How can
Kind of
you
a lot
tell the difference between the strong attack versus regular attack? Just the amount of damage it does?
I don't know. They definitely do different damage, but I don't know about the animations. I don't 100% remember. My notes have the strong attack doing 51 to 58 to Amos versus 41 to 47 for the regular. And comparable for the other characters, so they'll do... It's like 10 to 12 more than the weak attack. 15 more.
There's bounce.
I'm assuming there's a different animation, but... Error is taking the time to reset defense on Hero and Malayu most of the time. Which is, again, it's sort of optional. You can not do that. You can let them sort of die. But it can be useful to have them alive too, so... If, It's also a little bit of a difference of, like, if Malayu's alive, then she can help with healing, which lets Amos use lunge a little bit more. Versus if Malayu runs out of MP or dies or whatever, then lunge becomes a little riskier, and you might want Amos to do regular attacks instead. Just to make sure you don't fall behind on healing.
Okay, yeah, that was a strong
attack. That was a strong attack. Yeah. There we go. Third trial clear. Third trial is generally probably like the next best point of comparison. So 1548-ish for error clearing it.
Cleartonic is finishing up Blast. Down.
Very nice. Yeah, most of these mid-game bosses in DQ6 are like, they're pretty reliable. There's quite a bit of variation in terms of how fast they can go, in terms of how fast they kill off supplemental characters and things like that. There's a lot of trading around like the Gent staff and some other items. every fight kind of has its own. It's actually like, despite the fact that you're using pretty much the main core strategy of, build up lunge or build up spirit punch, these fights are all pretty different. They might not look it in that regard, but like they all have a very different like priority. They'll have very different item setups. You're usually trading around who's healing during the different fights, what accessories people are wearing during the different fights. You might be trading armor around. Like there are quite a few different subtleties, and it actually becomes pretty difficult because everything is so close, but there are those subtle differences that are really important, that it's easy to fall into a rhythm and be like, oh, my healer's hero. And then it's like, oh no, on this one, my hero was supposed to be Hassan. Or, whatever. So actually keeping track of how each fight plays out subtly different from each other and doing it quickly is pretty challenging. So even though this section is relatively consistent and you're unlikely to wipe to any of these mid-game bosses, it's possible, but generally unlikely. There's definitely an element of like being comfortable and going fast and playing it really well.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Prince Horus has successfully completed his trials all alone. He was very brave and heroic through all of it. Lots of fireworks. And for our troubles, we are rewarded with drumroll. Eventually, give us the thing. There we go. Maho no Kagi, magic key. Guy's got more dialogue than I expected. So it lets us open a fair number of doors and treasure chests and things like that we otherwise would not be able to open.
I mean, it's a big deal. That's like 4 hours into the run, and we finally got a magic key.
I know. Compared to just buying the thief key from a merchant in the first town of the game. All right, now we're going to use our favorite. Can open this door now with a magic key and can use our favorite DQ6 fixture. Oh well. Only this one has a monster in it who may as well not even exist, honestly. Tonic, meanwhile, has his own North Rex on his screen. All right, I want to know from chat, when you guys first saw Terry and ran into him in DQ6 and these few different times, what was your first impression of Terry? Did you think, man, he's so cool? Or did you think, this dude's a jerk? Want to know what people think of Terry. Not like late game Terry, but like your impression of Terry. Entitled Brat. So Trunks from DBZ, big jerk. All right. Seems like people have a. You should say smell you later. There you go. Man, no appreciation for Terry. No one thought he was cool. Maybe Sandrina. Maybe Sandrina thought he was cool, but...
She forgave him for trying to be edgy.
Yeah. I think Terry's pretty cool. Sword users are overrepresented. See, that's both true, but also I love sword users, so I'm really biased towards them, so I'm okay with that. I thought Terry was pretty cool when I first ran into him. I definitely thought he was a jerk, but I also thought he was cool.
Is that a trope? Do you think that like you have like this arrogant swordsman that's that's like just cool, but they're cool because they're like kind of arrogant?
Yeah, probably. I mean, everybody likes Sephiroth for it, so...
I know someone who doesn't like Sephiroth.
Yeah, me too. And somebody's about to fall off a cliff right now on the left side of our screen. Yeah.
I was actually just about to say, I remember watching him practice this like the other day, and he like missed this drop like 3 times in a row.
Pretty funny. Yeah, so anyway, I don't... I'm trying to remember the exact story here. There's a, I don't know, sick kid, no kid. There's a dream world. There's a whole other like dream world, real world thing going on. Think of the real world, like the kid died or something. In the dream world, he's sick and bad or something. I don't know. Anyway, you go up to this, he wants this, like, courage. The sign of courage. And,
Oh, Rat's Tail? Oh, wait, sorry, wrong game.
So you come up to this, this wall of destiny here, and you find a very important item, the golden pickaxe, which Error has, and he's using to break down some of these walls. And it'll be used a couple times throughout the run for very important progression. And at the top of it, the top of this dungeon, you'll be able to get this, use the pickaxe to retrieve the piece of courage. But in the meantime, you got to climb this wall outside and like fall off like that right there, and it's pretty awkward. It's really easy to fall off of that. The movement's very fast, and there are no guardrails, so it's actually a pretty tricky place to navigate through.
It feels like it could be like even more trickier casually, like because you don't know that you're supposed to fall off in certain spots.
Yeah, I left out the flying around on the bed part, Cowie, because we haven't seen that yet. Spoilers. Well, it's more stupid with that part. We'll see that part in just a moment, right? So here we're gonna...
Man, we're just like discovering that DQ is just a chain of unfortunate events. Like, oh, mom died. Oh, kid died.
Yeah, especially like DQ5 and DQ6 back to back. Like, these games honestly are pretty sad. DQ7's got some moments too. Now he's gonna come back and commentate the end, probably. I've got about 3 hours left before I need to bail. I'm hoping to at least make it through Duran. I really wanted to be here for Deathmore, but unfortunately with the marathon being a couple hours off, I've got other commitments which sort of overlap. Because the Deathmore fight is awesome, and I love talking about it and explaining that fight and talking my way through it. But
Just make sure that you mute so you don't hear me butcher it.
yeah, it's all good. Anyway, all four of us are going to jump into this kid's little kid-sized bed. And this was the bed he was dreaming about flying around on. And yeah, now we have a flying bed. With some great warp speed looking animations. And the kid's flying around with us.
I wonder how much the Make-A-Wish Foundation paid for that.
So also Dream World. The Dream World gets the floating island that you have on the right. We got the flying bed on the left. We got the full dream transport.
Yep. It can be pretty much boils down to, could you do this in real life? No? Okay, I'm in the dream world.
Yeah. So this bed is basically the flying carpet of the dream world. So as Kelly was kind of talking about earlier, it can go over water, it can go over shoals, but it can't go over forest. It can't go over mountains. So it gives us access to some new places, some new transportation, but it's not a full airship. Despite the fact that it was really flying around, cruising around all over that town. I don't know why it can't go over the rest of this stuff, but... Alright, so we got some Jamirus on the right. Jamirus.
Jamirus.
Let's see if you can hit the saps pretty quickly. Whew. Mirror's
Ouch.
charging the back lines. Missed that sap. Ooh. That's rough. So Hero got knocked out before landing any saps. So this is going to be a bit of a grind. It's definitely still a winnable fight, but it's going to be a slow one. And a missed Spirit Punch. Spirit Punch is an 85% to hit on Jamirus. So, Tonic getting all the bad luck on this fight. He's got 1500 HP, so you can see 100 damage every other turn. It's going to take a while to chew through, versus with 2 saps, it was doing about 250.
It's like the difference between, 6 turns versus 15 turns.
Well, really 30, because it's a build-up attack. So
Right.
it's
yeah,
12
yeah.
versus 30. You kind of expect Malayu to die there, so that's not... Well, it's not the end of the world. It's pretty unfortunate, considering...
It's less damage. It's even less damage being pumped out there.
Yeah.
So Eric just got rid of one of his battle axes and his Sword of Malice to pick up a Sword of Slumber.
We've seen
Which-
those before.
Yeah. The most important weapon in Dragon Warrior 4.
Yeah, so Error's in the town of Phone. He's this town's got this mirror in the basement with I don't know, I think like a princess or something in it. I don't know. And since we got the Mirror of Ra, the king suggests, hey, why don't you go downstairs and use the mirror on the mirror and see if it'll restore them. Maybe they're trapped in there. So we'll try that in a moment here.
So it's okay to mirror the mirror, but just don't ever litter the litter.
I'm leaving. Kidding. Yes, they're gonna escort us down to this mirror here. Tonic's still plugging away at Jamiris. Again, with the Gen staff, it's not a super scary fight, but he's got enough uppers. All right. Mirror of Ra. Nothing. Doesn't work. All right. Tonic clearing Jamiris. That was a slow, very scary start. But he pulled through.
Sometimes the important part is that you made it. Doesn't matter how pretty it was.
Yep. All right, so while Tonic was doing that, missed on the left, Error went to the town of Amore to talk to a couple kids who were playing and hiding something in the grass, and now we're coming back here in the alternate world to find the Meteorite Armband. So the Meteorite Armband is a recurring accessory through the Dragon Quest series, which drastically increases your agility stat. Some games it's double, some games it's 1.5, some games it's like a fixed value. I actually forget what it is in this, if it's double or if it's 1.5. But I think it's double. But it's very powerful. And using Dharma to bop back into the world.
No. Aaron's gonna hope that he's picked up 30 medals. Because if he did, then he's gonna get three items. He's gonna get a wind staff, a power ruby, and a platinum sword.
Yep, so this Metal King was what was unlocked from Jamiris. This was another spot where it was one of the holes in the world that's now been refilled. 29. So Error has missed a small medal somewhere. And at 30, he'll get the platinum sword.
Yep, you can see. The brain's chugging. Which one was it?
There's two thoughts. One is which one was, and the second is what's the fastest backup.
Right.
I certainly wasn't paying enough attention to know which one he missed, so...
Same. I just know when this is all said and done, he's going to somehow find a reason to blame me.
Yeah, probably. Is your commentator's curse from saying hopefully he's got 30? Made one magically disappear from his inventory?
He gave him a power flicker, and it messed with his RAM memory. Went
Yeah.
from 30 to 29.
Meantime, on the right, Tonic is heading towards Holstock in the Cave of Trials.
That would be terrible. Oh, can you imagine if you're speedrunning this game crowd control, they could just be like, reset your tiny metal count.
I'm assuming this is the part where Error is frantically going through his notes, looking at all the medals he was supposed to have picked up so far and trying to figure out which one do I not remember picking up. Looks like he might have an idea. Hector Bolt.
Pretty sure you got that one.
Yep. Bah, 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 bah. Sorry, Error.
If only that was like the sound thing you could just do on command in the Discord chat here.
Yeah. No, it's not like Tonic's been having a perfect RNG run up to this point. I mean, everything's been going okay, but nope, he found it.
Yeah.
This just gives a couple minutes of the gap closing up a little bit. Not a huge deal.
Yeah.
Counteracts that Jameera's fight.
Yeah, that was probably about the same amount of time. I know before, it was earlier, it was either earlier this week or last week, I remember Error was talking about being really excited for this race because cleartonic is like the one that inspired him to learn this run.
Yeah, it's a great speedrun. It's not my favorite DQ game overall, but it's pretty up there on my DQ speedrun tier list. You know, some of the mid-game portions, like, there are some portions of the run that drag a little bit. Some of the Dark World stuff and some of the mid-game stuff, like, it's just a lot of, like, getting vehicles and walking from place to place and things like that. But all the boss fights are pretty cool. The menus are pretty cool. The shopping routing. Different variants in the route. Different routing options. And, like, Deathmore is the best final boss fight. The best speedrun final boss fight in the series. IMO.
I know, obviously, I'm not as seasoned. Like, I've only speedrun a handful of them so far, but he definitely seems like the most intimidating final boss speedrun.
Yeah, he's the most difficult. He's the most complex. So now that Error's completed that, he's going off to Moralgo's tower. So Moralgo is a magician who has his magic is kind of what's trapping the princess inside the mirror. So his tower's locked with magic. You have to use a special password to unlock it, which is using the X-ray spell, Impasse. Spell that normally gets like no usage, but it unlocks this tower. Sort of a concept that's vaguely reprised in Dragon Quest IX with the All Trades Tower, the Master of None at the top. That you open using a gesture. Sort of a similar reprised mechanic. Right, Tonic's starting the trials. It's on trial 1 here with Baleu.
See if he has to respect the 0.4%.
Yeah, we'll see. But in the meantime, I'm going to start talking about Moralgo because Error's about to fight Moralgo at the top of this tower. So Moralgo has a 2-turn rotation. It's 1 action per turn. Turn 1 is he uses Bounce. Turn 2, he can either summon a Genie Cloud or use Firebolt, Begiragon, or he can attack, or he can use Blazemore, Rami. And the general gist of this fight is that you're going to be kind of alternating. On the turn where he does Reflect, you're going to want to heal. You're going to want to build up power on Hassan and Amos. Turn 1, you can toss a little damage out there, but generally you're going to be healing with Maleo and Hero and building up with Hassan and Amos. And then on turn 2, you're going to put everybody on Tactics. And then use Expel to cancel the Reflect. So you're going to... If you don't do that, then he'll skip his Reflect action. So this is basically forcing him into... Okay, he's going to Reflect. This is the turn where we buff and heal. Alternating turn, he's going to do something. We're going to let the damage dealers do their thing while we cancel his Reflect. And the reason that you use Tactics for this is that because he can summon the little Cloud Genie things, it'll affect like the targeting on those. And typically, if he summons one of them, the 3 damage dealer characters should be able to take out those genies in 1 turn. Now, if you really low roll, it is possible that you don't kill one in 1 turn, and then you're struggling to take it out on the Reflect turn instead while still doing your buff. So here's an example. Got put to sleep, but Tactics was able to wipe it out. So it's effectively a lost cycle, but not really setting you back within the fight unless you get really unlucky and don't kill it. That's really the main way this fight can go wrong as long as you play it correctly, is not killing those clouds because of bad RNG. Helps a little bit that Error's gotten a couple Metal Slimes, like give him a little bit slight stat boost, which can help. But yeah, this fight's really rhythm based also, and you're turning your tactics on, turning them off, turning them on, turning them off every turn. So if you mess up and you use the wrong set of tactics for a given turn, you can also just throw the fight yourself. It's really surprisingly easy to do. It's going well for Error so far. Only 1 ad turn, and it wasn't a problem. Tonic, meanwhile, is on trial number 2. But this guy starts with the bounce effect, and you're kind of just building up and physically attacking him. You can use the Fire Claw. Items used, like offensive items used, don't respect bounce, so you can Fire Claw through it, even though you cannot Blazemore through it. And Maleu is trying her foot sweep to get him to lose some turns. There's a Firebolt. And Morale goes down. Good. Yeah, if Moralgo starts spamming Firevol on his alternate turns, then you might need Amos to help with healing rather than attacking. And get a little bit behind. But yeah, great Moralgo fight. Overall, Air is getting like pretty good RNG this run. I know he had the little slip up with the mini medal, and I know he lost once to Mudo 3, but pretty good between the pretty good running on Bloody Paw, the multiple metal slimes that he's killed, pretty good boss patterns. Like, been going well so far.
If he's running against his PB, he's actually 11 minutes ahead right now.
I'd believe that. Yep, there it is. He's saying 11 minutes ahead. Yeah, it's been a really good run. Tonic's run has been a lot less favorable. Tonic's gotten a lot of bad boss RNG. His only real main issue was the wipe out to the baby Goyles in Amore Cave, but really slow Mudo 2, really slow Jamiris. No medals, slow grind. He's still hanging in there. This race is far from over with. Like, there are still a few pretty significant snags that can go wrong, a few pretty significant points of RNG, and like Tonic's been playing through all the bad RNG really well. I don't want to diminish that at all. Like, his run is a little slower right now, but Tonic knows what he's doing with this game. And yeah, he's handled, in typical DQ RTA runner fashion, he's handled everything that's been thrown at him. So, defeating Moralgo's recover the princess from the mirror, and we now get the Watergate key, which opens up some more sections of the overworld. So there are some various gates on the overworld that prevent you from sailing into the larger ocean. So that Watergate key allows you to open them. It's kind of the story of this world is like, just kind of like a gradually increasing sphere of where you can go and what your options are for how to proceed. Sometimes it's a boat, sometimes it's a key, sometimes it's, whatever else that lets you make progress.
It's almost like really controlled, right, compared to like a Dragon Warrior 4, where like you get your ship, which allows you to go right to the magic key, and then all of a sudden now you got the best armor in the game.
Yeah. But it also does become really complicated to remember and figure out where to go next, because you have the two worlds. You don't necessarily have the same transportation options in both worlds or the same key options in both worlds. And it's both to prevent you from getting overpowered early, but also like it really does keep things from getting out of hand too early too, in terms of figuring out where to go. Tonic on the third trial here. Meanwhile, Error is in the town of Pescani. It's got my least favorite section of the game in this town.
Oh, the Metal Gear Solid thing.
Yeah. But yeah, so there's this guy who's been like kind of disappearing and sneaking into this cave near town, and kind of people are trying to kind of figure out why. so we're gonna have to sneak behind him to follow to see what's going on, and it's just I'm really like anti-sneaking sections in video games. I wanna move, I wanna go, and if you mess it up, you have to like redo a bunch of those story triggers that Error just walk through, like talk to certain people in the town, and then wait for this guy again, and he'll stop at various points and turn around and look at you, and yeah, we're gonna be following him for a couple minutes to figure out why he's sneaking into this cave. Time Tonic should be closing in on the end of this trial. Tonic is also playing it safe and trying to keep Hero Maleu up by resetting their defense. Again, that last one, the guy does kind of like a double take, where he looks back, then he looks back at the wall, then he looks back again. Kind of baited. Hit this hidden switch. You follow him. And you find a mermaid. Rob's been hanging out with a mermaid. And doesn't want anyone to know that she's in here. Right. Round number 3 for Tonic. So 16:26. So Tonic is about 38 minutes back right now. 38 and a half.
It's still closing that gap.
It's been hovering in the 30 to 40 minute range, so be interested to see what it is after Moralgo. See how much time. Although I didn't note down Error's Moralgo kill. I say to see how much time Error lost to the mini metal thing. But anyway, Prince Horus has completed his trials. And meanwhile, we're going to use our boat to help bring the mermaid. 16, 19, okay. Yeah. I'm going to offer to bring this mermaid back to her home. All the mermaids hide because humans have come into their realm. But Mermaid
Welcome.
Diana.
Through the power of friendship.
Diane, sorry, not Diana. There's Diana and there's Diane. Man. Those names. But anyway, this gives us the Mermaid Harp. So the Mermaid Harp is an item that will basically turn our boat into a submarine. So we can use it to sail down, to drop down below the water. And there's more stuff down there. So as if there being two worlds wasn't enough with all these different transportation methods, we now get the Mermaid Harp. And this lets us do a couple things. It lets us pass by these shoals that you're seeing there on the overworld, right next to us. And then also there will be some places you can go that are underwater that it'll allow access to.
Like, I want to ask a question, but I feel like it's not.
Go ahead and ask.
So if shoals are like, shallow water, and this turns you into a submarine, how would that help you pass them?
Well, the shoals are like the rocks sticking up like at the top of the water, right? So you're somehow going under them. I don't know. Maybe they're attached to the land nearby or something. I don't know. I don't know how oceans work, or boats, or shoals, or submarines, or
Or mermaid harps.
no. I know how those work.
All right, that's fair, Cowie.
So meanwhile, Error's headed off to Mount Snow. Do I remember anything about Mount Snow? No, not really. It's got this ice witch and a dude that I don't know. I think he like lied or something to the ice witch, and in retaliation she froze the whole town. He lied or cheated or something. I think he lied about something. I don't remember what it was, but anyway, in retaliation she froze the whole town. So he's the only one still here. Oh, that's right. He told somebody about meeting the ice witch. Right. She didn't want her presence known, and he spilled the beans. That was it. I knew it was something along those lines, but I could not remember the details. Thank you. Yeah, he tries to like apologize and I don't know, kind of go back and forth between him and the ice witch a couple times. Now she turns into the real ice queen, Rudina. And she's like, yeah, I guess 50 years is long enough. So unfreezes the town. The dude's still 50 years older than everybody else who's here. I think 50 years is what it said in that dialogue. But that unfreezes this dude over here, Zom, who, I don't know, is important for some reason. I don't remember. We're very much hitting the part of the run where, like, my memory of all the knowledge and individual plot beats starts to get a little shaky. Shakier than it's already been. I know the run decently well, but the whys and the hows.
That's fine. Just be like, we're gonna go do this for reasons.
Oh, tonic fell off the wall. I mean, at the very beginning, but... He jumped off the wall again.
That one seemed intentional.
It might have been, but...
Yeah, probably resetting the encounter.
Yeah. It could definitely be.
Oh no. Air's being attacked by shrimp.
I'd go for some shrimp right now. I'm kind of hungry. Out of bounds in DS? I'm not sure. Is there an out of bounds in DS? I'm not really familiar with the DQ6 DS run very much. I know DQ5 DS has one or two of them, like in the volcano. It has to do with like stairs being placed in a certain position relative to like a wall or a corner. That lets you kind of clip through.
I know Eric said that he might show the out of bounds in a town later, depending on how comfortable he is.
Yeah, that'd be cool. It's a cool thing to see. But yeah. Anyway, Eric just went down to the sunken ship, found some treasure, glass slipper, tiny metal, agility seed, and most importantly, the final key.
Man,
Saigo no Kagi.
it's the second time they put the final key in the middle of the ocean.
I know, right? So, kind of mentioned like a while ago that sort of one of the... How much of a lead does Air have? Let's say 35 to 40 minutes. Somewhere around there right now.
A better idea once Tonic beats Moraga.
Yeah. So the general story right after Mudo is that like you've restored Hassan to his original form, but there's still other statues out there, presumably like the hero. The hero is still separated between his spirit and his body, and so you're kind of on a quest to figure out how to reunite those two. And along the way, one of the other main objectives that's going to be going on, which is sort of relevant to the things that Air is working on, both in the mountain and then here in this cave that he's entering, this little puzzle cave, is just like the rest of this trilogy, right? So this run is the third game in the Zenithian trilogy, and it's called the Zenithian trilogy. The stories aren't really directly related too much, but they do share a couple of common themes, right? They all have a Zenithian tower/castle. They all revolve around the Master Dragon to some extent, or to a varying extent. And they all have 4 pieces of legendary equipment. And so in this game, typically the legendary equipment is needed in order to enter Zenithia. So sort of another thing they're working towards at the moment is, even though they haven't been explicitly told to find the legendary equipment, gathering the legendary equipment is sort of an objective that they're doing along the way. So that's where Error is right now. He's in this little mini cave dungeon, which will have the Sophita shield, which is the legendary shield. So there's armor, shield, sword, and helmet. Are the 4 pieces of legendary equipment.
Oh, Northrex just killed the hero.
That wasn't Northrex. That was his zombie cousin.
Oh.
A little too sickly looking.
Good thing that Chamorro knew Vivify.
Yep. So Error's picked up the Sophita shield. Tonic has acquired the flying bed. And Error's gonna head up into this cave. Is another little like slightly puzzly ice cave.
Carmino
like-
Cave.
Yeah, but you got like this sliding ice puzzle that isn't even really a puzzle on this first floor that you can just kind of walk straight across it. And then you get asked a couple questions. They're always in the same order. It's 1, 3, 2 here. In order to enter. And then there are these like... So here's another sliding ice puzzle. And then there's the... which again is not even really a puzzle if you know the way across. And there's the other ones that you step on that, like, if you step on them twice, it, like, the first time it weakens the ice, and if you step on it again, you fall through. So, a couple of these, like, movement puzzles. Gotta hit some switches and stuff. Nothing really, super complicated.
Oh, so yeah, that's when you have to hit all 4 switches and make it across without falling down.
Yeah, and I think you need to hit them in a certain order, too, in particular. So we're in here hoping for the legendary sword of Ramia's, but instead we just find this rusty old blade. So we got a rusty sword. Womp womp.
Harry wanted it too, but decided it was beneath him when he found out what it was.
Yep. Too much junk. Tonic's still mini metal collecting. He'll be going to turn those in very shortly.
Jump in a well and fight a well monster. Thanks, DQ6.
Yep. So after going through that cave and all that, we talk to Zem again, and he gives us the pass to get to Longadesio, or to get into Longadesio, which is sort of like I'll call it like a thieves' town kind of town. Maybe not the right way to put it, but definitely one of those little town of ruffians. Kind of reminds me a little bit of like Pick'em from DQ8 or something.
The village over Lower Dharma DQ7. Forget what it's actually called.
Yeah, I don't remember. Tonic doing some shopping here, hitting phone. Have to go check out the mirror of the mirror. Meantime, a little bit of class changing on Error's side. I have Amos here turned into a fighter. And then Barbara and Chamorro are going to remove their classes.
I always knew they were classless. That was an error joke. Don't be mad at me.
Can be mad at both of you.
That's fair.
I'm not mad.
Just disappointed.
Yeah. Alright, Error's next trip to the Metal King. We'll see if he has enough to receive the Sword of Miracles. He should have 40. So 10 more. Yep, and there he goes, 40. So he gets the Sword of Miracles, Seki no Kutsurugi. So just like in other DQ games, the Sword of Miracles is a weapon that heals you whenever you hit with it. So as you have noticed, one of the main attacks that have been being used in this run is the lunge attack, which is a recoil attack. So whenever we hit with it, we take damage back. But the Sword of Miracles will help greatly with that by allowing us to also heal back health. So it's a very strong item. Especially in the hands of the powerful Hassan.
Yeah.
Some demon armor. What else
Do
we
you
got
know
here?
in this version, is the Sword of Miracles trigger healing even on a killing blow?
I don't know. I think so. I think it works as expected, but I'm not 100% certain of that.
Keep an eye out.
It's not like you're really fighting much trash. So, and bosses usually you heal after them anyway.
Right.
So it's like I'm
Does it
struggling trying to
really
think of a
matter?
case where it really matters. Yeah.
And even if you are fighting trash, you're probably not needing to lunge at him anyway.
All right. So this is Longadessia. This is where we're using the path to get into. There's some shops. There's some scammers. There's some dancing establishments.
Some houses where you can probably find Puff Puff.
Yeah, definitely the kind of place where that would be. And then there's this guy Hawk up on the roof. He's got all the info. I don't really remember. I don't really remember what information you're trying to bribe him for.
Here said
Sally.
Sally.
Oh, we'll be back to talk more about that stuff later, because like everything in DQ RTA, you know, the order you do things in is not always consecutive, so we're returning out and exploring the world to grab some more stuff at the moment.
Well, Tonic had his 30 medals.
Oh, yeah. So he's doing a safety save here, too. Error going into Poseidon's castle down here. There's a tidal wave staff. That's what it is. Uminari. See something. Tiny metal. The Megazaru bracer, which is really important. So the Megazaru bracer is a bracer that when you equip it on somebody and they die, it revives everyone else in the party.
Oh, okay. So farewell bracer, basically.
Yep. The same as DQ4, only the DQ4 PlayStation. Only it also revives wagon members.
Right.
Very strong in this game. And then a silver tray. And some items like the silver tray, you might think, well, it's just like it's an okay shield. Like, do I really need this? But there are some of those items that are going to be interestingly important a little bit later. So talk about that when we get there. But one thing to keep in mind is that there's an additional stat in this game that doesn't exist in every game, which is style, and every piece of equipment modifies your style by a certain amount. And there'll be a time where we'll want to be a little stylish. And the silver tray will, pretty sure helps out with that.
But it was Tiny Metal 45.
Yeah, lots of tiny metals
Hopefully.
in this town. Oh. Being body blocked. Oh, hey, you.
Drom's ancestor.
Oh. This is the worst part of RNG that Error's got in this whole run.
It was Armor Shop Lady's great-great-grandfather.
Yeah.
So what you need to do, Cowie, is play this game, murder that NPC, and then never have to worry about Armor Shop
Oof.
Girl again.
Tonic, getting some bad luck here in Morago's Tower.
I think Shimura's Vivify.
Has to work, though. Tonic's looking for magic water to try to get Chamorro some more MP. There's the magic water at the top in Moralgo's hut. I think that's what he's going to go for and hope it works. Otherwise, he might have to reset. He did make a safety save before coming in here, so...
Luckily, Shinobiyashi takes 0 MP.
That's the magic water. And give that to Chamorro. Come on, Chamorro.
You can do 3 more times. 4 times. Got it.
All right.
All you need is 1.
All you need is 1 more than you have. Anyway, Hawk or Hook. I call him 2 different things in my notes because it's similar. I guess we'll call him Hook. So Hook has disguised himself in this town, this Longadesio town. And you need to find him 3 times. And so there's also some shopping and some items to collect in there, which is what Error's working on right now. And then a very important equip. Meanwhile, Tonic is on Moralgo, so kind of a reminder of how the Moralgo fight works. He alternates turns. Alternates turn 1 being Reflect, and turn 2 being a mix of actions. Tonic, again, getting bad boss RNG luck here. So on the gist is on the Reflect turn, you want to buff yourself up. And on the non-Reflect turn, you put it on Tactics to hope that your AI will kill those genies if they come out, if they get summoned, and otherwise they just do damage. And meanwhile, Hero will use Expel in order to get rid of the Reflect, and then that'll cause him to go back into his Reflect pattern. So that's sort of the recurring pattern of this fight. Tonic got unlucky there, though, because the genie did not get killed in 1 hit, which is one of the ways, like the main way this fight can spiral out of control. The genies usually die in 1 turn, but that means it's a cycle where you're not damaging Moralgo. So I think Tonic has both already seen more genies than Error did, and one didn't die. So again, just getting a bit unlucky with the boss RNG. Firebolt, his nastiest attack. All right, this fight's kind of settled in. It's going all right so far now. Yes, in the meantime, Aaron on the left got to Sally. Sally is she's a blacksmith. I think she's also like the daughter of a blacksmith or whatever. But you kind of hope that she might be able to repair the Sword of Ramia's, the rusty sword, back into the legendary Sword of Ramia's. But she doesn't want to. She doesn't want to help you. But if you get the rest of the legendary equipment, then she might be swayed to change her mind. So it's sort of where you get the quest to get the rest of the legendary stuff. Arrow went down into the Rhydock, like the little cave underneath Rhydock area, and found down there a Shield of Strength. So just like other DQ games, Tonic cleared out Moralgo. There we go. Just like other DQ games, the Shield of Strength is an item that's usable in combat. In order to that will cast Heal More on the user if you use it as an item in combat. So it's really good to give to a melee character like Amos or Hassan for self-healing, to kind of a mana-free heal. And it's also a pretty good defensive item. Going off time, it's like
38 minutes.
Holding steady, 38 minutes. So even though Error had the little squibble with missing a tiny medal, Tonic getting bad boss RNG has kind of counteracted that.
I mean, you said it multiple times too, but important to say it again. Like, neither runner has done anything really. They're both having great runs so far.
Yeah, they're both playing really well. They're both playing, they're handling what the game throws at them. The only real mistake either of them have made up to this point is Error missing that one mini medal. Like.
Yep.
Error came into this with a little bit of a lead, and has also just been generally getting a little bit better. Boss RNG in particular. Got a little bit of bad RNG there, though. He just got paralyzed, wiped out of Grakos' lair. At least I think that was a paralyzed wipe. Wiping out in this game can be kind of annoying because you're not necessarily sure where it leaves you, and the quickest way to get back to where you just were. Let's find Error will make his way back to the Undersea Shrine. Undersea Shrine, so the boss at the end of it is Grokos. Will become somewhat of a recurring enemy, or at least reappears in DQ7. There'll be some stuff to collect in this Undersea Shrine. And Grokos is... he's a fight where, like, the first 2 turns kind of define the fight. As long as you survive the first 2 turns and get your setup, he's, you can't lose to him as long as you respect the exact heal lines. But it's... the heal lines are a little bit flexible based on, like, is one character hurt or the other character hurt, or are both characters hurt? You know, it's a little bit... it is a little bit tricky of a fight. And again, a lot can go wrong those first 2 turns until the setup is done, but you really just fight him with just Hero and Hassan. That makes you really vulnerable to paralysis while going through this dungeon, because if your full team gets paralyzed, you wipe out. So, unfortunately, the random encounters in this dungeon are not always cooperative. This place is a little bit of a maze also. When we get to Grokos, talk a little bit about him now, but... oh, I love this turtle. This is one of my favorite turtle sprites. I love the DQ turtles in general, but I love the spiky turtle. Anyway, when we get to Grokos, so I'll talk about him now a little bit, since we got some time. He's got 3,000 HP. He can do Ice Breath 1/3 of the time. He can cast Blizzard Macchiato 1/6 of the time. He's got a heavy attack, an attack. Those are each 1/6. And then Mow Down, which is like an area physical attack 1/6 of the time. So the important parts are to get uppers stacked on both Hassan and the hero a couple times. Get the Sufita shield active to reduce some of the frost damage. 3 uppers on Hassan, 2 uppers on Sufita on hero in general. And the individual heal lines, right, are Hassan at 120 or hero at 60 or lower, or Hassan at 180 and hero at 90. And that's because, like, that basically accounts for him doing his worst actions multiple turns in a row. And that's where it can be tricky, is like you can be looking at the individual heal lines, and if the second character is just slightly below that line, you might not catch it. Like if Hero's at 90 and Hassan's at 175, you might be like, oh, I'm still fine to attack. But then you can get his worst action multiple times in a row, and then you're just then suddenly somebody's dead. And then for damage, it's mostly going to be building up in Spirit Punch. Hero will be using the Gent Staff. Hassan does have access to the Shield of Strength that he can use to heal himself also. And Hero can toss out some Fire Claws if he's got nothing better to do. Throwing a little extra damage, but... The ice attacks are going to be the strongest attacks. They can do... Blizzard can do up to 70 on Hassan, and Ice Breath can do up to 60. Yeah, you're seeing a lot of paralysis in here. It's pretty unfortunate. Thankfully, even though you're going through this dungeon with just Hero and Hassan, you still have access to wagon spells, in particular Tiptoe. These encounters are bad enough with Tiptoe, much less doubling that. While Tonic's getting to the mermaid section. He'll soon be getting the mermaid harp. Which will let him head out towards Mount Snow. Alright, Error picking up the sands there. Forget what the sand urn, I guess, is what the full item is. That'll be a very important item in a little while. It's a key item just hanging out in the chest in the middle of this dungeon. Here's Gracco, so let's see how this this setup goes. Mahayado turn 1 is not the best start. Error being a tiny bit chancy on one of those turns, but aiming to get his setup completed rather than focusing on the precise heal lines, which is a valid decision when you're in that setup phase. But he's got his setup done now, so this should be all right. Yes, this is Super Famicom version, Super Nintendo. Japanese only release. There is an English fan translation available, but it was only officially released in Japan. Pretty good Gracco so far. Being pretty nice, not a whole lot of Mahayado. Bad turns in a row there, but still hanging in there just fine. Thankfully, with Sufita's shield active, Hero does not really take a whole lot of damage from the ice attacks, so... Lots of ice breath. They're opting to be a little bit safe on a couple of these turns. Sometimes it's better to just toss the heal out there rather than the extra flame clodge, and just like, rather than taking the time to think about the heal lines. There's one turn in there where and that's another one where he's playing it just a tiny bit safe. I say safe, but like, healing early can let you do a claw later too. It's not necessarily like you're losing out on anything by doing it. And there's Gracchos. Yeah, easy peasy. I'll tell this story that Error won't want told, but the first time Error did a full run of this, he died to Gracchos like 2 or 3 times. I was looking at the damage numbers while he was fighting it, and I'm just like, man, are you sure you have the right things equipped? And he had like completely missed an equip menu, was taking way more damage from some of those attacks than he should have been. And then he hasn't really had much trouble with it since. Just a fun story. And yeah, from beating Gracchos, you're rewarded with so it raises this island in the middle of the water. So it's another case of like defeating a boss, unlocking a section of the world that was missing. And additionally, you get the Graco Spear, which is a weapon that you can use as an item in combat, and it will cast the upper spell on whoever uses it. And that will be a very, very useful item.
Especially like you mentioned earlier with like the gun staff, you can put it on whoever, so whoever can cast it. Makes it really nice.
Yep. It accelerates your buffing phase. It can give you an emergency for like bosses that might reduce your defense or use freezing waves or something. It gives you an option to rebuff quickly. Yeah, really useful tool. Right, and now Error is heading off. So on the right side, Tonic is getting to Mount Snow. He's doing the whole Snow Queen stuff. He's sort of in plot progression land at the moment. And in the meantime, Error is going to the style contest. So I talked a little bit earlier about the style stat and how different equipment gives you different amounts of style. Well, there's actually a contest around this, and there's different tiers of like contests, so you can keep doing it with harder and harder thresholds to get better and better rewards. And the route that both these runners are going to be doing requires going through I think it's stage 4 and 3 times, and that will get you a carpet. It's not quite the magic carpet, but it will get you the clean carpet. And so some of those random items that have been being accumulated throughout Platinum Sword, Platinum Mail, Iron Mask, stuff like that, will all be shoved onto one character to get them as stylish as possible. And yeah, you gotta go through the style contest a few times. There's an optional route that does the style contest up to like rank 6, I think, or 7. Goes through quite a few more. That can reward you with a Sage's Stone, which is an item that when used in combat heals everybody in the party. It's a very, very nice item. Can give you quite a bit of safety for the final boss in particular. But it takes so long to get enough items. Both the style contest itself take a long time, and you have to go out of your way to get a bunch more items to get enough style to complete it, that it's not really done in serious runs. But it's a pretty common like learner route type choice when getting used to the run. But neither of the runners today, as far as I'm aware, are going to be going for the Sage's Stone. It's like a 20-minute time investment. It's really a long time. Zatoriak, are you good to take things solo for a few?
Sure.
I need to stand up and just like move around a little bit, grab a snack, stuff like that. So
Yeah.
I'll be back in a couple minutes.
So this first style contest, specific items we're getting was a Platinum Sword, which is what we got from the Metal King, Platinum Mail, the Sufita Shield, Iron Mask, and Deseo Pass. He's going to repeat this 2 more times. The first time he's going to get a silver tray. The second time he's going to get a fashionable bandana. And then the clean carpet is what we need to get. Voila. Tonic is in the sunken ship. And there's his final key. Style contest, especially for a run this long, is a nice place to take a break. You can get a stretch. You can get through a lot of it just with the turbo. There. Surprise. You won the style contest again. Alright, so now Tonic's got his Sufita shield. He's going to be going up to the cave to get his rusty sword. So now Air's back in the dream world. He's heading with Barbara and Hero. They're going to get another tiny medal. They're going to get the magma staff, which is another recurring item, but using Dragon Warrior 4 to get to Gardenburg. There it is. So now we're in the town of Calvarona. You can get tiny metal number 55. Grabbing a magic seed for Barbara, which is going to be huge. The more that we can pump Barbara's MP up, the better, because she's going to learn a spell that's called Magic Burst or Medante, which whatever her max MP is, or if you use it when she's at max MP, it'll deal 3 damage per MP. So if she got 300 MP, it'll do 900 damage to everything. So the more MP we can pump her up with, the better. And meanwhile, he's going to do some menuing. And Tonic's going to do his class changes.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Need to catch up and figure out where people are now, though. Like, Error's done the style contest.
He's about to use the sander, and
Gotcha.
Tonic's doing his, I don't know if it's the last one, but class changing.
Yeah, not quite the last one. I mean, the last class change will be in the final dungeon. Presumably both people are going to do it. You get the dragon book that lets Hassan turn into the dragon class. But that's not till the final dungeon.
Hot Toddies, I think it was making 2 of them, removing the class from 2, I forget which, like Malayu and
Yeah, Amos turns into a fighter. Barbara and Chamorro take away their class. I don't have like a current throughout the thing of like who is what class, so I can't really explain what everybody else is at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just doing my best trying to keep my notes on where Error is.
Mm-hmm.
No, we did not say that, Error. Can we get him on in here?
I removed the class. So every character has like a set of base stats that goes up and down, that goes up as they level, or as you use seeds or something like that. And all the numbers you see on screen when you look at like your HP or your MP or what you're gaining or losing or whatever for levels is all adjusted based on the class. So a mage, for example, might get plus 10% wisdom and minus 15% HP. Just to throw some numbers out there. They're not accurate, just as an example. So removing the class removes some of those modifiers. So you might have a character that you want to have a little bit more HP with, but you don't want to sacrifice their MP too much. So instead of a mage, you might make them classless so they get a little more HP without completely wiping out their MP. Or, whatever. It might just lead to the set of stats that you want by removing those adjustments. And additionally, if you don't need the skills that they might learn for more class levels, then it might also, theoretically save you some skill learning dialogues, but that's a pretty minor point. Mostly just for the stat adjustment.
So there was a point we mentioned earlier that we're going to need to keep using the golden pickaxe throughout the run. We need to do that to find the stairs.
Yep. So this brings you into this little this ruined castle area. It lets you kind of break into it and into the tunnels underneath. And down here is the Orgo armor. So this is the secondary piece of legendary equipment. And as a reminder, we need all 4 pieces of legendary equipment in order to proceed. Usually it's required to get into Zenithia. And in order to repair the legendary sword, which we found as a rusty sword, the blacksmith, who doesn't really want to help us, Sally, says she'll need us to get the other 3 pieces of legendary equipment to kind of prove that we're serious about this. We're still missing the legendary helmet.
Yep.
But in the meantime, there's one place that we haven't been able to get back to. So we've had the whole real world, dream world thing going on this whole time. But you know where we've never been? We've never been to
Back
the
home.
real LifeCod. We've only been to the dream LifeCod. But now, we finally have access to get back there. So let's go check it out. I've been saying how one of our main objectives is to kind of reunite the hero who's still, technically really just hero spirit with his original body. And, well, we're from LifeCod, right? Maybe the real heroes, the hero body, maybe that's also in LifeCod. Oh, who could that be? Oops, 2 heroes?
Dragon Quest 6, Oops All Heroes. No, I think that was somebody else that cast Transform.
Oh, that could be. Let's go chat with the mayor. See what the mayor has to say. I don't really know what the mayor's saying, but he's talking about Tanya, your sister. So let's go check on Tanya. Did I say sister? Sister, or she was the one caring for you or something? I don't know. I don't think she's not like your actual sister, but like sister figure.
Right. What the?
Mayor's like, I don't know what to think about this. I'm just gonna peace out. Maybe when I wake up, this will be normal. So the hero's spirit and the hero's body try to unite, but it's rejected. The other hero does not consent to this. Afraid.
I think the lore is sort of like he doesn't want to reemerge because he's like basically who will become the dominant personality, you or me type of thing.
Yeah, something like that. It's definitely a little bit of a fear of losing himself in there.
Yeah. That wasn't there in the dream world.
Yeah. It was a medical herb in the dream world.
Yep.
All right. So while we're out there chatting with the other hero, LifeCod is under attack.
Oh no!
So there are a bunch of monsters throughout LifeCod now doing battle with the people of the town, and this is going to be Barbara's time to shine.
Yep,
So,
this is why we were pumping her full of MP seeds.
Yeah, so there's a few different formations that show up through here, and the general gist is that Barbara is going to be using Mega Magic here, Madante, to Magic Burst most of them down, and whatever doesn't die to it should be finished off with whatever attacks are left. And conveniently, in the middle of this town, there's a little church with a guy who will just heal you for free very quickly without even a full inn or anything. Priest is just like, here you go, be healed. And it restores all of your MP, so you can just use Magic Burst on every single fight and clear them pretty quickly.
Yeah, the biggest thing that's going to slow you down is if they decide to target Barbara and kill her before she gets it off.
Yep. Meanwhile, Tonic is in the Undersea Shrine, going to be heading towards Grokos. So there are 8 of these encounters, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 9. 9 of these encounters. And it's actually like a little bit confusing sometimes because you forget which ones you've done. A couple of the houses have 2 encounters in them, and it can actually be kind of easy to just mix up which ones you've done and which ones you haven't. So far, so good, though.
Yeah. You love to see that animation when you chose to see it. You hate to see it when the enemy is doing it.
At least in this game.
Yeah.
You actually kind of like to see it on the final phase of the final boss in DW7.
That's right, I think I remember that. Either that or I repressed it.
Yeah, or go to phase 4 has like an A, B, and a C pattern, and Mega Magic starts his C pattern, and that's your best opportunity to like do damage.
Ah, I
So
see.
that's why you like to see it. A is scary, B is stall, C is get some damage in. If Tonic makes it through Grokos' castle here first try, that will that'll be a little bit of a time save compared to Error, because Error did have the paralysis wipe, so
Yeah.
might make back 3-4 minutes here. Don't know exactly how long.
Maybe I'll try to remember when Error beats Duran. I'll put the time in the chat.
Tonic getting good run luck, Error getting good luck with not having Barbara get bopped.
Mm-hmm.
So at the end of these monster encounters, there is going to be one fight that's slightly different, which is a demon that can't be hurt by normal magic. So you can take some physical hits, and the hero will learn the zap spell And you pretty much have to zap him down. He only has 400 HP, but because you'd have so few options for doing damage, yeah, spells and skills other than zap don't really work, so you kind of just have to hope that hero's able to do his job and doesn't get bopped. But that'll be on the last of these fights.
All right.
1709.
All right. Tonic facing Gracchos.
Yep, so again, the strategy here is going to be to get 3 uppers onto Hassan, hope for 2 of them onto Hero, get Safita's shield on the Hero. He's going for 3 uppers on Hero, actually. Double healing here, respecting the heal lines. Starting the build up, getting the Sophia shield up. So setup is complete. Should be in good shape here. Let's have to whittle away at his 3,000 HP.
He's doing about 200 every 2-second turn, so 30 turns.
Yeah. Well, plus minus whatever fire claws the hero gets to use in there, but that'll cut off a couple. All right, so Error on the left is going to finally convince Hero to merge in order to gain the power to defeat this demon that's here. This is what teaches Hero the Zap spell.
Yep. Very common theme in Yuji horror games where the main protagonist is lightning element.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the demon at arms.
Yep. That's the modern name for it. I don't know what I don't know what his actual name is in Japanese. More turn. Actually, that lunge got it. Easy peasy. Sonic making his way through Gracchos. Should be getting
Pretty close.
somewhat close.
I do love the Krakow sprite. I think it's great.
Yeah, I agree. I really like it. Tonic getting some pretty good RNG on this fight. Not as many cold breaths as what Error had. Tonic definitely took it a little bit slower and more like by the book the first 3-4 turns until the setup was complete, but had pretty good boss RNG there.
So yeah, Tonic is like clawing his way back. So he's pretty much at exactly a half hour behind now.
Yep. Yeah, again, that was a segment where Error had gotten paralyzed, wiped, so Error did lose a couple minutes having to redo that travel. But even so, I think Tonic made up a couple minutes on top of that too. Maybe encounters, maybe a faster Gracchos. Not entirely sure. So meanwhile, Error's back in Rydok, and you kind of get like a scene here where now that you're kind of reunited, you kind of start to get your memories back, and there are these different flashback scenes. So sort of just a little bit of a story thing where there's 5 or 6 of these little flashback scenes in a row, where you kind of realize that you really are the Prince of Rydok that you were accused of impersonating.
They just didn't quite
Earlier.
recognize you since you weren't reunited with your real world self.
Yeah. Yeah, you were partially the Prince of Rydok.
At this point, yeah, not a great opportunity to take a break, but it's probably a really good point to like be able to get up and stretch.
Mhm.
You get a bunch of little tiny breaks.
Callie, remember what you told Zatoriak earlier about overthinking things? That right there.
That's like 5 steps down the they don't know that we know that they don't know that we know that they know.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with the laws of that country, though, or are you just applying U.S. law to that? Now we're overthinking.
Implying these people have a jury. They have a king. King's just gonna go like,
Yeah.
execute him.
Yeah, the king's gonna be like, I don't get it. Off with their heads.
So, just the story beats on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, we got Tonic kind of just finding Hook throughout Long Desio to get to Sally. Doing a little bit of shopping and item collection along the way. Not really a whole lot going on either side right now besides plot and mini metal collection. But the main thing that we're going to get out of these cutscenes on the left that Error is going through right now is that being the prince here will reward you with the Sebas helm. Is the 3rd piece of legendary equipment.
After which you're gonna sell a bunch of gear to get a bunch of gold to hire Sally to make the sword.
Now we're going to spend that gold, but we don't need to hire Sally.
Gotcha, I see. It's further down, yeah.
Yeah.
You know
Sally
what
just said
happens
that
when you make assumptions.
Yep. Sally just said that she wouldn't do the work on the sword unless we got the rest of the legendary equipment. So
Yeah.
after the helmet here, we'll be able to go back to Sally and show her all the stuff.
So when she sees the other 3 pieces of legendary equipment, do you think she becomes inspired? It's like, okay, I'm gonna do this, or do you think it's like begrudgingly, like, oh my god, I can't believe they freaking did it? She's like hammering, like, I can't believe these stupid people.
I I think she gets enthusiastic about it, right? Like, hey, these guys might actually be serious. They might actually have a chance of, I don't know, stopping the bad guy. I don't really know what the story motivation is for, like, you don't know who the true bad guy is yet.
Right.
And you know you've been fighting these, or do you? I don't know. You know you've been fighting these generals like Jamiris and Mudo, Gracchos, and I don't think Morago counts. It's like a fourth general dude. Unless Duran's the fourth one. Maybe he's the fourth one. So you know you've been going after these general dudes, but I don't think you really know who the big bad is yet. And I don't remember like what specifically Sally's shtick is in terms of
her change of heart or following through.
yeah, or like why she doesn't want to perform the work, or who she's mourning or whatever. I think like her dad or family member got killed by one of them.
Oh,
One of the bads, big bads. Her dad left her to find the sword. Okay, there we go.
okay.
Error with the lore.
Yeah.
Thank you, Error, for knowing what happens in this game. There it is, the Sword of Ramias. So, unlike the normal Zenithian sword, so you're familiar with like a DQ4 or DQ5. The Zenithian shield, when used as an item in combat, will cast the bounce spell, but it does something a little bit different here, where it raises your. It's more of like an insulate spell, where it raises some of your resistances. And similarly, the Zenithian sword typically uses like a freezing waves ability when used as an item in combat that removes buffs and debuffs. But in this game, the Sword of Ramias, when used as an item, actually casts by kill, which doubles your attack power. So you can give a free by kill to anyone in your party. And you can cast it on other people too. So like the hero could use the sword onto Amos or whatever. I think that works. But yeah, anyway, you get like a castable by kill item. So that's it's pretty handy because we don't need to like spec into by kill into a character that learns that spell, the class grind or something like that. We can just use the Sword of Ramias to do that.
Got one chance left. There's one sprite I haven't seen in the style contest that I was hoping would pop in there.
Is it the Hork?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. So Error did a little bit of shopping. He, in particular, got most noteworthy got the water flying clothes for Chamorro, but also grabbed a helmet and some other equipment. All right, let's see if Error has 60 mini medals here at the Metal King. He does. So he'll be given the Sands of Time and the Mystic Armor. So the Sands of Time, similar to DQ4 and DQ5. I think are they in DQ5? They're definitely in DQ4. They're an item that you can use to reset combat. Now in Dragon Quest IV NES, they're pretty limited in that you need to like use an inn or something like that in order to recharge them.
Yep.
And in the remake of DQ4, you can actually just use them as much as you want, which is wildly different. But in this game, they're actually a single-use item, so you get to reset one encounter once. So So it can be useful as like a Hail Mary for a boss fight. Optionally, you might use it during the final metal grind in order to bring a medal back that runs away. And that you can save scum, or if it doesn't work, you can just reload your save and get the sands back. Or ideally, you save them and have a second shot at the final boss without having to walk all the way back. But the Metal King grind is probably where they most commonly get used.
Yeah. That's probably the most efficient use of it, too.
There he is. There's your Hork.
Yeah.
We already have Hero at home.
Yeah.
And then the Mystic Armor is an item that restores HP every turn in battle. So add that healing to the Sword of Miracles, and it's a lot. It's pretty awesome. Hassan becomes an absolute unit. All right. So there's a little puzzle here out in the tower. I don't remember exactly where you're supposed to get the solution to it, but there's a solution somewhere. And then it summons down this castle. And now we come up with DQ6's iconic "Why does this exist?" boss. He's going to tractor beam us up. And then we're going to fight the castle.
Yep.
The castle itself is the boss. Hellcloud Citadel. 3,000 HP. He can crush you, vacuum wave, attack, magic barrier, or Infirmost. Your general strategy is, kind of the same as it's been, more or less, with the build-ups, saps, stuff like that. Try to get a couple uppers off potentially. But one real issue that can happen, which didn't happen so far, is if he uses magic barrier, you can't land sap anymore. So you're really hoping to land 1 or 2 saps. There's the magic barrier. But he got 1 sap off before that. At least he was spirit punching for 1,000 damage. Spirit punch is not guaranteed on this guy, but it's pretty reliable. But once magic barrier happens, you can't use spirit punch anymore. So you switch to flying kick. So instead of doing 1,000 damage every other turn on Hassan, he's doing like 700 damage. But yeah, otherwise this castle's typically pretty easy. He goes down pretty fast. His for being a giant floating castle that sits on you, really doesn't do as much damage as you'd expect.
You'd think you'd have a much bigger advantage, but
Yep. Nobody even died. Pretty common for Barbara to die on that, but
no. If you've been following this whole relay, as he starts walking through the castle, the layout of the castle might look familiar.
yep. Got some monsters here, but it is definitely a familiar castle. And we'll see a little bit more of it afterwards. Gonna get a world leaf from this dresser here. Finally a revival item. And then we move into the gauntlet. So there are going to be 3 back-to-back fights that Error's going to have to do here. The first one here is a killer machine plus a land armor. So these are 2 just kind of like regular looking enemies. They're not individually a ton of HP, but they're really scary together. The robot dude is metal slash, strong attack, and dragon slash. The armor has attack, protect, strong D, and bounce. So you're kind of hoping turn 1 here to defend, burn a little time, get some uppers. Let's see.
It's your favorite turtle.
It is. Great turtle. Getting this upper onto Hassan is really critical on turn 1 here. Okay, Barber didn't die. Good. So this is going to let Hassan use the Forbearance ability or Guardian ability to absorb attacks meant for allies to prevent them from being attacked. So Hassan is going to be taking all of the damage, but it means that other characters will get to do their actual actions. It's really sketchy. Some more upper here.
Down goes the sun.
That's not great. Got the turtle confused. Yeah, he had to reset because he had another death
Yep.
and only the 1 leaf. So the general gist there is that you want to have Hassan using Protect, Guardian, whatever you want to call it, and get him enough defense to be able to survive those attacks. And then you want to use the Lucida Shard onto the land turtle, which will stop it from defending the killer machine. And then you want to use Barbara's Medante, do a magic burst to try to take them mostly out. You may have to finish them up a little bit afterwards. But unfortunately, they did a little too much damage to Hassan there, and at that point, there's not really any recovering. Now, you might be wondering, why did he reset? He's going to have to redo the cloud fight. But if you die during this boss rush, and I don't know if it's anywhere in the boss rush, Error would probably know, or if it's only if you die in a certain spot, like Duran or whatever. But if you die in this boss rush, or certain parts of this boss rush, it actually takes away your legendary equipment.
I think
And
it's
then you have to-
I'm pretty sure it's any part. Yeah, anywhere.
And then you have to refight it without your legendary equipment, which is not a good time. So it's actually better to reset and redo the fights than it is to yeah, I was wondering about that sap. Okay, that's what it was. Barbara sapped instead of upper. I saw the sap and I was a little confused, but I didn't really fully remember how that fight went. It's fine. Thankfully, it was only the first fight, so, just getting through the castle again is pretty quick. It's not like it was a death to Duran or something.
Plus, we get to see the Mimo fighting the castle again.
Yep. So one thing that also is sort of a strategy in this section that you may notice is that you have multiple types of armor. You have like the platinum mail, the demon armor, the platinum sword. You got some various equipment that modifies your agility when equipped. And so certain characters are swapping on like the demon armor and such during certain turns to influence their turn order priority.
It's just a game mechanic. I think the lore is that when you lose a fight, you're sitting there unconscious, and then Duran basically notices that you have the legendary equipment, and he's going to take it away from you.
Yeah, I think it's specifically Duran that takes away the legendary stuff until you beat him. But yeah, so like in this fight in particular, it's Amos is doing the healing. And he's swapping between the demon armor and the platinum mail. In this game, the demon armor is not cursed, so you can actually just switch back and forth between it. Platinum mail gives you a little bit of an agility boost, and the demon armor agility penalty. So pretty strong turn swing based on which one you're using. Sometimes you want to heal after the boss, and sometimes you want to heal before the boss goes.
My brain every time he walks in here, I'm like, why didn't you get to do with the world tree? Oh wait.
Yeah. We'll get there. Alright, Tonic is heading up towards LifeCod. You'll have to go through the whole scenes here and the town being attacked and all that. Hopefully he has good luck with Barbara not getting bopped. So making up a little bit of time, but still very much a gap there. All right, let's try this again. Okay, Hassan's gonna guard. Staff, sort of Ramia's upper. How far behind is Team Doran? It was about 30 minutes at the last check, but with the death here Error just had, that might be more like low 20s now. Land armor. I don't know why the land needs armor, but...
Alright, now we're gonna see the Medante.
Kaboom. The guy on the left looks like land... Oh, I see. Yeah, the guy on the right is named Land Armor. So that's funny. That's what I thought you were going for. Good. So the turtle should be pretty easy to finish up. And after this, it's going to jump right into a fight against Terry. So the same Terry that we've been running into off and on. So Terry has a few different attacks. He can use his Thunder Sword attack, which hits everybody. He's got Falcon Slash, which will hit somebody twice. Flame Slash, Vacuum Slash, Sword Rain, which again hits everybody, and then Defense. So kind of a normal set of swordsman moves. He looks really out of place. Like rather than giving him, give him like an actual character sprite here, rather than like an actual like enemy looking sprite. Which is kind of wild. But yeah, in general, this is going to follow kind of the standard strategies. Hassan's going to be doing build up and lunge. Amos is going to mostly be doing healing, maybe occasionally some Fire Claw. And then Heroes will be buffing people up with the Sword of Ramia's. And then can also do some build up and attacks. And then Barbara's just kind of doing a little bit of support. She can, if she's got MP, she can toss some upper or magic water herself, toss some saps out there, but it's not really, you know, super critical. There is a revival after this fight before Duran, so slash heal.
to answer McFruit's question, for most of the menuing, you just memorize what the inputs like down is item or sorry, right is item, down is spells type of thing, or defenses. But then we also basic understanding of like hiragana and katakana to be able to read what the items are.
Yeah, I would say, like, in general, most people who run these games in Japanese at least learn hiragana and katakana to be able to recognize the characters quickly. And then you can kind of you know things, like you recognize patterns and you know what items are. Like, I know that yakuso is medical herb, right? Like, I'm just used to seeing it so often. Tsurugi is sword, whatever. So you do tend to learn some Dragon Quest specific words once you can read them and say them. There's way too much variance, I would say, to be able to memorize inputs only. There's definitely cases where if you know the inputs ahead of time, that's typically faster to execute. Like DQ3 in particular, you can be very consistent with your menus, and knowing where things are is faster than reading them on the fly. But there are definitely some things you need to be able to recognize as they come up, item drops or status effects or things like that. So Duran here, this is the last fight in the gauntlet. He's got 3,000 HP. He does 1 to 2 actions per turn. He's got a wind slash attack, moonsault. It's like a physical type thing. Heavy attack, quick attack, reflect, and freezing waves. And one of them is that quad attack that you just saw in there. And so the general strategy here is that Hassan is going to be using his protect to absorb all the incoming attacks, and you're just going to have Barbara spam upper on him every single turn, and that should help him survive it. He's got the armor that recovers HP every turn, and between that and the uppers, he should be able to survive. That said, the wind slash attack goes through upper, like it's not a physical based attack, and the freezing waves will get rid of upper. So freezing waves into that quad hit attack can be extremely brutal. And if he does this multiple times in a row with bad turn order, there is a chance that Hassan can go down. You can try to do some stuff like messing around with armor to change your turn order with Amos to change your heal priorities. You can choose when you want to heal or not heal Hassan, because like you want your characters doing some damage. But typically you're just kind of healing them every turn and spamming upper, and hoping to not get unlucky. I'd say Duran is like 90 to 95% consistent, but like this turn here is a little scary because took the wind slash and the freezing wave at the end of last turn. Okay, you got lucky there, or at least didn't get unlucky. If that had been another wind slash attack, that would have hit Hassan and killed him.
Well, it looks like Tonic's getting decent luck. Like I'm seeing Medante go off pretty regularly.
Yep. Which is pretty normal. Like, I would say Barbara getting bopped and not getting them off happens less than once a run.
Yeah.
Unless you're Error.
And you only lose her for the one fight because she'll get brought back right when you talk to the priest again.
You might have to manually vivify her, but I'm not 100% sure.
Oh. Well, the free heal and the free MP restore.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. But I think you have to manually cast the Vivify before talking to the priest. Hero's making pretty good progress this Duran fight. He should be getting close-ish. Hero's the main one doing the damage here. There we go. Like I said.
So
Hero's the main one doing damage, and you can kind of opt on that fight to have Hero do attacks, regular attacks versus lunge, with regular attacks doing less damage, but if you lunge too much, then you need to start getting healed, and that means less healing to Hassan. So you're kind of just like making that decision based on whether you think Hassan needs healing on a given turn.
Well, Terry's laying on the ground, not feeling so great.
Yeah.
Aaron just showing how he loves his unbridled aggression.
No, I think what he says is reasonable. I'm like,
Yeah.
just it's exactly what I was pointing out, that like if Hassan is healed and buffed up, then you can lunge because you have the capacity to toss a heal onto Hero. And
I think Duran is like I don't know if it's a super boss or just a boss from Monsters 1.
his model gets reused a lot. Dark Dream, he's sometimes called, or Nocturnus. So like Duran-looking enemies get used as super bosses occasionally. So Dark Dream is the super boss of DQ6, and I think he's a Duran lookalike. Nocturnus is kind of the final boss of like DQ9. It's another Duran lookalike.
Yeah.
He's there's a boss in 11 near the end that's like him also. Not a super boss, just like a story boss.
Yeah, I think it's like the one that's like guarding Mordegon's castle, like when you first enter it. Oh, we've reached the end of the progression.
Yep. Tracker's nearing the end. How he said the end is in sight.
Yeah.
So yeah, at this point, Terry joins us, realizes that Malay, who's traveling with us, is his sister, and joins forces with us. And so we're gonna actually take a quick trip back here to Arkbolt. This was the town where the Battle Rex was like rampaging in the nearby castle, and Terry was able. We were trying to bring it back or to subdue it, and then Terry came in and did it for us. But we're gonna have Terry in particular come inside here and realize that the Battle Rex is still hanging out here in jail, and the Battle Rex is gonna be like, "Hey, you were able to take me out. I really respect your power." And so we now have Durango, the Battle Rex, joining our team. Now, the goal was Deathmore. The goal was just beat the final boss and get to the credits. No post-game or anything. This has been a relay of the Zenithian series, so a relay of Dragon Quest IV for the NES. Was actually one of the runners played on Famicom and one played on English NES. Then Dragon Quest V Super Famicom, and then Dragon Quest VI Super Famicom, done back-to-back as a team relay. You can see the teams on screen here. All games are done power on through credits JRTA timing.
Mhm. Yep, it's the same Terry.
Yes, same Terry. Dragon Warrior Monsters was released as a spin-off around the time this game came out. I think after, but I think in the US actually, we didn't get DQ6, right? So people would know Terry from Monsters before knowing it from this game.
Yep.
But I think it came out shortly after in...
She's in the party. Malaya's in the party. He's
the two-
following her. Or following
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, that is Terry and Malayu. Malayu is the one who gets kidnapped in Monsters, and she is actually in our party for almost the whole game.
Was Miriam her? Is that her her remake name?
I don't know. I thought it was Millie, but
So did I. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, it is
Anyway,
Millie. Okay.
this is Zenithian castle here. So, as Zatoriak was saying, might look familiar to some people who've seen the rest of the trilogy. This is the recurring area that happens throughout the whole trilogy. Also get a world due from talking to this guy on the left, just like in the other games of the trilogy.
The idea that all of those bushes are baby world trees. DQ6, well, demon, thanks, DQ6.
Yeah, she was transliterated literally in DWM as Malayu. So I think calling her either Millie or Malayu is reasonable, but yeah, pretty sure Millie is the modern version, which is honestly fine. It's the closest name of all the remake names, right? So
Yeah.
kind of talked about this earlier, but Hassan is Carver in the DS remake. I guess
Chamorro
Terry
is
stays the
Nevin.
same. Chamorro is Nevin, and Barbara is Ashlyn. Terry stays the same. Amos, I don't know if Amos changes or stays the same. He might be similar.
What about Durango?
I don't know. No idea.
I'm gonna take a quick stretch break. I'll be right back.
Yep, sounds good. All right, so now that we've gotten to Zenithian Castle, you might notice that we're missing Zenithian Tower, and that's where we are now. And Zenithian Tower looks pretty different than in all of the other games of this series. In DQ4, it's like a very complicated tower of small rooms and lots of stairs. In DQ5, the Zenithian Tower is like broken and destroyed and crumbling and only half complete. And in this game, it's got things like lava tiles or barrier tiles, and some confusing layouts. And some stuff there: Dragon Killer, Life Seed, Small Metal. The Battle Rex is Lizzie, I see. Another World Leaf in that chest there. Yeah, and so what we're going to be what we want out of this tower is that at the top of the tower there's supposed to be flying reins, which we can potentially use on some sort of flying winged mount. I don't know what that would be. We just have a regular horse. We'll figure it out. Meantime, Tonic is still in the flashback scene section here. Almost done with it. out to get the final piece of legendary equipment, the helmet. The top of this tower that Error's in on the left. It's going to be a fight of a Hollow Ghost, a Magic Lamp, and a Devil Moth. They're pretty easy. It got less than 1,000 HP each, so you're going to use Hassan to protect Barbara and have Barbara use Magic Burst to mostly take them out, and then you'll clean it up with the rest of the crew. You really hope Hassan doesn't get put to sleep on turn 1, which will cause him to fail the protect action. It's really the only thing that can go wrong here. All right. Hassan died, but that's all right. Yeah, so Dragon Quest VI includes like a monster master class that's able to recruit monsters. In the original SFC version here, some of the monsters will join you in a manner similar to Dragon Quest V, where they just become like teammates with their own special abilities, and they'll join you. They'll stand up like after you defeat them in combat, and you need to be a certain monster master rank in order to recruit certain strength monsters. Not every monster is recruitable, but they replaced that mechanic in the DS version with the overworld slimes that you could recruit based on your monster master rank. So it's a similar deal where it's based on the class. You have to have that class in order to recruit them. But there's like a slime and a Kier slime and King Kier slime and a slime knight and a bunch of them hanging out around the world that can join you. 6 or 7 of them, I think. So the mechanic exists in both, but that's one of the major mechanics that was reworked for the DS version. All right. And now that we get the flying reins, we discover that our horse, Falchion, is actually the legendary Pegasus. And if anybody played DS and saw its name as Peggy Sue for the entire game, congrats, this is why. It had to spoil the mechanic. It was there in front of you the whole time. But anyway, Falchion is now a flying Pegasus with the reins, and we now have access to air travel. And now we get the longest, Error gets to do the longest menu in the game. This menu is over 1 minute long. There is so much like equipping and trading items around and stuff like that here.
If you want to hear somebody tell you every piece of it, watch last year's VOD.
In the meantime, Tonic is going to be approaching the Citadel fight. We'll see how this goes for him. Citadel into the gauntlet. So a reminder, Error died here to the first fight of the gauntlet, so this is an opportunity for Tonic to catch up a solid 5 minutes or so. Vittoria, I could put the Duran time in chat. Where was it?
18, 10, 20.
There we go. Meanwhile, Error is still doing this menu that I said is the longest menu in the run.
Yep.
It's a lot of just trading stuff to and from the bag to characters, sorting everything, equipping stuff. Alright, Healie Citadel. Let's see if Tonic can land some saps before Magic Barrier goes up. There's one. Second one missed, that's okay. Boggy Cross, Barbara survives that. Second sap, very good. Now it's just keeping people alive. Barbara dying, it's no big deal. Still no magic barrier, so we can keep using... choosing to use Flying Kick anyway. Maybe there was a magic barrier and I missed it. Or maybe he's just choosing to use Flying Kick. Because Spirit Punch can fail even without magic barrier. So Flying Kick is sometimes more reliable damage. Some runners prefer to use it.
You still have to build up power every other turn.
Yeah, you still do the same strategy. No problem with Healie Citadel. Meanwhile, on the left, Error is using the reins to fly up to the Dark World. And you may immediately notice that his party all has 1 HP. And he's entering Sorrow Town. So, kind of the Dark World, everything's a mess. No, Cowie. Bad. Everything's kind of like run down and everyone's in rough shape and all depressed and sad and weak and, being oppressed in the Dark World. And there is a path back over here, so he's going to go over to the west here. To the Hell Herb Hot Spring. And there's going to be a path here to get back to the regular world. Gotta wait in line. Did Tonic, leave to go save or something?
He must have.
Yeah. Taking a safety save after the Citadel. All right. Yeah. Now that Error's back in the real world, he's able to use the flying mount to get over here to Saxon Village, and basically this couple had gotten separated or whatever. This craftsman was brought up to the Dark World, and his tools were down here, and her pipe was with him. You get the pipe, you bring it down here. She gives you the tools, then you can bring the tools up to him. Maybe it was his pipe, but proof that you know where he exists. So he will make you he'll make you an item, and he gives you a choice of which item you want him to make. And you want to make sure you take the the shield item. It's very important that you be careful during this dialogue to not have him craft the wrong thing. Sorry. All right, so Tonic is going to be going into the gauntlet here.
That chiseled torso of Duran. He must work out.
Yeah.
Alright. Good turn one.
So you're going to start attacking. Barbara's going to probably try to use the Lucida Shard on the turtle. Nope, she's just going for the Medante. Okay. Skipping the Lucida Shard. It's pretty valid. It's just if the turtle ends up using strong D or protect or something, you can end up wasting some of the value of it, but that didn't happen, so ended up okay. I noticed Error didn't do the thing. So there's a bug in that first town where part of the screen transition on the south side is like missing. So you can actually line up in a certain spot and just go straight south and go out of bounds past the town edge. And if you keep going downwards far enough, and it takes like a minute or two, you keep going downwards far enough, you start getting like flashing poison animation and stuff like that. It's actually pretty funny.
He said he might show that off, but I'm assuming that since he's A, on PB pace, and B, said he wasn't comfortable with his lead still, that he's just going to keep going. Which I can't blame him. It'd be cool to see another PB during this relay.
For sure. Completely makes sense. All right, so Tonic through the first fight. Now he gets to fight Terry. Not too bad. Hassan's coming into this a little low on HP. No, don't flu at all if you don't want to, Error. It's fine. All right, so at this this forest here, everybody's fighting over this chest at the bottom. And you want to just avoid everybody. You don't want to fight into them. You just want to walk up and open it. And it's like, oh, it's empty. People are fighting over nothing. That's how desperate they are.
You were all bamboozled.
But wait, there's actually stairs under the chest. Haha.
Moreover. Well,
Yep.
I guess there were more under, but...
Tonic's cruising his way through the Terry fight. Meanwhile, Error is approaching Prison Town. There'll be a boss at the entrance of this prison town, which is the Sorrow Giant. He's really not too bad. He does some, he's got one attack, Grievous Strike, which he uses pretty often, which ignores defense and can do a couple hundred damage. He can dispel your buffs, but he's got low HP and low defense, and so he should die really quickly, as long as he doesn't murder anyone, so Amos and Terry are going to be in the front and mostly defending or occasionally healing. Meanwhile, the normal strat on Durango and Hassan. Now, Tonic's on the Duran fight here.
Son took a beating, but he's doing fine.
As long as Hassan is alive, it's fine.
But yeah, this fight's one of the defining fight of you only need 1 HP.
Yeah. One hits, wind slash, that kind of hurts, but it's okay. Amos could swap around his gear and get a heal off.
Sorrow
Wind
Giant
slash.
goes down.
Sorrow Giant's down, yep. This prison town here that Error's at is going to be the last quote-unquote town of the run. But there's still plenty more to do. This is actually a pretty long sequence with some story and a couple more bosses still to fight, and
One of those isn't really a Dragon Quest game if you don't get thrown into prison.
you've already been thrown into prison when you were accused of pretending to be the Prince of Rydok.
That was so long ago. This is like an entirely different DQ game.
I know. Tonic's Duran fight still going pretty well. Getting probably pretty close. Getting pretty nice on these waves turn. He's not double acting, so. Lots of actually single actions. He's doing a lot of regular attacks with Hero and not a lot of lunges. Lunge again, just to reiterate, does more damage but has a recoil effect. So you take some damage back. So he's trying to make sure that Hero doesn't kill himself. And he doesn't want to dedicate Amos's against staff usages to Hero to try to heal the lunge damage. Whether that be because he's not comfortable with the amount of uppers because of all the waves, or whether that just be because, you know, he's really focused on keeping Hassan maxed out. Or he's against staffing Hero now, so he must have been related to the upper count. It's fine.
Everything's fine.
All right, and Duran goes down.
All right, so
29 minutes.
yeah, he gained a minute on air.
Yep. Yeah, Error did wipe out to that one fight, but Tonic did leave to go do some safety stuff, like an extra safety save and everything.
Yeah.
So that cut into what he could have potentially saved. All right. I think at this point, this is probably a good spot for me to need to dip out. I could maybe stay another 10 minutes or so, but I kind of want to walk around and rest my voice a little bit and everything, so I'll let Zatori take it from here. Maybe Countess will join in if he wants to finish it up for the last little bit.
Sure.
There we
Oh,
go.
hey, Howie.
Hello. Will keep
And yeah,
me awake.
thanks for yeah. Good luck to the runners for the end, and hope you guys enjoy the rest of the relay.
Yep.
No,
Thanks
thanks,
for
Zach.
helping out.
Yeah, been fun.
And restreaming this is actually pretty convenient for me right now because it's like 42 degrees outside and I don't want to turn the heat on in May. So I got both of my computers running, 6 screens on in this room. It's keeping things nice and warm.
Nice. Do you want me to share my screen so you can see where I'm at in the notes, or?
I don't know. I don't know if I have another screen available for notes. I got stuff on 7 screens.
That's totally fair.
Yeah, this relay has been great so far. Nobody's really had any like huge blow-ups really. Like it's felt like you know, any given hour of this relay, both runners have been fairly neck and neck, about the same pace. Maybe like 5 minutes difference here and there, but
Yeah, looks like we have a potential of seeing a second PB during this.
yeah. Yeah, it was 80 here about a week ago, but there's this storm that's blowing through the whole country that the Weather Channel's making a big deal out of. I think that's chilling things out.
SUMDeaner got a PB and for when he did DQ5 for this relay.
Yeah, it's 4 minutes by, I think. Right now, Error's about 11 minutes ahead of his PB. He has been for a while.
Yeah, pretty much ever since Mudo 3. Which also kind of shows his improvement since throughout this game, because I think the PB he's comparing against had a first try Mudo 2-3, so it'd be 11 minutes ahead on a second try. That's pretty sick.
Yeah, it's very possible. I know I looked at the last run that he streamed and he lost a bunch of time on Mudo 3.
Yeah.
Always sucks to have that, you know, early segment that can be a big reset point and then your PB gets it first try, so all subsequent runs you're usually losing time there.
Right. Depending if you're someone like me, then as soon as you start going red at that split, you're like, I want to reset.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with all this prison sequence. I know it's just a bunch of JRP triggers pretty much running around through here, and Tonic over there is working toward Pegasus.
I think that merchant guy is like somebody that basically you're helping out to like basically turn the tide of everything so that you can leave, so that all the prisoners can leave here.
Yeah, I'm trying to start a riot to overturn all the monsters.
Yeah.
Took me quite a few attempts at playing through this game casually to actually beat it, and for a long time my longest playthrough had finished right after Duran, which is unfortunate because I think there are metal babbles in Pegasus Tower. But just by the time I got there, I was burnt out from grinding trying to beat Duran, because I probably didn't utilize the class system very well, so I was trying to grind XP, and you really don't want to XP grind in DQ6 and DQ7. It's not really how you gain power.
Right. Yeah, it's usually getting those high-end classes and the high-end class abilities are where you get the most bang for your buck.
Yeah.
So now he's going back to Greentown. No, Aaron's going to be selling a metric ton of equipment because he needs to get up to 63,000 gold. I'm going to use 33,000 of that to buy a mirror shield for Terry. Man, imagine having to buy your mirror shield and not just find it on the way to the Dark World.
Yep.
Not just one and two.
Oh no. I don't know the speedrun for builders too. I've thought about
Actually,
learning
do
it, but it's very long. Or at least it was last time I looked. Maybe it's gotten a little shorter.
I actually do have Builders 2 for my Switch. Never played it though.
Yeah. I think the last time I looked, Builders 2 speedrun was like 9 hours and change, because you've got all that stuff you do in between all the islands, building in the hub world, and just there's a couple segments that drag, like the prison sequence is just a lot of cutscenes and walking. I thought about learning it at one point just for, like, you know, maybe submit to a marathon like I did for Limit Break 2 years ago, where I did Builders 1 with individual chapters as a selection. There's the Akubar
Looks
boss
like,
fight.
yeah. Looks like the world record for Builders 2 is like 5 minutes shy of 11 hours.
Ah, okay.
That's long.
Yeah. Especially if it's like Builders 1 and there's just no breaks anywhere in it. I feel like if I go back to Builders 1, I'm gonna post on the forum and say, hey, we should take a 5-minute break somewhere between one of these chapters, and then nobody's gonna reply, and then I'm gonna edit the rules and just add it.
Bot abuse. That's the kind of mod abuse that I totally condone.
Yeah.
So Akbar here. It's 3,300 HP. Both Guardians have 420 HP. He's gonna takes 2 actions per turns with a 3-stage rotation. So he started with Intense Flames or Earth Rumbling, going into Flame Slash or Dragon Slash, and then he'll either revive or defense. However, action 3, he can skip the revive or defense if he stop spell him.
That's funny that he's at Dragon Slash. That would like specifically deal extra damage to Drango.
So he must have just flame slashed Durango for 1. Ooh, there goes the hero.
Fire Breath. That's Dragon Slash.
Everything looks like it's under control, even though the hero's down.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, so that's what? 1853. It's kind of crazy. Like, it doesn't feel like the story triggers take up that much time, but then like you see like it's only been like a half hour between. It's like feels like Error just got to the dark world, but apparently he's been there for probably like a half hour.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't even like fight any random encounters early on because you're stuck at 1 HP and that's just running around mostly.
Causing a ruckus in Prison Town.
Yeah. Yep, Bear's got Northrex in his team.
Yeah. No, Hassan's gonna get the demon hammer.
No, Battle Rex wasn't killed earlier. It was just beat up and stuffed in a coffin and then put in prison.
He was wrangled because Terry's a monster wrangler.
I am. He joined his team.
It's on the side of my my Twitch feed. Somebody's playing a game called Goose Goose Duck, and I thought somebody was making fun of me for a second.
Demon Lord has turned everyone to stone. I don't know why these things never hit the protagonists.
Something something, plot armor, Deus Ex Machina.
Terry just smirks at the lightning and it forks around him. Well, boomerang's not a deadly weapon. It's just a very expensive toy. But yeah, maybe the thorn whip shouldn't have been sold to them.
I had a plastic boomerang as a kid. I never got to I never learned how to throw it properly. But
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if I ever had a boomerang or just frisbees and like the ring version of frisbees.
those ring versions of frisbees were nuts. I remember being able to throw those. Felt like a mile. Of course, I was a kid, so it was probably like 200 feet at most.
When Trina was a kid, kids had BB guns and slingshots. Maybe a boomerang and a thorn whip isn't so bad then.
Hey, at least they're not projectiles.
They hurt themselves, little build character.
Right. You'll get some scars, but you won't. Yeah, you won't lose an eye.
You sure are still
I mean-
running around this prison.
Yeah. Kids could just find a thorn whip if they went out hanging out in the woods Like I'm sure you can find a vine with thorns on it and use it as a whip. 19 hours. So yeah, so DQ7 would have just finished about an hour ago.
Yeah. I should have raced DQ9 against all 3 of these games. I don't know if I'd want to start that at 1 in the morning, though.
Yeah, that'd be rough. There's definitely a difference between doing something all day and doing something overnight.
Yeah. I even went to bed relatively early the first night of the marathon, so that made the last night's commentary extra hard.
Oh. All right. Let's see.
I think there's a boss fight coming up here, right?
Yeah, there's gonna be a break first, like a 2-minute story thing, and then a boss fight. I think there's something that the monsters like wanted from the mage, and he wasn't giving in, but they kept showing him this vision of like them like beheading his brother every day.
Yeah. Well, if you're showing me, showing him being beheaded today, well, then you didn't behead him yesterday, right?
This is gonna go into oh yeah, this is gonna go into Zukaku and Shokaku, which I think if I remember, Error told me that they were like 2 Japanese like submarines.
I think battleships.
Battleships, okay. Because then I think when in the DS remake they like renamed them to like American battleships.
Yeah, they sure did. This seems extremely disrespectful, but okay.
Right.
Oh, jeez, a 1200 damage hit. Alright.
Yep. That spirit punch, that Hassan's got's no joke. Oh, that's right. That's right. It was 2 battleships that were heavily involved with Pearl Harbor, so it was almost like disrespectful in that to us in that regard. So I think it was like throwing the shade right back at them. I think it's just more amazing that I would assume that Square Enix would have had to have signed off on the on the translation.
I'm curious if Yuji Horii signed off on anything that they've translated since DQ8.
That's fair.
Does he actually know what they did to DQ4?
No, before this part of the run, we were talking about how like the DQ6 for DS translation is mostly fine,
Yeah.
and same thing with 5 is mostly fine, but yeah, 4 is unforgivable.
I don't think Plus Alpha was involved in 6. I think they only did 4, 5, and parts of 8, maybe 9 as well. So there you go. I'm pretty sure the spell names are Plus Alpha Translation's fault. I think that was their contribution to DQ8, and then for some reason the Square Enix decided they win the contract for DQ4 and just let them do whatever they wanted to DQ4.
Ugh.
And then that's how DQ4 happened. Now there's no going back until they decide to, you know, there's a reason to retranslate the entire game again, which probably will never happen.
Well, they do a 2D HD remaster.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think they retranslated much for 3 though. I think that's pretty much the script from the mobile version of DQ3.
Yeah. I was happy that the Bakor Kirk buzzer thing stayed though.
I guess.
They really committed to that character being in both games. Oh, is that another section for the tracker? Is that what Zui and
Oh.
Show are?
So it is. Yeah, you unite those two brothers and then they shoot down the Demon's King's castle so that you have access to the final dungeon. But first, we have to do the last metal grind of the marathon.
I'm surprised that they have to shoot the castle off the mountain when, you know, you kind of flew on a flying horse to get here.
Yeah.
Once again, we're overthinking things.
Yeah, flight should solve a lot of problems in RPGs that it does not solve. You're not able to just hover your aircraft next to a window and jump inside. Like, if there's nowhere to land the thing, you can't go in. Too bad. Come after a high horse. Yeah, maybe it's retribution for him sending down that lightning that turned everyone else to stone and or to cats.
Okay.
Oh, hey, they... Oh, wait, no, it's tonic side. Never mind. They're not dead yet. I thought they recovered. Triple North Rex. Oh, that's right. Before the metal grind, he actually goes into the final dungeon here to grab some items.
Yep, we're just grabbing a demon spear and the dragon book.
Yeah. And Dragon Book, I think, turns Hassan into Dragon Class to give him more HP.
Yep. It definitely does not turn him into the Master Dragon.
These strange hopping tiles.
I was waiting for him to miss one so I could tell him to mind the gap. I can commentate and curse you all I want to, Error.
You haven't been doing a good job of it. He's 17 minutes ahead still.
Right? The only one that I got was, hopefully he has 40 tiny medals.
Oh. Here's the dragon scroll.
There's another item that we get in here, but we do it like later, like literally on the way to Deathmore. So, going through to get back to a certain world so we can get back to Zenithia.
I have to imagine this whole prison sequence that Tonic's still in just feels bad to do in a speed run, because there are some islands like that in DQ7 where it's like, I just want to be done with the run now. I want to get to the good part and go to bed, and then I have to sit through this island or this section of post game. Like, I don't know.
In some ways, or which island is the one with everybody's turned to stone from the rain? Luckily, that was early enough in the game, but
yeah. There's some things like the very beginning of Disc 2 that's just like 45 minutes of talking to people.
Oh, yeah, yep.
I don't know. Maybe in DQ6 it's just a nice break where you can decompress a little bit and not have to think about boss fights before Deathmore. But it does drag on quite a bit. But this was an era of escalation in RPGs, so like Hectical was talking about earlier, not only do you have the real world and the dream world and the underwater world, you also get a dark world. Maybe we didn't need 4 worlds, but we got them.
My back.
All right.
Computer did the whole what's the internet thing again?
Oh.
Either that or my ISP is being a jerk.
You didn't miss anything. I was just ranting. So.
That's half the fun of doing these things.
Alright, Error's saving the game. I think it's King Metal hunting time.
Yeah. So yeah, he got the Metal King helmet from the Metal King.
I believe that they look to kill 2 King Metals at this point.
Yeah, sometimes I've seen Error go for 3. Just to get a little more stability. Well, we got 2 here.
Ah, that one's still there. That one's dead. Okay, it wasn't quite that easy. It's still one though. Yeah, 30,000 XP per kill.
Memories of this last international DW4 race where I killed one and you passed me and said, "Have fun leveling up, nerd."
Yeah. Did you see in the race last night that Crimson ran into King Metal and 5x Metabals and ran from it?
Well,
the right decision, especially with how much XP he had, but I'm sure that hurt a lot of people who've played the game casually.
yeah. I saw his last, I was watching him do his last, practice run, and I think he died in the Statuette Cave with Taloon to 2 metal slimes twice.
Oh, wow. I think he was getting bullied by him in the last run, too, last night, unless that was Anatoleu. Somebody ran into one. I think it was Crimson, because I think he tried running from it.
Yeah, I think he was trying to run from him, yeah, instead of parrying. But Tonic is taking on Akbar. So since Error got that first one so fast, I wonder if he will go for 3 or just go for 2.
Yeah, it's a fair question, because, you know, he's got the lead on Tonic. He could go for another, but he's also on a really good PB pace, so he may not want to go for another. Try for the PB. And it may depend on how long it takes to get the second one.
True. Tonic might be having a little bit of an issue with Akbar. I see the hero went down already.
Yeah, Hassan's down. I got him. Okay. Tactical's turtle.
Mm-hmm. He always sends his turtle army when he's trying to protect his spot on the leaderboard.
Yeah. Hey, there's the second one already.
Got him?
Yeah. There's fresh batteries in this demon hammer.
Right. Shit, was it the demon hammer? Might have been metal slash.
Yeah, I'm not sure what hit the king metal, but demon hammer hit the servant on the left.
Oh, yep.
Whatever that variation is called.
Probably something like Majin no Ono. Well, that's an axe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Looks like Error's going for it.
I respect it.
No, maybe not. He was just saving. Okay. Well, compared to his PB, he has about 30 minutes until his Castle Inn split, so if there's no more errands to run after killing this King Metal, he could still look for 15 more minutes and not lose any time.
Yeah. And he still has a sense of time, I'm pretty sure, too. So if, like, one pop, he missed it, he could still pop the sands of time.
Yeah. That could be why he saved, too, because if he wanted to use it on a fight, then if it still gets away again, he can reset to get it back.
Yeah.
Is there just a complete consumable in this, right? They're completely gone if you use them?
Yeah. Yep. And you get the one, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, so if it doesn't earn you a King Medal, then you'd like to save it for Deathmore.
Yep. Yeah, if you're doing this grind and you used it and the metal slime or the king metal still right away, you just reset. For sure. Wish I knew what the encounter chances were.
Yeah.
At this point, I would say the likelihood is very, very slim.
Yeah, it'll come down to Deathmore though. Like if Error were to die to Deathmore Phase 3, that would close to even it out.
Yeah. Especially with Error's luck in Phase 2. He never... Oh, we got one.
It ambushed and it didn't run away. Ow.
I don't know if the sands work like in the 4 remake, or like if he uses them, I don't know if it'll still be an ambush.
Yeah. Looks like it was. I don't know if it was guaranteed to be.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Okay, you got another one.
Yep, he pulled that tab on that demon hammer.
Yep. The sands are gone, but he's got 3 king medals.
Yeah. And honestly, like, if you have to reset Death more, I mean, it's gonna be... You're not losing that much from having to walk back to him, like, probably another 2 minutes or something.
On Tonic's side, he's found 2 king medals here. I don't think he's even hunting them yet.
I think
Nah,
you're
they
right,
ran.
yeah. That sucks.
He might be hunting him.
He's
doing his
getting
grind
better,
to-
he's seeing more.
Yeah. He's doing his grind at a slightly different point. He hasn't done that last boss fight yet.
Oh, ran away. There's 2 more. Wow. If you could just get a little bit better luck for them staying.
Yeah. Both stayed this turn.
Yeah,
Oh,
one.
he just got both of them, actually.
Nice.
That helps him out a lot.
Yeah. Okay, so when I said the likelihood was slim to none, I could have been a lot wrong. But Tonic's still behind. He's still got some story stuff to do, though.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if Tonic just goes with 2 king medals and doesn't look for a third.
I could see him doing that too, yeah.
Alright, well that keeps this race interesting.
Absolutely. Because honestly, Error's grind was not bad at all. Like, it was actually a really good one. Just Tonic's was
Yeah.
better.
I would say both of those king medal grinds, like, almost no matter how fast you're trying to go in this game, you'll be happy with those in your run.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright, Error enters the Deathmour's castle 24 minutes ahead of his PB.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, there's one item before Deathmore that we're gonna go a little bit out of the way to get. It's the Metal King sword.
Okay. Yeah, I thought that Hassan had 2 swords on him for the Deathmore fight. I think he gets the Miracle Sword and the King Metal Sword and switches between them based on whether he wants to heal or do more damage.
Yep. Yeah, because I've definitely remember seeing, like, it's kind of ridiculous how much he'll heal himself with, I think it's like the
Yeah.
magic armor or whatever he's got. Because he'll do like a lunge and it'll be like damage to the enemy, damage to himself, heal, heal, heal.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, like, Hassan has a couple of different options for how he can deal damage in the Deathmore fight. Like, he could equip the Metal Babel Sword or the Miracle Sword, like I said. He could use the lunge attack if he wants to do extra damage with the recoil to himself. He could do a different attack that doesn't have recoil but does less damage. He could do lunge.
Punch.
Yeah, he can do lunge and the Miracle Sword, like you were saying, where then it kind of balances out the counter attack to himself. And I'm pretty sure Drango keeps the Demon Hammer and attacks with that when it has the chance, and I think Terry sometimes uses the Thunder Sword as an item for some damage. He might also have a Miracle Sword that he can attack with. I might be wrong about that.
What does Terry have?
I hate this room so much. My eyes do not appreciate this.
Terry's got the Thunderbolt sword. Unless I missed another equip. Oh, there's his equip. Yeah. Oh yeah, Hot Toddies. Anytime you see him, like, just take a stairs or whatever, and go back. It's just to reset the encounter depletion rate. You'd have like somebody like Hassan by himself, so that it'll be less action. Well, basically, it's all the things that do AOE damage will only damage one character. So instead of having to heal 4 people, you only have to heal 1.
Yeah, but it cuts down on healing and cuts down on the animation of just seeing 4 characters get hit.
I think the Dragon Quest Heroes game just takes main characters from all the Dragon Quest games, but if you're looking for one that's like parallel with DQ6, you're looking at Dragon Quest Monsters 1. So here we go. Air is officially at Deathmore. So phase 1 has 1 to 2 actions per turn. His A pattern starts with burning flames or freezing air, goes into an attack or strong attack, and then will count bounce or swap to B pattern. Looks like B pattern is poison mist or freezing waves, exploded, or his balls attack, and then he'll meditate or swap to A. We don't want to see meditate. If he meditates a ton, that's like 500 HP that he's regenning every time he meditates.
Wow, goodness, he's already had 2 deaths. This is not a good start.
No. I mean, he does have like 4 or 5 leaves, but you generally want to try to hold on to him for like phase 2 or...
Yeah. Yeah, and also a big important part of this fight is, you know, based on what attacks are coming in this turn, juggling who's out and targetable. So you're gonna see him change characters almost every turn of this fight.
So he's in A pattern right now. Bounce. So he's still in A pattern. Which is good, that means he's not meditating. Freezing air. Tab. There's freezing wave, so he switched to B pattern. So his next attack is going to be exploded or balls. Explode it. I went to burning prayer, so he didn't meditate. All right, yep. All right, phase 2. He's got 3,000 HP, 1 to 2 actions per turn. His actions reset on a pattern change. If he's an A pattern, he has a 1/3 chance to do thorns, 16% to attack, 16% to upper, 16% to strong D, or 16% to swap to B pattern. B pattern, he'll either cast defense or buy kill, go into or defense or buy kill or roundhouse kick or mercurial thrust or into burning flames, or he'll swap back to A pattern. So he's in B pattern right now, and you don't like to see B pattern because all you can really do is turtle up and hope he switches to A. He's still in B. No, he's okay. So switch to A.
There's an upper.
Yep.
Yeah, there are situations where this guy keeps raising his own defense power and gets a little out of hand, and you have to kind of rely on the demon hammer to deal damage to him.
Sometimes the demon hammer doesn't even work because if he goes into if he does like uppers into strong D, like even the demon hammer's only going to do like 12 damage. Bai killed himself. Bai killed himself again. Alright. Might have been. Oh no, he's doing this just to get a heal off with tomorrow. Alright. Keeps turtling.
Yeah.
Never leaves B pattern. That's defense. Alright, now he's back into A.
Oh, double hit on Hassan.
Ouch. Good thing Chamorro knows Vivify.
Chamorro's at 17 HP, so. Okay. Everything's fine. Ah, it's so fine that he's using the Thunder Sword on Terry. But he used strong D this turn, so nothing's doing great damage.
Yeah, see, 28, 26. 28 on a crit. That feels bad.
Yeah.
So it looks like Tonic, meanwhile, beat the twins. So he's on his last split, quote unquote. And since he's already done his King Metal grind, if Error were to get sent back, we would have like a tie ball game pretty much.
Yep.
I think that's why. I think Error has so much brain trauma from being beat up by Deathmore. That's why he always thinks it's like War B, because he's just it's the brain trauma from all the abuse he's taken from Deathmore's B pattern.
Ringo's down.
Oh.
And back up. Ooh, Terry's down. But Chamaro knows Divify.
And if multiple people go down, there is like there's a Hail Mary where Amos still has the farewell bracer on. So if everybody else dies, he can make sure that Amos is like the last one to die, and then everybody else would get a free revive. Generally, you want to try to hold on to that for like phase 3, but it's always an option as long as. There goes Durango.
Yep. Might be time for the brace. He keeps defending it. Turns the Error's trying to deal damage.
Yeah. There goes Hassan. Malayu and Amos. There goes Amos. Okay. So that revives everybody, but Amos will still die. So now, kind of like a little soft reset, but he doesn't have to go back to the beginning of the fight. I forgot. Tonic's gonna have to do a double dive though. He still has to get the dragon book and then change Hassan into a dragon.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, some damage that turn.
I am not even close to being close on how much damage he's put on him.
Okay, phase 2 is down. Oh.
Alright, phase 3. There's 3 targets. The head, left hand, and the right hand. His head's got 2,500 HP, left hand is 2,000 HP, and right hand is 1,700. The head has a 6-stage rotation, so it'll do Eyes, Horrible Scream, Blaze Most, Freezing Waves, Blizzard, and then swap to B. B pattern is 1 to 2 actions per turn. You can do Blaze Most, Explode at Fire Pillar, swap to A, Magic Burst, or and an MP Recover. The Magic Burst and MP Recovery will only happen under half HP. The left hand says can revive, heavy attack, tailwind, grab, or attack. There's a lot.
Yeah.
The right hand can vivify, heal us, grab, freezing wave, or... Oh, okay. It looks like the revive and the vivify would only happen if he killed the head first.
Yeah, it's very important to kill the hands first.
Yeah.
Hero's dead there. I don't think that's
Which
an
is
issue at
fine.
this point in the fight.
Yeah, the hero is really kind of useless in this fight. Although at some point he's going to try to
Waves.
put Barbara out to do a Medante.
Yeah.
That's her. She's a one-trick pony with that. But it's a good trick.
Oh, Terry, look out. Milieu's out. I think she's just sacrificial as well.
Yeah.
I'll swap Terry for Barbara to get her shot off. Trying to find a good opportunity to heal Terry, but not finding it.
There's the Medante.
One hand's down. Tomorrow's down. Oh, he
That's
has one more leaf
bad.
though.
Barbara can be a sacrificial lamb whenever she needs to be now.
Yeah. Reordered to put her in front.
We gotta use this opportunity to try to revive tomorrow. Freezing waves.
Oh.
Hi, Terry.
Down. Trying to heal Hassan. Okay, other hand is down.
And then Head's got about 2,000 HP left.
Okay.
Probably just did that to see where he was in the pattern. We got Durango, Hassan, and Chamorro.
Okay.
Freezing waves.
Fireball, double fireball. Both on Dringo though. Tomorrow got some magic back. He put someone to sleep.
Tomorrow. He woke up right away. He's getting close to the point where he. It's scary because you kind of want to push. You really want to push him hard for the last half because he's going to start Medanteing.
Yeah. He's got to be getting close to that halfway point if he's not over already.
Yep.
Yonozoom, Explodat. Demon Hammer does not miss though. Uh oh. Mega Magic.
Yep. There's the Medante. Bye, tomorrow. But he knows that he can go full offense on this one because he's going to,
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't do his recovery. There it is.
Oof. Yeah.
He's.
Oh, we got put to sleep, I think.
When he woke up right away. Barbara's the lamb. Oh, this is getting scary.
Oh,
Come on, Hassan. Got him.
nice.
Oh. Wow.
That was very close.
Yeah, that's going to be like a 22.5-minute PB for error.
Yeah. Roughly in 8:04.
Yeah.
Very good no reset time. Yeah, Error's been doing a lot of practice the last couple of weeks, and it really showed off in here, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, there wasn't really any part of that run that he didn't feel like he was completely in control of his run.
Yeah.
The only mistake you could really argue that he made was like when he was going for the 40 mini medals and he only had 39.
Alright. Let's swap over to Tonic's audio for his fight.
Yeah, sorry, Error, you're totally right. Yeah, one mini medal cost you the sub 8.
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know, that felt only like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, but it could have been. We'll have to go back and time it.
Yeah. Well, okay, there was 2 mistakes. There was that one, and then when he cast Sap instead of Upper on the Gauntlet, the first fight of the Gauntlet.
Yeah.
On it going through the Phantasy Star 4 room. Oh, he's not getting the Metal King sword. Oh, he's just encounter canceling. Never mind.
Yeah, if you'd had that fight with 2 kings, I'm sure you'd have wiped somewhere in there. It was extremely close at the end.
Yeah, that was every single resource you had.
I don't know how much HP Terry gets from that last king, but he hit like 10 HP a couple of times in that fight.
Yeah. scroll back up. So, Deathmore won. Doesn't seem like it would be that bad because he's only got 2,000 HP. But if he hits that meditate,
Yeah. Can turn into 3,000 or 4,000 real easy.
yeah, yep.
Always makes me nervous when a speedrunner just runs straight up to the final boss without stopping a tile in front of him and checking your inventory or whatever. Like
Right.
Error did earlier, and Tonic checked a couple of things. I feel a little better about him.
At least you can't do that last tile encounter like before Necrosaro, like get 5 flaming
Yeah.
dogs, triple run fail, then Necrosaro time.
Yeah.
He's still an A pattern. By Hassan.
Looks like he's using a world do.
And a leaf. Hold up. The heal all. Man, Deathmore's just not happy with Terry today.
Yeah.
Looks like Hassan is asleep. Or maybe he's poisoned. Yeah, envenomated. Or whatever the DQ calls it, envenomed.
Modoku. Is that Terry and Hassan down right now? Terry's back up. Yeah, he used the sands of time there. Don't really blame him. He was using a lot of resources there. If Error
Yeah.
still had his, I wouldn't have been surprised if he used his either. They've both had nasty phase ones so far.
Yeah. Oh, different. Air didn't have his.
Yeah. I mean, if
Yeah.
he did, then he might have used
Oh,
his
yeah.
because early on he used like a couple of leaves in phase one.
Yeah. Okay. I took a quarter of his health. Three waves. Load it. I think something that definitely aided in Error's favor was his demon hammer luck.
Yeah.
It was landing left and right. So he meditated, so he just got 500-ish back. Oh, he just took another 500 though. Took another 750. Meditated again.
Great. Waves. It's still going. All right.
Balls. He's either gonna swap to A or meditate. Swap to A, okay. Woof. Hassan almost took himself out.
Okay. Phase 1 out.
Got the big scary boy now. 3,000 HP. Yep. Okay. It's an A pattern. Upper.
Yeah, another one too.
Yeah.
A couple of turns here, Tonic's trying to get chip damage in with the Thunder Sword, or right there he used the Fire Claw.
Yeah, strong D, by kill. He's in B pattern.
Yep. Yeah, on the B pattern he gets very physical and does a lot of single target damage, so you put out Hassan and have him parry, and hopefully before he goes in B pattern you get at least an upper on Hassan.
Yeah.
And hopefully he leaves the pattern before Hassan dies. There's a lot of hopefully in this fight.
Right. And that's why it can be really frustrating because I know in the weeks leading up to this, Error did see like 13 straight rounds of like B pattern, and then the next fight was 10 straight rounds of B pattern. Strong D.
Chamorro just got owned.
Strong D.
Just took like 314 damage.
Good thing he knows Vivify. Oh, wait. That was defense. He's in B pattern. It's another defense. But he came out of it.
Health is not looking great right now. Yeah, it filled up. Ringo.
Defense. He went back into B pattern. Oh, at least he got an attack off.
Yeah. I feel like he's still not very far into this fight because he just keeps being B pattern or strong D.
Yeah.
There's a hit. Okay, that's some progress.
Got an upper off too. That one back into A pattern. Oh, B pattern defense.
Yeah, for those coming in and checking out the schedule, this is our finale, unfortunately. But the VODs from these runs should be up on YouTube soonish. And I believe the past broadcasts are currently available on RPG Limit Break Twitch. But yeah, I need to mark the VODs for export to YouTube so that they can get put up there.
Uh-oh. Oh, he only did defense, so no damage, but he's in B pattern right now. Ouch. 3 attacks.
Still alive. Okay.
Tomorrow be fast.
And there's defense, so...
Right back to B pattern.
Alright, Hassan. Ooh, big hit. And that's Gringo's turn.
Yep, he's probably killed, I think. The end there. Strong D, he's back at A. No, he probably killed, he's back at B. Strong D, he's back at A. Always in B pattern.
This is an obnoxious Deathmore too.
Yeah.
Fortunately, Tonic has practiced this guy plenty.
It makes you wonder sometimes, though, like, you know, with all the information and knowledge we have for the speedrun, like, how did they expect you to beat this guy casually?
Yeah. I just kind of wondered about just like the boss patterns for this era of DQ games and even like the Final Fantasy games that do it. Did they expect there to be like super fans that would study a boss enough to notice that he goes through these patterns, or what? Because a lot of the time, like, you know, these patterns that have you can do this or this, and then next turn it's this or this, like that's really hard to catch on to. It feels like he's just pulling moves out of a random pool. But I guess one thing it kind of does from a balance perspective is stops him from using a specific move every single turn.
Right. Although, I bet, you know, if he's going to use strong D, he really liked him to just keep using strong D.
Yeah.
If I'm going to do no D or no offense, at least don't do any damage to me.
And he's been in this phase for so long.
Yeah. He's still, that's another defense. He hasn't left B pattern.
Oh, why would he at this point, right?
Yeah. He's just going to sacrifice the hero. Oh, he's back in A pattern now.
Right.
But for how long? And can we recover? I mean, we still haven't used the farewell bracelet.
Well, he healed the right characters.
Wow.
He's thinking hard about which character he wants to heal.
Military. Goodbye kill, so he's back in B pattern.
Oh, goodness.
But, he's back in A, and Hassan has an upper on him right now.
Oh my goodness.
Bye, Hassan. There's a defense, so he's back in B pattern. He's leave. Alright. Still not out of the woods, but this is the best we've looked in a while.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, there's a defense. Oof. Big damage.
Oh.
Bye, Terry. Yeah, just reset.
Yeah. Wow.
I'm a little bit surprised that he did that without using the farewell bracer, but I mean, he had like 0 resources left after that.
Yeah, he'd been healing so long, he was pretty low on magic on everybody too.
I think he's got some prayer rings, but they might have broke too. Who knows?
And you have to find time to use them too. And
Right.
he was not
And
getting
if he's
extra turns.
Yeah. Yeah, because every time you go back to A pattern, you'd use that turn to heal, and then oh nope, he's back into B.
Yeah. I was waiting for him to finish that fight because I didn't want to, commentator curse, but I was going to comment on how few final boss deaths we've had in this marathon so far. But I know there was at least one in DQ11, maybe a couple others, but I think it's just been 11 and then just now this one. We've all been having good luck with our final bosses.
Good thing I didn't run Dragon Quest 4 PS1 because I have a feeling I would have lost to Necrosaro.
Oh hey, ErrorOfRuto is rating RPG Limit Break.
Oh, you get to see his presence and he PB'd.
Hello there.
Hello.
Hey, welcome in, GG.
Thank you.
Who would have known? Who would have guessed that me trying to commentate curse the crap out of you would lead to a 22-minute PB?
I still don't know how you deleted my tiny medal. What's really funny is, like, before that point in the game, I was paranoid that I had missed one. And so, like, I was double checking a lot of my notes, making sure I wasn't missing anything, and then I missed that one.
I think you shook off your RNG, gave it to Tonic.
It sure did. That was my P2.
Yeah, Deathborn definitely didn't let you just have it. You had to work for that one.
The rough start was mostly my fault. I was trying to be aggressive to push as much damage as I could since I had the extra health, but then he looped a pattern, which is bad.
Yeah.
Well, bad, but
When you're
at
being
least he
aggressive,
wasn't
it's bad.
meditating.
Yeah, like when you're being aggressive, it's actually almost better for him to meditate because you get more attack turns in. But I should have healed the turn before. But yeah, this fight is complex and quite difficult.
Yeah, rereading the notes and like whatnot, I was like, how am I gonna follow this? But then I'm like, oh no, it's pretty easy to follow. He keeps staying in B pattern.
Phase 2 is really simple. He stays in B pattern, Hassan defends until he dies, and then you use the Sands of Time. Doing that phase 3, oh my goodness. Like, I knew I was close at the end, and then when he did that Medante, like, I actually shouted. Like, I was so upset. But then he went into A pattern, which was perfect, because once he goes into A pattern, he only takes one action, and I know exactly what his next, like, 6 actions are going to be. So I knew where my safe attack windows were, so that actually saved me. If he had stayed in B pattern, I would not have completed that fight.
Yeah, we made him mention like when you were like late into phase 2 that it's like if Error gets sent back right now, it's pretty much anybody's ball game.
Yep. Also, apparently I did not give the agility ring to Chamorro. I was looking for it on a couple of different turns, and I was just like, did I really not see it? I never gave it to him.
Yeah, when I noticed Tonic juggling that, I was like, oh yeah, that's a thing, and I don't think I saw Error doing that.
I tried, and then went, uh-oh. But Chamorro bailed me out a couple times, so it worked out. Phase 3 might have been cleaner if he had it, but, you know, all's well that ends well.
Yeah, all you need is 1 HP and Hassan.
Or Terry sometimes.
Yeah.
The amount of times I've had Terry finish him off with the Thunder Sword is hilarious. I also got really lucky. Like, even though phase 1 was rough, like, he never actually envenomated anybody. And
Right.
that's really what derails phase 1 most often, because you have to figure out how to both heal and remove the poison while maintaining damage.
Yep. Yep, he just meditated and Hassan is currently envenomated.
Twice in a row, because I think he just removed it. It throws a wrench into it, because, like, dealing with direct damage is one thing, but delayed damage with incoming direct damage is just like that right there. The poison damage is what finished off his song. It's so brutal.
Oh, meditates. And meditates like 500 HP, right?
Yeah, 500.
Yeah.
It basically cancels out one lunge from Hassan.
Yeah.
man, the rare fire claw damage coming in.
Oh man, Terry's not poisoned.
That's a little bit better than Hassan, at least.
Because he's not taking it in addition to the lunge damage.
Yeah. 585, that is huge. I think I saw him scumming his strength seeds at one point. Which was something I've considered, but I got 3 2s and a 3 off of the prison town ones, which is that's good enough. And of course it doesn't matter when you go for 3 things.
It's finally back in A pattern.
A pattern is scary because the flame balls deal so much damage. Like, most of the time Chamorro's going to be dead if he's out when that goes. There's a good end to phase 1. HP is looking good. That's a good transition to phase 2. It's always scary when he's like you finish an A pattern because like sometimes he'll deal big AoE damage and then you kill him and then you're in starting phase 2 with some people in double-digit health.
Yeah.
It's not a good thing. Also, I think this was the first time I've ever actually finished the fight when using the bracer in phase 2. I really did not want to do that, but I kind of ran out of options.
Yeah. I mean, you had hardly any resources left, so.
Oh, I had nothing left. I think Chamorro broke both of his prayer rings, too.
Yeesh, feels bad, man.
He definitely broke one, and I'm pretty sure I saw the text for the second one breaking, but I never went back into his inventory after that.
Oh, B pattern. Oh.
Oh yeah, and the reason my phase 2 was so scary was because he started off with 2 uppers and then bike kill. So it was as long as the fight can get from an attacking standpoint, just because he was already at max defense, and then he was dealing as much damage as he could.
Oh, there you got a good hit off, 750 almost.
Really good. He's got 3,000 health and no regen.
Thank God.
Yeah. I stopped counting my damage at like 2,200, and then I just went into YOLO mode.
Oh, back into B pattern. That's something that was a big difference in RNG I've noticed, at least in the Deathmore fights, is that like your Demon Hammer was just not missing, and
yeah, it did some good work. I finished phase 2 in B pattern, because it was on one where his next action was going to be by kill or Rukanon, and not a guaranteed double action, and Hassan was at high HP, so I just went for the Spirit Punch because I was pretty sure I was close. It worked out. It's one thing I've been doing recently in practice is finding spots to be aggressive in B pattern. If you're gonna get stuck in B pattern forever, you might as well find a way to make it work.
I kill.
Yeah, bike kill is when this fight really gets scary. If he keeps casting Rukanon, it's not too bad because usually you're throwing some uppers on Hassan, and Terry has the Graco Spear, and then like everybody else, you can just use the glitch to reset it. But bike kill, nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
Oof, and then that happens to Terry.
Takes a one-hit KO.
Yeah. One-hit KOs just come flying out once he bike kills.
Bike kill again. Just never leaves B. He's not leaving B.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny that, like, you know, they changed what the Zenithian sword does in this game to cast Bike-Kill instead of freezing waves, and, you know, and if you're playing the other games, Bike-Kill sounds great, but up against this guy, you probably would want freezing waves instead.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Get rid of Bike-Kill, get rid of Upper.
It would be amazing.
Right back to
This
B.
phase would be a lot easier. Well, maybe. I mean, an ideal phase 2, he doesn't upper or bike kill. And
Strong D.
isn't-
Alright, he's an A. Good thing bike kill. Oh, can you imagine bike kill stacked?
Oh my god. Please no. I have enough nightmares.
It's kind of amazing that nobody died that turn. Moving on. Ooh! One shot KO'd Hassan defending. From full health.
I hope any
It's not even
resets.
fair.
Yeah, there's the sands.
And unfortunately, he's also immune to sap. It would be nice to be able to do something.
This
Yeah,
is
that was another
definitely
thing that I was
a tale of
concerned
two
about.
death wars.
Yeah. I was really concerned when I went for the third king and I used the Sands of Time. I was just like, I really wanted to save the Sands of Time for Deathmore, but I also really just wanted to get going. And so I was just like, with 3 kings, it can't be that bad, right? I was almost wrong.
Yeah, with how often your Terry dropped to between 10 and 20 HP, I think the king was worth more than the sands.
Oh, absolutely. If you can get a third king fast, it's insanely good.
You know, as great as your Metal King hunt was, Tonics was faster.
Dude, I saw that. He got that on the way to the shrine for the first time, right?
Well, he was doing he was purposely doing his hunt there, but
Oh, okay. So he was just doing it to have the experience for Akbar,
yeah, or no, it was after Akbar,
or
but
not for
before
the battleships.
Mushu. Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay. I've considered doing it there before, but that fight's usually alright. It would speed that
Yeah.
fight up significantly then.
I think
But
he used Whistle like less than 5 times, and then he got it. Like in like out of the
Oh,
fullest
nice.
like 5 encounters, he had like 4 that had Metal Kings in it.
That's so good.
And then finally it was that last one that he killed 2 of them in one fight.
Yeah, 2 really good Metal King grinds at the same time is not common. Like, usually on average it's like 5 to 10 minutes per king. I think getting 3 kings was almost 7 minutes faster than my 2 king PB. Or old PB, I guess.
I should bring it up. Did you bop anybody then?
Hmm?
Did that?
Oh.
Did that?
I don't know how many people are on SRC.
Oh, I guess there's
Nobody
only
runs
5.
this game.
Yeah, there's only 5, and you'd have to get a low 7.
Yeah. I hadn't even considered that one.
Pretty close to Tonic's PB. He's at a 758 on his Twitch page.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's like just sub 8. Can't argue with these results.
Yeah, who'd have guessed we'd see 2, like not just 1, but 2 PBs during this relay?
Yeah. And on opposite teams.
Yeah.
Diener's run was so good. Like, it's right behind my PB.
Yeah, the couple of practice runs he streamed didn't go so great, so I was glad to see that he did really well there, since Mokoppoid obviously did very well as well.
Yeah, for sure. I'll have to go back and check the end of the 4 runs, but it sounds like that was close too.
Yeah, I think it was something like 15 minutes apart. Plus or minus a
Yeah,
bit.
like a 6:30 versus 6:45.
Yeah. And a lot of that gap was just like the very end of chapter 2. Like I think Anatoleu lost a little time in the tournament, and then was maybe 10 minutes behind after that, but then only like 15 behind by the end of the run, even though the Japanese version had the text advantage. So,
Right.
but yeah, it's been very interesting how just like consistent the gap has stayed throughout this whole thing. It's been very good play from everybody involved. And the games have
Yeah.
been cooperating more or less.
Yeah.
Deathmar's
It's
putting a
throughout the
stop to
whole-
that, but you know.
Yeah.
Every time he resets the encounters on that door, I think he's about to forget the Metal King's sword.
I said that I think the first time you went in there. Oh, you see the skip? Oh no, he's just good counter canceling.
You don't want to skip that. That just extends phase 2.
Um,
It can get even longer.
yeah, I mean,
You want all the damage you can get there. And also for taking out the hands in phase 3.
it's kind of
Yeah.
interesting because like consistently throughout 6 here, like it would seem like you would get better RNG on your actual boss fights than Tonic, but like Tonic was just like rolling with the punches I mean, you obviously had a second try Mudo 3, he got a first try Mudo 3.
Mm-hmm.
So like it
Well,
started, you know,
his execution's definitely better than mine, like in the mid game. Like, and I'm pretty sure he's got some more efficient routing in there. 'Cause there were some times where I'd like look over and I'd be like, "Wow, you're a lot closer than I expected you to be there." Like I almost felt like he skipped something or was doing things in a different order. But no, he's just that good.
yeah, we were using chat to be like, okay, you killed this boss at this time on the timer, and then see like where he was, and yeah, it would start off like he's 44 minutes behind. Up, now he's 42. Now he's 40. Now he's 39. Like
Crawling in there, man.
the interesting one was the Duran split, because after Hellcloud Citadel, he went and safety saved, and then went back for the thing, and he still like gained a minute on you.
Yeah, the safety save is faster than the death that I took because I had to refight the castle. It's not a bad idea to take that safety save. I considered it, but then instead I decided to just screw up.
Just cast sap
man.
instead of upper.
When I cast that sap, I was like, no. Alright, there we go. Ice spears are better than the fire orb. The fire orb deals so much damage. And ice spears do too, but the fire's more.
Hi, Terry.
Gosh.
This is not a good day to be Terry.
No, it's not. Yeah, anytime he's on his orb attack turn, it's terrifying because he can chain into a strong attack after that.
Yeah. Oh, but he just
like-
poisoned Durango.
You just really want to see single actions, and unfortunately he can do up to 3 if he transitions phases.
Oh, there's a meditate. Man, he's just being insulting. Alright, and the freezing waves, and then explode it.
This is how like 80% of my practice Deathmores went this week. It's just unrelenting.
Meditate.
It was one of the reasons why I decided to go for 3 kings. I was just like, practice has not been kind.
Blow that. And the ice spears.
Oh.
Oh man, I didn't know he could
You
do
got
a
the
3
triple
turn.
hit. Yeah, so since he did the exploded in B pattern, and then he switched to A pattern with his second action, which resets his turns. So he has a chance to do 2 actions again.
Oh my god, that's so dumb.
Yeah. So if his first action is an attack, the balls, or explode it, then you've got the potential for 3 actions. Balls, fire, strong attack is the worst thing you can see here because somebody's usually dead.
Meditate. Poison.
Who's counting damage?
He's halfway there at least. Oh, I don't know because of the meditates.
Yeah, if you're not actively counting, you have no idea where you are in this fight.
Load it.
Got really good damage on Hassan.
Okay, ice spears.
Nice hammer. Yeah, so
So
this is
he's
going to be an
gonna-
attack and then either stay in A pattern.
It's either
With-
bounce or
Well, he's already bounced, so if he stays in A pattern now, he goes straight between attack back into the elemental attack. Oh, he hadn't bounced yet. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen him be this far into the fight without bounce.
so now he can do A or B pattern. Or no, he's
no,
in
no,
A
he's
pattern.
staying in A.
Yep, ice. Yep. Attack.
And then with the attack, that means now he might just go right back to the beginning of A pattern. No, he'll freezing wave if he's going to stay in A pattern. So he's in B now.
He did poison and then he did balls.
Wait, no.
There we
freezing
go.
wave is also B pattern.
Yeah. He did poison mist into balls. Right, so after that attack, did he would have been? He would have went either back to freezing or freezing
And
air,
then
burning
meditate or back
flames.
into an elemental. Yeah. Okay, this is not a bad transition. Hassan's a little low, but it's
Oh,
fine. Chamorro's usually faster than phase 2.
yeah, but Terry's poisoned.
I don't know how many antidotes he has. I got like 5 during my grind. I always find it kind of funny that antidotes are one of the big items in making the final boss of this game smoother. And you get those early in the game, and you're just like, I'm gonna put this away for a few hours from now.
Appleopolis asking the important questions.
Well, I can confirm Deathmore is balls.
Oh, hot. Hello, B pattern, my old friend.
Staying in B. My favorite song.
Staying in B.
in B. Staying in
Staying
B. Was an interesting, aggressive call. He was staying in B, but it was on the buff turn, so he kind of went for it, hoping he can get a full recover and some damage in before, with like against a single action. Like when you see him raise his arms like that out in B pattern, that means he's staying in B pattern. So the next action is going to be Rukanon or by kill.
That Rukanon.
Yeah.
Oop, bye, Durango.
Or Northwest. See, this is why we're rude. When we get along, people get uncomfortable.
All right, we're not in a bad position now. What's Malay doing out?
An upper. If you can get a couple uppers on Hassan, and it gives you more longevity and B pattern. Oh my gosh.
Bye, Malay. You
Must
Like,
run in
all
the
right.
family.
I mean, I'm here to I'm here to get stomped, apparently. Oh, strong D.
Yeah, normally you see Hero come in for the upper because he's typically going to survive more damage.
He's gonna. He can do it with the sort of Ramius. Ramius.
So what?
The legendary sword. That's upper, right? That gives uppers. Or no,
Yeah,
that's
that's
Greco
like-
Spear. Yeah.
Graco Spear is upper, but only on yourself, so Terry's got that one.
Okay.
So that actually comes in handy in a couple of ways. I mean, obviously he can buff himself for this phase to survive a hit, but it also comes in handy in a sneaky way in phase 3, because if, like, when it gets to the A pattern freezing waves turn, if you have nothing to dispel, it'll skip it and go to the Blizzard Breath, which does a lot of damage to the whole party.
Right.
So if one of the hands randomly acts to do a freezing wave the turn before the head would normally do freezing waves, you can have Terry use the Graco Spear to cast upper on himself, and since he's so fast, he's going to go first there. And then that way it gives him something to freezing wave instead of accelerating the turn.
Okay.
Gosh, the strong D always on the attack turns.
I know.
Yeah, at this point, the frustration really starts getting to you, and it's just like, why won't you just let me through?
That's a nice 250 damage hit.
Yeah.
Now, if we can only get, what, 13 more of those? Or 11 more of those? I can math sometimes.
My adrenaline is still pumping too hard to count damage, so I'm not really sure where we are in this fight.
Yeah.
Should be getting pretty close, though.
Be nice to see a few more of them demon hammers land.
Yeah.
Ow. There's one.
Yeah, once he stacks the uppers, like, your Durango really has to carry this phase with Demon Hammer.
I think he's finally got it out of his system.
Yeah.
We got one turn of chill Deathmore. Say
Well,
okay.
if he's not dead here, it's B pattern again.
You cursed him.
Oh, not dead yet. He's close.
He's close, and he's considering it. Probably a good idea here.
Oh my
There's
gosh.
the buy kill.
Back into A.
Okay. Strong D. Okay.
I would. Oh, man. So this is where, like, it's really good to count the damage here, because if, like, you know you're, like, under 100 away, then you just go for the Spirit Punch without the build-up.
He knows he's
Got
close.
it.
He wants, yeah, I was gonna say he knows he's close.
Now, Hassan's health is a little bit low going into phase 3, but I think he still has the do. I don't think I saw him use the do.
I don't think he's used it yet either.
Still has the bracer for sure.
Yep.
So he's in decent shape coming in here. So there's kind of an approach of, like, metered aggression at the beginning of phase 3, where there's a few turns where we're gonna turtle up just because we know big hits are coming, but the main goal is to kill his left hand, stage right, as quickly as possible. Once that goes down, the fight gets massively easier, and then you can just kind of start breathing, and then just hope that you don't get Medante'd.
So his left hand would be stage left.
Now his left is stage right. The one under
Or
Chamorro.
you should say like, okay.
Okay.
Wait. Okay.
As you're
Who's
looking
left?
at the screen, the one on the right.
Okay. So the right hand.
Yeah, the right is left. It's gonna be the one that he's about to blow up.
Yeah. That's the middle one in the list.
Yes. Yeah, because if you kill the other hand first, then
It can
The-
vivify.
yeah, the other hand can vivify it, or no, it can revive it. And
Oh.
then if you kill the head, his right hand can revive the head
Yeah.
or vivify the head. It's
That's why you
so
take out the.
you
take
have
them
to
out
do it in
that
this order, yeah.
It's almost like the Yuji Horii said, "Hey, this is a really good idea.
talking
We
about that?
should,
ET boss.
yeah.
I knew that was coming. Oh yeah,
Let's make it like Lavos, but different.
Hey, at least it doesn't have as much health as Lavos.
True.
And that hand has 2,000
Hi,
HP,
Terry.
by the way, so when you
Yeah.
get a 1k hit on it, that's a nice chunk.
Yeah, but it's still too high. I think Countess would agree with me.
Yeah, it's a big number.
I agree. Let's cap it at 255. But don't touch Hassan's damage calculation.
Okay, well it's gonna
Hi,
overflow
Barbara.
then. You're gonna punch.
Oh
him
my
for
gosh.
113 and
The
it's
thing
gonna
has
do
like
1
30
damage.
HP. I would get Terry out there to Thunder Sword and finish it
Terry's
off.
dead.
Yeah, Terry.
Oh.
The
I
sacrificial
missed that.
Terry.
There it goes.
Okay. That must have happened when I checked my notes to double check the health on the hand.
He's got 250 done on that one now.
So this
I
is a
think
good
he's-
spot to be.
Yeah,
This is
I
a
think-
lot better than it looks because you just
Yeah.
kind of pump as much damage into the other hand as you can, and then use the armband to get your whole party back.
Yeah.
The 400.
We got him right where we want him. Back into A pattern. So he's gonna scream here for a lot of damage. I guess he's gonna use the scream to kill Amos.
Get a mass.
Nice. Good targeting, good turn order.
Oh, it does a full heal even?
Yep. Anybody that's still alive gets the full heal.
That's better than
The only thing it doesn't do is restore MP, which would be nice for Chamorro, but yeah, oh well.
Right.
This is where you don't want to accidentally hit the Sands of Time. Been there, done that. Usually on Akbar.
There goes. Oh, no. Thought the hero was dead there for a second.
Nah, hero can die. It's fine. We're gonna go for the Medante. Come on, Barbara.
I believe. There.
There she
Waves.
It's fine.
Big boom.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
See that.
All right. And so we're already getting close to,
To Medante range.
yeah, because he will have taken a bit of damage. So he's probably got about 2,000 health. So looking at about 700 damage before he's in Medante range. So couple of lunges here. So Hassan switches back to the Sword of Miracles. The damage becomes less important here, and you just want as much survivability as you can get. Is Demon Hammer doing work now? It woke up. Using the prayer ring on Jamora. I know that feeling all too well. The lunge goes off for 180 and you're like, oh, I forgot bike kill. It's really hard to keep track of it with all the random freezing waves that the hands do.
Mhm.
And then also when he switched to the weapon after the other hand went down, it drops the bike kill because of the equip glitch.
That's the scream.
Nope. We're in B pattern here. He's taking random actions. This is also when he can do Medante. Another nice thing about him being in A pattern at this point is it's only one action and Medante's not one of them.
Yeah.
And there's Medante. Oh no. Health is okay. Terry might be sketched. And now we're back into A pattern. Okay, so his next action is going to be a scream.
So this one, like, go ahead and like sack Barbara.
Yeah, you can do that, or you can have Hassan out there and defend. It's not too bad when they're around.
Durango.
Yeah. He's gonna go Blaze Most. And then Freezing Waves if there's a buff up, which he does have by kill active, so. But this turn he's gonna Blaze Most somebody, so it's a little bit. I'd probably put Terry away for this turn and hope to outspeed it, heal on Durango. Or if you want to play it really safe, just defend with Hassan. Oh, he's going with Kyariku to wake Terry up. Wait, did I miss the Blaze Most turn? I must have not been looking. Okay. Okay, so now he's going to do his Cold Breath, so that's why Hassan's out there tanking it. And now he's back into B pattern. So, back into random actions. But since he already used Medante, he can't use that again until after he recovers.
Right.
And when he does that, he's going to waste a turn.
And he can't use any spells until then, right?
Yeah.
So that's why he didn't Blaze Most.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's it. That would explain. You know, it seems obvious when you say it like that. I've never actually had him go straight from Medante into A pattern before, so I hadn't seen that interaction. Okay, so now he's got his MP back, and he's back into A pattern. So now he's going to scream again.
Moro is.
And this time he's going to Blaze Most. Promise. When Chamorro's asleep, that's scary. Yeah, two people that are likely to die here. I would probably just solo Hassan on this turn. Oh, he's gonna preemptively leave? No.
Get Staff and
Back
Terry.
out of that.
Get
Doesn't get him
Staff
out of
Durango.
range. Oh, he has a leaf on Hassan. Huh, okay.
Freezing Wave.
My leaf distribution is 3 on Durango, 2 on Terry. Alright, it's Blizzard Breath, so we're back into B pattern now. So this is when he's scary, because he can Medante again since he recovered his MP.
Wait, and don't explode it.
Yep, Explode it, Marizoma, that's Blaze Most. We're back into A pattern. Yeah, A pattern is really nice when it's just the head left because it's one action and it's completely predictable. It's like, yeah, it's a good chance to get some nice safe damage in there. Like, every time he goes into A pattern, after the hands are dead, I just breathe a sigh of relief. The randomness is gone for a few turns. Yeah.
Freezing
I
Wave.
think Chamorro's just done.
That was good turn order there. So since that was the freezing wave turn, he had Durango use the Sword of Ramius on Hassan. So because most often the turn order is going to go Deathmore, Durango, Hassan. So he removed by kill, Durango reapplied by kill, and then Hassan blasted him with it. Are you gonna push some damage with the sword? Yeah, we're getting close. Okay, there you go. GG.
GG. All right.
That was an extended back half of phase 3 and ran the risk of a second Medante, but worked out.
Yeah. Well played.
And the
It's
entire
that
relay
simple.
came in pretty well under estimate.
Yep.
Yeah, there's still like 21 minutes until the end of the
Hours.
credits here.
Oh, okay. But you're quoting total time.
Oh, no. 21:17-ish. Yeah, GG's to everybody. That was a fun event.
Yeah. It's been really neat to see these types of things. Like the last year we had that the 3-way Dragon Warrior 2 run. This year we had the Zenithian relay. It's cool to see these newer, interesting ideas happen, and they all end up going pretty well too.
And really, this was as close as you can expect a Zenithian relay race to be. Like, it was close the entire way, and then, as expected, Deathmore was Deathmore.
Right.
Like, it was one of those where, like, if I didn't first try Deathmore, there was a very solid chance that Team Doran takes over and wins it. You know, it really came down to the end, which is really hard to do in any Dragon Quest game, let alone a relay.
It's actually like really impressive that you were a second try at Mudo 3 and Tonic was a first try. Like that's insane.
Yeah, it was really lucky that nobody got walled on Mudo.
Yeah.
Because it's not uncommon to go like 5 or 6 attempts on that fight.
Yeah.
He is the run killer.
A great equalizer.
Yep, as they say. Now, both teams had a solid marathon overall.
Yeah.
Anatoleu had a great run. Diener got a PB for 5. Tonic made this a contest with the disadvantage from the time going into it. I was never comfortable. I was always just like one mistake and I'm out of this. Fortunately, the mistakes I made were small.
Because now's a really good time to probably say this too. Like, thanks to everybody behind the scenes that helped put on the DQ RTA Marathon this year, like Cowie, High Spirits, and Cleartonic.
Yeah, Tonic was really driving the organization of this relay race. He also made the tracker that you see on screen. Me and High Spirits just pretty much restreamed and helped operate the tracker for the race, but it's been really cool though. Like, this was the first race like this that we've had in our DQ marathons, and like I was talking with Vaxxer last night, this is something the Japanese community does all the time. They'll have like, multi-game races with like 10 plus teams. They've got so many people who run these games that they can actually man that, and it's kind of crazy to think about from a Western perspective, where we kind of struggled to find people for this because we only have so many DQ5 runners.
Yeah. And DQ6 runners.
Yeah.
We've got 2.5 DQ6 runners.
You go back 3 years and there's like 0 5 and 6 runners.
Yeah. So that's a hint to chat. We need more people.
Yeah.
Get over to the Discord, Dragon Quest RTA Discord. Check out the compendium. Find a game you like and learn it. Let's go.
Yeah, if
We
anyone
need
wants
fresh
to learn,
blood.
anyone wants to learn any Dragon Quest game, just go to speedrun.com and we've got resources linked on there. There's a link to our Discord server where we've got people who will help you out with getting started on a game. We've got Google Doc compendium with links to notes and routes for most of the series. Pretty much the whole main series. We've got Western Runners 4 and, well, I don't know, half the spinoffs. But
Oh, Nacho, none of the games like us back. You can't let that stop you.
But,
Did you see what Deathmore just did?
you see what happens, Nacho?
I'm gonna NES race. I was saying earlier, one of the things that I'm kind of thinking about doing in the next year is trying to do some speedruns of Dragon Warrior 3 on the RNG fix patch, because that appeals to me a lot more than single segment where you're not allowed to save the game. Be cool if we made that a thing.
That could be cool.
Yeah, I'd be down for that.
Get in on the ground level.
Yeah. Also be cool if
World record is free. Go do a run right now, somebody.
Oh, yeah. Patches on the Discord server, I think. Pretty sure it's pinned in the 3 channel. More fans in the chat? I don't think so.
I mean, I'm retrospectively a big Deathmore fan.
He did put on a good show with you. It doesn't get much closer than that.
How much did you have to? How much did you have to pay him to take the dive?
I don't want to talk about it. My wife is here and I'll get in trouble.
That's why I can't make it to RPG Limit Break this year.
Yep, my plane fare went to paying off Deathmore.
Like, this doesn't mean Deathmore is coming to Limit Break, does it?
Not my problem.
You didn't tell him that since I let you room with me and
I hope you enjoy the week with Deathmore, Zaitori.
well, Metal Battle King. I mean, DW7 in general is like 16 hours. So
Yeah.
Well, doesn't the
PS3
3DS
version-
one have problems with like avoiding encounters?
Yeah, the 3DS version, like, all the dungeons are full of very large monsters, so they fill up the whole hallway and you can't physically walk past them, so you actually end up taking more fights in 3DS than in PS1.
It's a mess.
Plus, the
think
3DS
our bet-
version, like, it lags a lot, and also, like, the overworld is much, much larger. Like, it's scaled to the same size as towns, so... like, you get off your boat and then you're on a giant island, not just a tiny overworld thing where you just walk to town. There's quite a few reasons why it's much slower than PS1.
I mean, we could probably get a Dragon Warrior 7 race if we just have you racing one of your VODs.
hey, Hack knows it too.
Yeah, but he's not gonna run it.
Not with that attitude. I think actually, honestly, I don't know how you could do it, but I think that like DW7 could be another fun like relay game. But like I said, I don't know how you would do it. How you'd hand off the save file.
Oh, yeah.
That would be an in-person relay. There's our submission for RPG Limit Break next year.
Yeah, we'll do an 18-person relay. One person can do each island.
Can I not do the one with the petrified people?
Second time that one got mentioned tonight.
Yeah.
Which isn't a
It's
lot,
that
but it's really
bad.
weird. But it's really weird that it happened twice.
It's only like
The
10
most
minutes
attention
long
that
if you
islands
know,
are
who to,
at.
you know what to do. It's only like 10 minutes long. Some of those islands are an hour and a half.
That's fair. I volunteer for the island with the petrified people.
Which one's Soap Opera Island?
The second one with petrified people.
Oh,
With the garden and the rich dude and the maid that
The one
wants
with
to
the
run
love
away with
story
the
that
guy.
doesn't go
And
anywhere.
gotcha.
nobody ends up happy.
Sounds like just like the kind of island you would like.
It'd be funny if the end of DQ6 is to be continued in Dragon Warrior Monsters.
No, it just says to be continued in Dragon Quest 9, and like everyone's like, what?
What happened to 7 and 8?
Just 2 more entries before they continue the story. Imagine having that kind of foresight.
Then the studio shuts down after 7 comes out. Never know what they had planned.
I like that idea.
That's how you establish a cult following. You got that group that just believes that someday it will show up.
I mean, that's all the DQ9 fans asking for a Switch port, right?
That's true. Maybe on the Switch too, guys.
Maybe they'll announce it next Direct.
It'll come out on the 4DS.
I mean, they have to remaster like 1 through 10 before they can come out with 12, right?
A metal slime relay. That's an interesting idea.
I actually thought about doing that, but with dragons. I've thought about routing each game to how fast can you kill a dragon.
Dragon Quest 2 is going to be a long one.
Yeah, you're gonna end up playing most of a lot of them because there aren't any dragons till the last dungeons.
Dragon Warrior 1, you could probably do. I mean, you'd have to do RNG manipulation, but you could probably do it real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just do the first dragon loop.
Like DQ2, you have to get to the road to Roan. DQ3, it kind of depends on if you count sky dragons. Maybe you only have to get to Dharma.
That's a
DQ4,
dragon.
you gotta get real far no matter what you count. I think green dragons are your first real option.
I think
That's what
Cascos
the-
hovers are definitely dragons.
And that'd be. Wait, are salamanders dragons? They breathe fire, they're a lizard. They don't
Yeah.
have wings, though.
The L-Rats in DQ4, they fly with their wings. I think that makes them a dragon. Just kill that. Tharo's shadow breathes fire. That makes him a dragon. Just
Let's
Archie
get to the end of
first-
chapter 3, because that chapter is dragon.
The black dragon at the beginning of DQ11.
Are butterfly dragons dragons or butterflies?
Well, kill 2 of them. Then you're good. Then you've killed 1 butterfly and 1 dragon.
They're half dragons, so if you kill 2, it counts. Yeah, 5 wouldn't take too long, because once you get to Reinhardt, there's the young dragons in the hills. Are there
Wait.
dragons in 6?
Anatoleu.
I just played it, but I can't answer this question.
No, Dragon Warrior 4 is even before that. Dragon Pups. You just have to get to the Golden Bracelet Cave.
Yeah, it's the Thevros.
Oh, those are.
It's a recolor later that's called Dragon Pup.
You're right.
Well, if a recolor is called a dragon, then the original has to count too, right?
And 6 has the Battle Rex if it didn't have anything earlier. That's,
It's a dragon class in monsters, so yeah.
yeah.
But you don't actually fight it.
Oh, yeah. Terry throws it in jail, yeah. You can't even argue that Terry kills it.
Harry, please join the party so I can be done with this scheme.
Huffpuff percent, there's another thing. I don't even know where Puff Puff references are in the early games because Nintendo censored so many of them.
Yeah,
I know the one in
I don't even know if
DQ3.
they're. Yeah, that's the only one I know of. In 3, anyway. I mean, I know there's like, I think there's the only Dragon Quest game that actually has a Puff Puff percent is 11.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I thought of a great joke when I called Jamiris Jammy. I was like, man, I kind of want like a hooded onesie Jamiris themed.
Your
Jamiris
your
Jammies.
Jamiris Jammy.
Your Jamiris Jammies.
Jamiris.
I'd stream learning that for sure.
Alright, that's how I'm gonna pay for my limit break trip. I'm gonna make Jamiris jammies and sell out of my trunk.
With coupons for free sirloins.
Dragon Quest swords?
feel like
Actual
somebody did
swords, I
swords.
think there was once. And then we also had, let me find the list. I have it open. I do not. I have a chart somewhere of all the games that we've had in every year. I think there was Dragon Quest Swords one year.
That's a game?
Yeah, the Wii game. Me and Hactor raced it a few years ago. Not in this event, but... That's fine, I'll include in the export that we need to cut out 3 seconds there.
On
I've
that
had
note,
problems like 4 times during this event that if I touch one of my browser windows, Twitch stops full screening on the other one.
oh, that's weird.
Next year I'll use VLC or something instead of browser, I guess.
And that's what this marathon's gonna be remembered for now.
You know, like, other channels use, like, RTMP servers
Yeah.
with VLC.
I've thought about investing time into like setting up a server, setting up like scripts to automate things like cropping, but then I'm like, there's only like 12 people involved with this event. How much effort do I really want to put in?
That'd make more sense for like a peripheral, like RPG limit break event.
Yeah.
Or if we could ever get the the Dragon Quest relay race as big as the as big as the Final Fantasy relay race.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised some of the games they include with that, with doing 3 teams.
Yeah.
There we go.
And this right here is why I saved time on my splits against my PB, because my PB I forgot to move here for like 10 seconds.
Your previous PB?
Yeah. It doesn't count till I submit it. You get like there's a 6-minute period of credits, and then you have to walk out of one room, and it's just you just forget by the time it gets there.
Hey, look, it's Falchion.
Now we get to witness the results of Hassan learning to become a dragon
No, no.
and rising to become the Master Dragon.
It's not canon.
I'm just saying, Hassan, I could see Hassan getting stuck in a minecart for 20 years. Eh.
Yeah.
Dude, Polanteris is with me.
No, you're making Polanteris sad.
GG.
GG tonic. And GG to everybody that had a run in this event.
Yeah, all the games have gone as smooth as you can expect Dragon Quest to go, you know?
Yeah.
But, yeah, this has been a pretty good event. So thanks for everyone who participated and everyone who's been watching. And I guess we're just going to cut it here. This is the end of our event. We'll probably be back with another one next year. But, yeah, if you want more Dragon Quest runs, RPG Limit Break this year has, I think, 5 Dragon Quest runs in it. So check those out. What is it? Diener's doing Dragon Quest 1 harp hunting. There's a runner doing Dragon Quest 2 Moyomoto category. Dragon Quest 11 race. Dragon Warrior Monsters Tonic's doing, and High Spirits is doing DQ3 HD. So.
And make sure to check out the DQ RTA Discord. Find a game that you like, learn it, join us next year. Get some more runs going.
Yeah.